Hello and welcome to Supercommunicators, How to Unlock the Secret Language of Connection by Charles Duhigg's audiobook. I'm Pastor from Beta Wix, and today we dive into one of the main topics in daily life. I am reading this because I am making this audiobook and I expect to see a book similar to How to Talk to Anyone, and I expect to get new knowledge or some reminder of what I have learned from that book. So let's dive into it together and see what is it about. Consider subscribing and sharing it to your friends. It will help me and you and all of your beloved people. And if you do not have a beloved, maybe it is time to know how to communicate and find one. Prologue. If there was one thing everyone knew about Felix Segala, it was that he was easy to talk to. Exceptionally easy. People loved talking to him because they always came away feeling a little smarter, funnier, more interesting. Even if you had nothing in common with Felix, which was unusual, because the conversation inevitably revealed all kinds of opinions or experiences or friends he shared, it felt as if he heard you, like you had some kind of bond. That's why the scientists had sought him out. Felix had been with the Federal Bureau of Investigation for 2 decades. He had joined after college and a stint in the military, and then had spent a few years as an agent in the field. That's where his superiors had first taken note of his easy way with others. A series of promotions soon followed, and eventually he landed as a senior regional administrator with a mandate to serve as an all-around negotiator. He was the guy who could coax statements from reluctant witnesses, or convince fugitives to turn themselves in, or console families as they grieved. He once persuaded a man who had barricaded himself in a room with 6 cobras, 19 rattlesnakes, and an iguana to come out peacefully and then name his accomplices in an animal smuggling ring. The key was getting him to see things from the snake's perspective, Felix told me. He was a little weird, but he genuinely loved animals. The FBI had a crisis negotiation unit for hostage situations. When things got unusually complicated, they called someone like Felix. There were lessons that Felix would share with the younger agents when they asked for advice. Never pretend you're anything other than a cop. Never manipulate or threaten. Ask lots of questions, and, when someone becomes emotional, cry or laugh or complain, or celebrate with them. But what ultimately made him so good at his job was a bit of a mystery, even to his colleagues. So, in 2014, when a group of psychologists, sociologists, and other researchers were tasked by the Department of Defense to explore new methods for teaching persuasion and negotiation to military officers, essentially, how do we train people to get better at communication? The scientists sought out Felix. They had learned about him from various officials who, when asked to name the best negotiators they had ever worked with, brought up his name again and again. Many of the scientists expected Felix to be tall and handsome, with warm eyes and a rich baritone. The guy who walked in for the interview, however, looked like a middle-aged dad, with a mustache, a little padding around the middle, and a soft, slightly nasal voice. He seemed unremarkable. Felix told me that, after introductions and pleasantries, one of the scientists explained the nature of their project, and then began with a broad question. "Can you tell us how you think about communication? It might be better if I demonstrate it," Felix replied. "What's one of your favorite memories?" The scientist Felix was speaking to had introduced himself as the head of a large lab. He oversaw millions of dollars in grants and dozens of people. He didn't seem like the kind of guy accustomed to idly reminiscing in the middle of the day. The scientist paused. "Probably my daughter's wedding," he finally said. "My whole family was there and my mother died just a few months later." Felix asked a few follow-up questions, and occasionally shared memories of his own. "My sister got married in 2010, Felix told the man. "She's passed away now, it was cancer, which was harder, but she was so beautiful that day. That's how I try to remember her." It went on this way for the next 45 minutes. Felix would ask the scientists questions, and occasionally talk about himself. When someone revealed something personal, Felix would reciprocate with a story from his own life. One scientist mentioned problems he was having with a teenage daughter, and Felix responded by describing an aunt he couldn't seem to get along with, no matter how hard he tried. When another researcher asked about Felix's childhood, he explained that he had been painfully shy, but his father had been a salesman and his grandfather a con man, and so, by imitating their examples, he had eventually learned how to connect with others. As they got close to the end of their scheduled time together, a professor of psychology chimed in. "I'm sorry," she said, "this has been wonderful, but I don't feel any closer to understanding what you do. Why do you think so many people recommended we talk to you?" "That's a fair question," Felix replied. "Before I answer, I want to ask, you mentioned you're a single mom, and I imagine there's a lot to juggling motherhood and a career. This might seem unusual, but I'm wondering, what would you tell someone who's getting a divorce?" The woman went silent for a beat. "I guess I'll play along," she said. "I have lots of advice. When I separated from my husband, Felix gently interrupted. "I don't really need an answer," he said. "But I want to point out that, in a room filled with professional colleagues, and after less than an hour of conversation, you're willing to talk about one of the most intimate parts of your life. He explained that one reason she felt so at ease was likely because of the environment they had created together, how Felix had listened closely, had asked questions that drew out people's vulnerabilities, how they had all revealed meaningful details about themselves. Felix had encouraged the scientists to explain how they saw the world, and then had proven to them that he had heard what they were saying. Whenever someone said something emotional, even when they didn't realize their emotions were on display, Felix had reciprocated by voicing feelings of his own. All those small choices they had made, he explained, had created an atmosphere of trust. It's a set of skills, he told the scientists. There's nothing magical about it. Put differently, anyone can learn to be a supercommunicator. Who would you call if you were having a bad day? If you had screwed up a deal at work, or had gotten into an argument with your spouse, or were feeling frustrated and sick of it all, who would you want to talk to? There's likely someone that you know who will make you feel better, who can help you think through a thorny question or share a moment of heartbreak or joy. Now, ask yourself, are they the funniest person in your life? Probably not, but if you pay close attention, you notice they laugh more than most people. Are they the most interesting or smartest person you know? What's more likely is that, even if they don't say anything particularly wise, you anticipate that you will feel smarter after talking to them. Are they your most entertaining or confident friend? Do they give the best advice? Most likely, nope, and nope, but when you hang up the phone, you'll feel calmer and more centered and closer to the right choice. So what are they doing that makes you feel so good? This book attempts to answer that question. Over the past 2 decades, a body of research has emerged that sheds light on why some of our conversations go so well, while others are so miserable. These insights can help us hear more clearly and speak more engagingly. We know that our brains have evolved to crave connection. When we click with someone, our eyes often start to dilate in tandem, our pulses match, we feel the same emotions and start to complete each other's sentences within our heads. This is known as neural entrainment, and it feels wonderful. Sometimes it happens and we have no idea why, we just feel lucky that the conversation went so well. Other times, even when we're desperate to bond with someone, we fail again and again. For many of us, conversations can sometimes seem bewildering, stressful, even terrifying. The single biggest problem with communication, said the playwright George Bernard Shaw, is the illusion it has taken place. But scientists have now unraveled many of the secrets of how successful conversations happen. They've learned that paying attention to someone's body, alongside their voice, helps us hear them better. They have determined that how we ask a question sometimes matters more than what we ask. We're better off, it seems, acknowledging social differences, rather than pretending they don't exist. Every discussion is influenced by emotions, no matter how rational the topic at hand. When starting a dialogue, it helps to think of the discussion as a negotiation where the prize is figuring out what everyone wants. And, above all, the most important goal of any conversation is to connect. This book was born, in part, from my own failures at communicating. A few years ago, I was asked to help manage a relatively complex work project. I had never been a manager before, but I had worked for plenty of bosses. Plus, I had a fancy MBA from Harvard Business School and, as a journalist, communicated as a profession. How hard could it be? Very hard, it turned out. I was fine at drawing up schedules and planning logistics. But time and again, I struggled with connecting. One day, a colleague told me they felt their suggestions were being ignored, their contributions going unrecognized. It's incredibly frustrating, they said. I told them that I heard them and began suggesting possible solutions. Perhaps they should run the meetings. Or maybe we should draw up a formal organizational chart clearly spelling out everyone's duties. Or what if you're not listening to me, they interrupted. We don't need clearer roles, we need to do a better job of respecting each other. They wanted to talk about how people were treating one another, but I was obsessed with practical fixes. They had told me they needed empathy, but rather than listen, I replied with solutions. The truth is, a similar dynamic sometimes played out at home. My family would go on vacation, and I would find something to obsess over. We didn't get the hotel room we were promised. The guy on the airplane had reclined his seat, and my wife would listen and respond with a perfectly reasonable suggestion. Why don't you focus on the positive aspects of the trip? Then I, in turn, would get upset because it felt like she didn't understand that I was asking for support to tell me I'm right to be outraged, rather than sensible advice. Sometimes my kids would want to talk and I, consumed by work or some other distraction, would only half listen until they wandered away. I could see, in retrospect, that I was failing the people who were most important to me, but I didn't know how to fix it. I was particularly confused by these failures because, as a writer, I'm supposed to communicate for a living. Why was I struggling to connect with and hear the people who mattered most? I have a feeling I'm not alone in this confusion. We've all failed at times to listen to our friends and colleagues, to appreciate what they are trying to tell us, to hear what they are saying. And we've all failed to speak so we can be understood. This book, then, is an attempt to explain why communication goes awry and what we can do to make it better. At its core are a handful of key ideas. The first one is that many discussions are actually 3 different conversations. There are practical, decision-making conversations that focus on what's this really about. There are emotional conversations, which ask how do we feel? And there are social conversations that explore who are we. We are often moving in and out of all 3 conversations as a dialogue unfolds. However, if we aren't having the same kind of conversation as our partners at the same moment, we're unlikely to connect with each other. What's more, each type of conversation operates by its own logic and requires its own set of skills, and so to communicate well, we have to know how to detect which kind of conversation is occurring and understand how it functions. Which brings me to the second idea. At the core of this book, our goal for the most meaningful discussions should be to have a learning conversation. Specifically, we want to learn how the people around us see the world and help them understand our perspectives in turn. The last big idea isn't really an idea, but rather something I've learned. Anyone can become a supercommunicator and, in fact, many of us already are if we learn to unlock our instincts. We can all learn to hear more clearly, to connect on a deeper level. In the pages ahead, you'll see how executives at Netflix, the creators of The Big Bang Theory, spies and surgeons, NASA psychologists and COVID researchers have transformed how they speak and listen and, as a result, have managed to connect with people across seemingly vast divides. And you will see how these lessons apply to everyday conversations, our chats with workmates, friends, romantic partners, and our kids, the bursar at the coffee shop and that woman we always wave to on the bus. And that's important because learning to have meaningful conversations is, in some ways, more urgent than ever before. It's no secret the world has become increasingly polarized, that we struggle to hear and be heard. But if we know how to sit down together, listen to each other, and even if we can't resolve every disagreement, find ways to hear one another and say what is needed, we can coexist and thrive. Every meaningful conversation is made up of countless small choices. There are fleeting moments when the right question, or a vulnerable admission, or an empathetic word can completely change a dialogue. A silent laugh, a barely audible sigh, a friendly smile during a tense moment. Some people have learned to spot these opportunities, to detect what kind of discussion is occurring, to understand what others really want. They have learned how to hear what's unsaid and speak, so others want to listen. This, then, is a book that explores how we communicate and connect. Because the right conversation, at the right moment, can change everything. The 3 kinds of conversation. Conversation is the communal air we breathe. All day long, we talk to our families, friends, strangers, coworkers, and sometimes pets. We communicate via text, email, online posts, and social media. We speak via keyboards and voice-to-text, sometimes with handwritten letters and, occasionally, with grunts, smiles, grimaces, and sighs. But not all conversations are equal. When a discussion is meaningful, it can feel wonderful, as if something important has been revealed. Ultimately, the bond of all companionship, whether in marriage or in friendship, is conversation, wrote Oscar Wilde. But meaningful conversations, when they don't go well, can feel awful. They are frustrating, disappointing, a missed opportunity. We might walk away confused, upset, uncertain if anyone understood anything that was said. What makes the difference? As the next chapter explains, our brains have evolved to crave connection. But consistently achieving alignment with other people requires understanding how communication functions and, most important, recognizing that we need to be engaged in the same kind of conversation at the same time if we want to connect. Supercommunicators aren't born with special abilities, but they have thought harder about how conversations unfold, why they succeed or fail, the nearly infinite number of choices that each dialogue offers that can bring us closer together or push us apart. When we learn to recognize those opportunities, we begin to speak and hear in new ways. Chapter 1, The Matching Principle, How to Fail at Recruiting Spies. If Jim Lawler was being honest with himself, he had to admit that he was terrible at recruiting spies. So bad, in fact, that he spent most nights worrying about getting fired from the only job he had ever loved, a job he had landed 2 years earlier as a case officer for the Central Intelligence Agency. It was 1982 and Lawler was 30 years old. He had joined the CIA after attending law school at the University of Texas, where he had gotten mediocre grades, and then cycling through a series of dull jobs. One day, unsure what to do with his life, he telephoned a CIA headhunter he had once met on campus. A job interview followed, then a polygraph test, then a dozen more interviews in various cities, and then a series of exams that seemed designed to ferret out everything Lawler didn't know. Who, he wondered, memorizes rugby world champions from the 1960s? Eventually, he made it to the final interview. Things weren't looking good. His exam performances had been poor to middling. He had no overseas experience, no knowledge of foreign languages, no military service or special skills. Yet, the interviewer noted, Lawler had flown himself to Washington, D.C. for this interview on his own dime, had persisted through each test, even when it was clear he didn't have the first clue how to answer most questions, had responded to every setback with what seemed like admirable, if misplaced, optimism. Why, the man asked, did he want to join the CIA so badly? I've wanted to do something important my entire life, Lawler replied. He wanted to serve his country and bring democracy to nations yearning for freedom. Even as the words came out, he realized how ridiculous this sounded. Who says yearning in an interview? So he stopped, took a breath, and said the most honest thing he could think of. My life feels empty, he told the interviewer. I want to be part of something meaningful. A week later, the agency called to offer him a job. He accepted immediately and reported to Camp Peary the Farm, as the agency's training facility in Virginia is known to be tutored in lock-picking, dead drops, and covert surveillance. The most surprising aspect of the farm's curriculum, however, was the agency's devotion to the art of conversation. In his time there, Lawler learned that working for the CIA was essentially a communications job. A field officer's mandate wasn't slinking in shadows or whispering in parking lots. It was talking to people at parties, making friends in embassies, bonding with foreign officials in the hope that, someday, you might have a quiet chat about some critical piece of intelligence. Communication is so important that a summary of CIA training methods puts it right up front. Find ways to connect, it says. A case officer's goal should be to have a prospective agent come to believe, hopefully with good reason, that the case officer is one of the few people, perhaps the only person, who truly understands him. Lawler finished spy school with high marks and was shipped off to Europe. His assignment was to establish rapport with foreign bureaucrats, cultivate friendships with embassy attaches, and develop other sources who might be willing to have candid conversations and thereby, his bosses hoped, open channels for discussions that make the world's affairs a bit more manageable. Lawler's first few months abroad were miserable. He tried his best to blend in. He attended black tie soirees and had drinks at bars near embassies. Nothing worked. There was a clerk from the Chinese delegation he met après-ski and repeatedly invited to lunch and cocktails. Eventually, Lawler worked up the courage to inquire if his new friend, perhaps, wanted to earn some extra cash passing along gossip he had inside his embassy. The man replied that his family was quite wealthy, thank you, and his bosses tended to execute people for things like that. He would pass. Then there was a receptionist from the Soviet consulate who seemed promising until one of Lawler's superiors took him aside and explained that she, in fact, worked for the KGB and was trying to recruit him. Eventually, a career-saving opportunity appeared. A CIA colleague mentioned that a young woman from the Middle East, who worked in her country's foreign ministry, was visiting. Yasmin was on vacation, the colleague explained, staying with a brother who had moved to Europe. A few days later, Lawler managed to bump into her at a restaurant. He introduced himself as an all-speculator. As they began talking, Yasmin mentioned that her brother was always busy, never available for sightseeing. She seemed lonely. Lawler invited her to lunch the next day and asked about her life. Did she like her job? Was it hard living in a country that had recently undergone a conservative revolution? Yasmin confided that she hated the religious radicals who had come to power. She longed to move away, to live in Paris or New York, but for that she needed money, and it had taken months of saving just to afford this brief trip. Lawler, sensing an opening, mentioned that his oil company was looking for a consultant. It was part-time work, he said, assignment she could do alongside her job at the foreign ministry. But he could offer her a signing bonus. We ordered champagne, and I thought she was going to start crying. She was so happy, he told me. After lunch, Lawler rushed back to the office to find his boss. Finally, he had recruited his first spy. And he tells me, congratulations, headquarters is going to be overjoyed. Now you need to tell her you're CIA and you'll want information about her government. Lawler thought that was a terrible idea. If he was honest with Yasmin, she'd never speak to him again. But his boss explained that it was unfair to ask someone to work for the CIA without being forthright. If Yasmin's government ever found out, she would be jailed, possibly killed. She had to understand the risks. So, Lawler continued meeting with Yasmin and tried to find the right moment to reveal his true employer. She became increasingly candid as they spent more time together. She was ashamed that her government was shutting down newspapers and prohibiting free speech, she told him, and despised the bureaucrats who had made it illegal for women to study certain topics in college and had forced them to wear hijabs in public. When she first sought out a job with the government, she said, she had never imagined things would get this bad. Lawler took this as a sign. One night, over dinner, he explained that he was not an all-speculator, but rather, an American intelligence officer. He told her that the United States wanted the same thing she did, to undermine her country's theocracy, to weaken its leaders, to stop the repression of women. He apologized for lying about who he was, but the job offer was real. Would she consider working for the Central Intelligence Agency? As I talked, I watched her eyes get bigger and bigger, and she started gripping the tablecloth and then shaking her head, no, 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 and when I finally stopped, she started crying, and I knew I was screwed. Lawler told me. She said they murdered people for that, and there was no way she could help. There was nothing he could say to convince her to consider the idea. All she wanted was to get away from me. Lawler went back to his boss with the bad news. And he says, I've already told everyone you recruited her. I told the division chief and the chief of station, and they told DC. Now you want me to tell them you can't close the deal. Lawler had no idea what to do next. No amount of money or promises would have convinced her to take a suicidal risk, he told me. The only possible way forward was convincing Yasmin that she could trust him, that he understood her and would protect her. But how do you do that? They taught me, at the farm, that to recruit someone, you have to convince them that you care about them, which means you have to actually care about them, which means you have to connect in some way, and I had no idea how to make that happen. How do we create a genuine connection with another person? How do we nudge someone, through a conversation, to take a risk, embrace an adventure, accept a job, or go on a date? Let's lower the stakes. What if you're trying to bond with your boss, or get to know a new friend? How do you convince them to let down their guard? How do you show you're listening? Over the past few decades, as new methods for studying our behaviors and brains have emerged, these kinds of questions have driven researchers to examine nearly every aspect of communication. Scientists have scrutinized how our minds absorb information and have found that connecting with others through speech is both more powerful and more complicated than we ever realized. How we communicate, the unconscious decisions we make as we speak and listen, the questions we ask and the vulnerabilities we expose, even our tone of voice can influence who we trust, are persuaded by, and seek out as friends. Alongside this new understanding, there has also been a flurry of research showing that at the heart of every conversation is the potential for neurological synchronization, an alignment of our brains and bodies, everything from how fast each of us breathes to the goosebumps on our skin that we often fail to notice, but which influences how we talk, hear, and think. Some people consistently fail to synchronize with others, even when they are speaking to close friends. Others, let's call them supercommunicators, seem to synchronize effortlessly with just about anyone. Most of us lie somewhere in between. But we can learn to connect in more meaningful ways if we understand how conversations work. For Jim Lawler, however, the path toward making a connection with Yasmin seemed murky. I knew, at most, I had one more chance to talk to her, he told me. I had to figure out how to break through. When brains connect, when both of us joined the Dartmouth Social Systems Lab in 2012, he still looked like the musician he had been a few years earlier. Some days he would rush to the laboratory after waking up, his blonde hair in a frizzy nimbus and dressed in a ratty t-shirt from Saunders Vet, sprinting past campus cops who were uncertain if he was a PhD candidate or a weed dealer servicing undergraduates. Severs had taken a circuitous route to the Ivy League. For college, he had attended a music conservatory where he studied drumming and music production at the exclusion of pretty much everything else. Soon, however, he began to suspect that no amount of practice would deliver the rarefied status of drummers who can support themselves by drumming. So he began exploring other careers. He had always been fascinated by how people communicate. In particular, he loved the voiceless musical dialogues that sometimes emerged on stage. There were moments when he was improvising with other musicians, and suddenly everyone would click, as if they were sharing one brain. It felt as if the performers as well as the audience, the guy at the mixing board, even the bartender, were suddenly all in sync. He sometimes felt the same thing during great late-night discussions or successful dates. So he signed up for a few psychology classes, and, eventually, applied to a PhD program with Dr. Thalia Whitley, one of the foremost neuroscientists researching how humans connect with one another. Why people click with some people, but not others, is one of the great unsolved mysteries of science, Whitley wrote in the journal Social and Personality Psychology Compass. When we align with someone through conversation, Whitley explained, it feels wonderful, in part because our brains have evolved to crave these kinds of connections. The desire to connect has pushed people to form communities, protect their offspring, seek out new friends and alliances. It's one reason why our species has survived. Human beings have the rare capacity, she wrote, to connect with each other against all odds. Numerous other researchers have also been fascinated by how we form connections. As Severs began reading science journals, he learned that in 2012, scholars at the Max Planck Institute for Human Development in Germany has studied the brains of guitarists playing Schindler's Sonata in D major. When the musicians played their guitars separately, with each person focused on their own musical score, their neural activity looked dissimilar. But when they segued into a duet, the electrical pulses within their craniums began to synchronize. To the researchers, it appeared as if the guitarists' minds had merged. What's more, that linkage often flowed through their bodies. They frequently began breathing at similar rates, their eyes dilated in tandem, their hearts began to beat in similar patterns. Frequently, even the electrical impulses along this game would synchronize. Then, when they stopped playing together as the scores diverged or they veered into solos that between brain synchronization disappeared completely, the scientists wrote, Sivers found other studies showing the same phenomenon when people hum together, or tap their fingers side by side, or solve cooperative puzzles, or told each other stories. In one experiment, researchers at Princeton measured the neural activity of a dozen people listening to a young woman recount a long and convoluted tale about her prom night. As they monitored the speaker's brain alongside the brains of her listeners, they saw the listener's mind synchronize with the narrator, until they were all experiencing the same feelings of stress and unease, joy and humor, at the same time as if they were telling the story together. What's more, some listeners synchronized particularly closely with the speaker. Their brains seemed to behave nearly precisely like her brain. When questioned afterward, those tightly aligned participants could distinguish between the story's characters more clearly and recall smaller details. The more people's brains had synchronized, the better they understood what was said. The extent of speaker-listener neural coupling predicts the success of the communication, the researchers wrote in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences in 2010. Supercommunicators. These and other studies make clear an essential truth: to communicate with someone, we must connect with them. When we absorb what someone is saying, and they comprehend what we say, it's because our brains have, to some degree, aligned. At that moment, our bodies, our pulses, facial expressions, the emotions we experience, the prickling sensation on our necks and arms often start to synchronize as well. There is something about neural simultaneity that helps us listen more closely and speak more clearly. Sometimes this connection occurs with just one other person. Other times, it happens within a group or a large audience. But whenever it happens, our brains and bodies become alike because we are, in the language of neuroscientists, neurally entrained. As researchers have scrutinized how entrainment occurs, they have discovered that some people are particularly skilled at this kind of synchronization. Some individuals are consistently better at connecting. Scientists like Sivers don't call these people supercommunicators. They prefer terms like high centrality participant or core information provider, but Sivers knew what these kinds of people looked like. They were the friends everyone called for advice, the colleagues elected to leadership positions, the co-workers everyone welcomed into a conversation because they made it more fun. Sivers had performed on stage with supercommunicators, had sought them out at parties, had rooted for them. He had even, at times, achieved moments of supercommunication himself, usually without understanding exactly how. None of the studies Sivers read, however, seemed to explain why some people were better at synchronization than others. So Sivers decided to stage an experiment to see if he could figure it out. To begin, Sivers and his colleagues gathered dozens of volunteers and asked them to watch a series of movie clips that were designed to be difficult to understand. Some, for example, were in a foreign language. Others were brief scenes from the middle of a film, completely decontextualized. To make the clips even harder to follow, the researchers had removed all audio and subtitles, so what participants saw were confusing, silent performances, a bald and irate man in strained conversation with a blonde heavyset fellow. Are they friends or enemies? In another, a cowboy takes a bath while a second man observes from the doorway. Is he a sibling? A lover? The volunteers' brains were monitored as they watched these clips, and researchers saw that each person reacted slightly differently. Some were confused. Others were entertained. But no two brain scans were alike. Then, each participant was assigned to a small group and told to answer a few questions together. Is the bald man angry at the blonde man? Is the man in the doorframe sexually attracted to the man in the bath? After the group spent an hour discussing their answers, they were put back into the brain scanners and shown the same clips. This time, the researchers saw that participants' neural impulses had synchronized with those of their group mates. Taking part in a conversation debating what they had seen, discussing plot points had caused their brains to align. However, there was a second, even more interesting discovery. Some of the groups had become much more synchronized than others. The brains of these participants looked strikingly alike during the second scan, as if they had all agreed to think precisely the same way. Sivers suspected these groups included someone special, the type of person who made it easier for everyone to align. But who were they? His first hypothesis was that having a strong leader made synchronization easier. Indeed, in some groups, there was one person who had taken charge from the start. I think it's going to have a happy ending. One such leader, known as Participant 4 in Group D, told his teammates regarding a clip of a child who appeared to be looking for his parents. Participant 4 was talkative and direct. He assigned roles to his group mates and kept everyone on task. Perhaps participant 4, in addition to being a leader, was also a supercommunicator. But when Sivers looked at the data, he found that strong leaders didn't help people align. In fact, groups with a dominant leader had the least amount of neural synchrony. Participant 4 made it harder for his groupmates to sync up. When he dominated the conversation, he pushed everyone else into their own, separate thoughts. Rather, the groups with the greatest synchrony had 1 or 2 people who behaved very differently from participant 4. These people tended to speak less than dominant leaders, and when they did open their mouths, it was usually to ask questions. They repeated others' ideas and were quick to admit their own confusion or make fun of themselves. They encouraged their groupmates, "That's really smart, tell me more about what you think," and laughed at others' jokes. They didn't stand out as particularly talkative or clever, but when they spoke, everyone listened closely. And, somehow, they made it easier for other people to speak up. They made conversations flow. Sivers began referring to these people as high-centrality participants. Here, for instance, are 2 high-centrality participants discussing that bathtub scene, which featured the actors Brad Pitt and Casey Affleck. High-centrality participant 1, "What's with that scene?" Asterisk high-centrality participant 2, "I have no idea. I was lost." Laughed participant 3, "Casey is watching Brad in the bath. Based on the length of the stare, we think Casey is attracted to Brad." Group laughter, unrequited love. High-centrality participant 2, "Oh, I like that. I don't know what unrequited means, but yeah." Participant 3, like, not returned. High-centrality participant 2, "Oh, okay, yeah." High-centrality participant 1, "What do you think will happen in the next scene?" Participant 3, "I feel like they are going to rob a bank." Laughter. High-centrality participant 1, "I like that. I like that." High-centrality participant 2, "Yeah. I was waiting for some other epiphany." Laughter. High-centrality participants tended to ask 10 to 20 times as many questions as other participants. When a group got stuck, they made it easy for everyone to take a quick break by bringing up a new topic or interrupting an awkward silence with a joke. But the most important difference between high-centrality participants and everyone else was that the high-centrality participants were constantly adjusting how they communicated in order to match their companions. They subtly reflected shifts in other people's moods and attitudes. When someone got serious, they matched that seriousness. When a discussion went light, they were the first to play along. They changed their minds frequently and let themselves be swayed by their groupmates. In one conversation, when a participant brought up an unexpectedly serious idea that a character in the clip had been abandoned, the participant's tone hinting that he might understand abandonment first, and the high-centrality participant immediately matched his tone. Participant 2, "How do you think this movie will end?" Participant 6, "I don't think it's a happy ending." High-centrality participant, "You don't think it's a happy ending?" Participant 6, "No." High-centrality participant, "Why not?" Participant 6, "I don't know. This movie seemed to be more darker than silent." High-centrality participant, "How will it end?" If participant 6, "It might be the nephew and the parents died or something like this." And they participant 3, "He's just being abandoned." High-centrality participant, "Yeah, abandoned for the night." Yeah. Within moments of that exchange, the entire group became serious-minded and started discussing what abandonment felt like. They made room for participant 6 to discuss his emotions and experiences. The high-centrality participant matched participant 6's gravity, which nudged others to do so as well. High-centrality participants, Sivers and his co-authors wrote in their results, were much more likely to adapt their own brain activity to the group, and played an outsized role in creating group alignment by facilitating conversation. But they didn't merely mirror others, rather, they gently led people, nudging them to hear one another or to explain themselves more clearly. They matched their groupmates' conversational styles, making room for seriousness or laughter, and invited others to match them in return. And they had enormous influence on how people ended up answering the questions they had been assigned. In fact, whichever opinion the high-centrality participants endorsed usually became the group's consensus answer. But that influence was almost invisible. When polled afterward, few people realized how much the high-centrality participants had swayed their own choices. Not every group had such a person, but those that did all seemed closer to one another afterward, and their brain scans showed they were more aligned. When Sivers looked at the lives of high-centrality participants, he found they were unusual in other respects. They had much larger social networks than the average person and were more likely to be elected to positions of authority or entrusted with power. Other people turned to them when they needed to discuss something serious or ask for advice. And that makes sense, Sivers told me. Because if you're the kind of person who's easy to talk to, then lots of people are going to want to talk to you. In other words, the high-centrality participants were supercommunicators. The 3 mindsets, so to become a supercommunicator, All we need to do is listen closely to what's said and unsaid, ask the right questions, recognize and match others' moods, and make our own feelings easy for others to perceive. Simple, right? Well, no, of course not. Each of those tasks is difficult on its own. Together, they can seem impossible. To understand how supercommunicators do what they do, it's useful to explore what happens inside our brains when we're in a conversation. Researchers have studied how our minds function during different sorts of discussions and have found that various neural networks and brain structures become active during different types of dialogue. Simplifying greatly, there are three kinds of conversation that dominate most discussions. These three conversations, which correspond to practical decision-making conversations, emotional conversations, and conversations about identity, are best captured by three questions. What's this really about? How do we feel? And who are we? Each of these conversations, as we will see, draws on a different type of mindset and mental processing. When we have a conversation about, say, a choice of what's this really about? Conversation, we're activating different parts of our brains from when we discuss our feelings, the how do we feel? Discussion, and if our mind doesn't align with the brains of our conversational partners, we'll all feel like we didn't fully understand one another. The first mindset, the decision-making mindset, is associated with the what's this really about? Conversation, and it's active whenever we're thinking about practical matters, such as making choices or analyzing plans. When someone says, "What are we going to do about Sam's grades?" our brain's frontal control network, the command center for our thoughts and actions, becomes active. We have to make a series of decisions, often subconsciously, to evaluate the words we heard, but also to consider what motives or desires might be lurking underneath. Is this discussion serious or playful? Should I offer a solution or just listen? The what's this really about? Conversation is integral to thinking about the future, negotiating options, discussing intellectual concepts, and determining what we want to discuss, our goals for this conversation, and how we should discuss it. The second mindset, the emotional mindset, emerges when we discuss how do we feel, and draws on neural structures, the nucleus accumbens, the amygdala, and the hippocampus, among others, that help shape our beliefs, emotions, and memories. When we tell a funny story, or have an argument with our spouse, or experience a rush of pride or sorrow during a conversation, that's the emotional mindset at work. When a friend complains to us about their boss, and we sense they're asking for empathy, rather than advice, it's because we're attuned to how do we feel. The third conversational mindset, the social mindset, emerges when we discuss our relationships, how we are seen by others, and see ourselves, and our social identities. These are who are we? Discussions. When we, for instance, gossip about office politics, or figure out the people we know in common, or explain how our religion or family background or any other identity influences us, we're using our brain's default mode network, which plays a role in how we think about other people, oneself, and the relation of oneself to other people, as the neuroscientist Matthew Lieberman wrote. One 1997 study published in the journal Human Nature found that 70% of our conversations are social in nature. During those dialogues, the social mindset is constantly shaping how we listen and what we say. Each of these conversations and each mindset is, of course, deeply intertwined. We often use all three during a single dialogue. The important thing to understand is that these mindsets can shift as a conversation unfolds. For example, a discussion might begin when a friend asks for help thinking through a work problem, what's this really about, and then proceeds to admit he's feeling stressed, how do we feel, before finally focusing on how other people will react when they learn about this issue, who are we? If we could see inside our friend's skull during this conversation, we would see, and I'm simplifying greatly here, the decision-making mindset becoming dominant at first, and then the emotional mindset assuming primacy, and then the social mindset asserting influence. Miscommunication occurs when people are having different kinds of conversations. If you are speaking emotionally, while I'm talking practically, we are, in essence, using different cognitive languages. This explains why, when you complain about your boss, Jim is driving me crazy, and your spouse responds with the practical suggestion, what if you just invited him to lunch? That's more apt to create conflict and connection. I'm not asking you to solve this, I just want some empathy. Supercommunicators know how to evoke synchronization by encouraging people to match how they are communicating. Psychologists who study married couples, for instance, have found that the happiest spouses frequently mirror each other's speaking styles. The underlying mechanism that maintains closeness in marriage is symmetry. One prominent researcher, John Gottman, wrote in the Journal of Communication. Happy couples communicate agreement not with the speaker's point of view or content, but with the speaker's effect. Happy couples ask each other more questions, repeat what the other person said, make tension-easing jokes, get serious together. The next time you feel yourself edging toward an argument, try asking your partner, do you want to talk about our emotions? Or do we need to make a decision together? Or is this about something else? The importance of this insight that communication comes from connection and alignment is so fundamental that it has become known as the matching principle. Effective communication requires recognizing what kind of conversation is occurring and then matching each other. On a very basic level, if someone seems emotional, allow yourself to become emotional as well. If someone is intent on decision-making, match that focus. If they are preoccupied by social implications, reflect their fixation back to them. It is important to note that matching isn't mimicry. As we'll see in the forthcoming chapters, we need to genuinely understand what someone is feeling, what they want, and who they are. And then, to match them, we need to know how to share ourselves in return. When we align, we start to connect, and that's when a meaningful conversation begins. To recruit a spy, connect after the disastrous dinner where he had revealed that he worked for the CIA and Yasmin had fled. It didn't seem to Lawler like there was much hope left. This was his only potential recruitment after nearly a year of work. He had completely messed things up and was fairly certain this failure was going to cost him his job. Only one option remained, to call Yasmin and beg her to join him for one last meal. I filled up a notebook with ideas for what to say to her, but I knew it was pointless, Lawler told me. Nothing was going to break through. Yasmin agreed to a final dinner. They went to a fancy restaurant where she sat, quiet and on edge through the entire meal. Her anxiety wasn't just due to Lawler's proposal, she told him. She was flying home soon and was nervous and discouraged. She had hoped this trip would reveal something to her, show her how to live a more meaningful life. But here she was, about to go home, and everything was the same. She felt like she had disappointed herself. She was so sad, Lawler told me. So I tried to cheer her up, little jokes, funny stories. Lawler talked about her landlord who had kept forgetting his name, and reminisced about sightseeing trips they had taken together. Yasmin remained glum. Eventually, it was time for dessert. A silence crept in. Lawler wondered if he should try one more pitch. Should he offer to get her a visa to America for her cooperation? Too risky, he decided. She might just stand up and leave. The silence extended. Lawler had no idea what to say. The last time he had felt this loss was before he had joined the CIA, when he had worked for his father selling steel components in Dallas. I had never sold a thing in my life before that, he told me. I was terrible at it. There was this one day, after months of discouraging sales calls, when he had visited a potential client, a woman running a small construction firm in West Texas, who was on the phone when he arrived, her 5-year-old son playing with blocks alongside her desk. When the woman hung up, she listened to Lawler's pitch for steel joists and thanked him for stopping by. Then she began talking about the challenges of juggling work and motherhood. It was a constant struggle, she said. She always felt as if she was letting someone down, having to choose between being a good businesswoman or a good mom. Lawler was in his early 20s at the time and didn't have children. He had nothing in common with this woman and had no idea how to reply. But he had to say something. So he started rambling about his own family. It was hard working for his dad, he told her. His brother was a better salesman, and that had caused tension between them. She'd been honest with me, and so I was honest back, Lawler told me. It felt good to tell the truth. He ended up sharing more than he intended, more than seemed appropriate, to be honest. But she didn't seem to mind. Then Lawler returned to his sales spiel, and she told me she didn't need any components, but she appreciated the conversation, he said. And I left thinking, well, there's another screw-up. 2 months later, the woman called and placed a huge order. I told her, I'm not sure we can give you the pricing you're looking for, that's how bad a salesman I was, Lawler told me. And she said, that's okay, I feel like we have a connection. That experience had reshaped Lawler's approach to sales. From then on, whenever he spoke to clients, he listened closely to their moods and concerns and enthusiasms, and tried to relate to them to show that he understood, at least a little bit, what they were feeling. He slowly became a better salesman. Not great, but better. I learned that if you listen for someone's truth, and you put your truth next to it, you might reach them. His goal during sales calls became simply to connect. He didn't try to pressure or impress clients. He just tried to find something they shared. It didn't work all the time, he said, but it worked enough. Eating dessert with Yasmin, it occurred to Lawler that he had forgotten this lesson. He had been thinking of recruiting spies as very different from selling steel, but at some level, they were the same basic activity. In both situations, he needed to connect with someone, which meant he had to show them he was hearing what they were trying to say. But he hadn't done that with Yasmin, he realized, not in an honest way, not like he had with the mother in West Texas. He hadn't proved that he heard Yasmin's anxieties and hopes, hadn't been authentic about himself. He hadn't shared with her the way she had with him. So, once the dishes were cleared, Lawler started talking about how he felt. He told Yasmin he was worried he wasn't cut out for this life. He had worked so hard to get into the CIA, but he found himself lacking something, some kind of confidence that he saw in his peers. He told her about all the times he'd clumsily approached foreign officials, how terrified he was they would report him and he'd get deported. He described his embarrassment when a colleague had explained that he was trying to recruit a KGB officer who was simultaneously seeking to recruit him. He told her he was worried he was a failure just for admitting all this to her, but he understood, a little, what she was feeling when she thought about returning home. He had felt the same way back in Texas, when he was desperate for a life that mattered. Instead of trying to cheer up Yasmin, he talked about his own frustrations and disappointments, the same way she had. It felt like the most honest thing he could do. I wasn't trying to be manipulative, Lawler told me. She'd already refused me, and I knew I wasn't going to change her mind, so I stopped trying. It felt good to stop pretending I had all the answers. Yasmin listened. She told Lawler she understood. The worst part, she said, was that she felt as if she were betraying herself. She wanted to do something, but she felt powerless. She began to cry. "I'm sorry," Lawler told her. "I didn't mean to make you sad. This was all a mistake," he thought. I should have left her alone. He would have to report this discussion in detail to the agency. It would be one final embarrassment to cap off a humiliating year. Then Yasmin gathered herself. "I can do this," she whispered. "What do you mean?" Lawler said. "I can help you," she replied. "You don't have to," he said. He was caught so off guard that he blurted the first thought in his mind. "We don't have to see each other ever again. I promise I'll leave you alone. I want to do something important," she said. "This matters. I can do it. I know I can." 2 days later, Yasmin underwent polygraph testing and training in secure communication methods at a CIA safe house. "You've never seen someone so nervous," Lawler told me. But she stuck with it. She never said she was having second thoughts. Once she was back home, Yasmin began sending Lawler messages detailing the memos she had seen, the officials the foreign minister had hosted, the gossip she'd overheard. She became one of the best sources in the region, said Lawler. She was a gold mine. For the next 2 decades, as Yasmin's career inside the foreign ministry thrived, she communicated regularly with the CIA, helping them understand what was happening behind the scenes, putting context around governmental declarations, making quiet introductions. Her assistance was never discovered by the authorities. Lawler still has no real idea why Yasmin changed her mind that night. In the years that followed, he asked her to explain it numerous times, but even she struggled to say what had caused the shift. She told him that somehow, during dinner, when it became clear they were both so uncertain of themselves, she suddenly felt safe with him. They understood each other. She could hear, for the first time, what he had been trying to tell her. This could be important. You could make a difference. And she felt genuinely heard. They agreed to trust each other. When we match someone's mindset, a permission is granted to enter another person's head, to see the world through their eyes, to understand what they care about and need. And we give them permission to understand and hear us in return. Conversations are the most powerful thing on earth, Lawler told me. But matching is also hard. Simply mirroring another person's gestures, or moods, a tone of voice doesn't forge a real connection. Giving into someone else's desires and preoccupations doesn't work, either. Those aren't real conversations. They're dueling monologues. Instead, we have to learn to distinguish a decision-making conversation from an emotional conversation from a social conversation. We need to understand which kinds of questions and vulnerabilities are powerful, and how to make our own feelings more visible and easier to read. We need to prove to others that we are listening closely. When Lawler managed to connect with Yasmin at dinner, it was more luck than anything else. Afterward, he would spend years trying to repeat that success and failing, until he had polished his skills and understood how to make authentic connections. Eventually, Lawler became one of the CIA's most successful recruiters of overseas assets. By the time he retired in 2005, he had convinced dozens of foreign officials to participate in sensitive conversations. Then he began teaching his methods to other case officers. Today, Lawler's techniques are woven into the agency's training materials. As one document on recruiting foreign agents puts it, a case officer creates an ever deeper relationship through the process from becoming an associate then a friend in the assessment phases and then moving to the role of sounding board and confidant as development moves to recruitment. The agent then can look forward to each meeting as a chance to spend quality time with a comrade he can trust with his life. In other words, CIA recruiters are taught how to synchronize. Once you understand how it works, it's completely learnable, an officer trained by Lawler told me. I've always been an introvert, and so I hadn't thought much about communication before I started my training, but once someone shows you how conversation works, how to pay attention to what's going on, you start noticing all these things you missed before. These aren't just skills she uses at work, this officer told me. She uses them with her parents, her boyfriend, the people she sees at the grocery store. She notices when her colleagues use their training in everyday meetings, nudging each other to align better, listen more closely, speak in ways that make it easier for others to understand. From the outside, it seems like a Jedi mind trick, but it's just something you learn, and then practice, and then do, she told me. In other words, it's a set of skills anyone can use. The chapters ahead explain how. The guide to using these ideas, Part I, the 4 rules for a meaningful conversation. Happily married couples, successful negotiators, persuasive politicians, influential executives, and other kinds of supercommunicators tend to have a few behaviors in common. They are as interested in figuring out what kind of conversation everyone wants as the topics they hope to discuss. They ask more questions about others' feelings and backgrounds. They talk about their own goals and emotions, and are quick to discuss their vulnerabilities, experiences, and the various identities they possess, and to ask others about their emotions and experiences. They inquire how others see the world, prove they are listening, and share their own perspectives in return. In other words, during the most meaningful conversations, the best communicators focus on 4 basic rules that create a learning conversation. Each of these rules will be explored in a series of guides throughout this book. For now, let's focus on the first one, which draws on what we have learned about the matching principle. The most effective communicators pause before they speak and ask themselves, why am I opening my mouth? Unless we know what kind of discussion we're hoping for and what type of discussion our companions want, we're at a disadvantage. As the last chapter explained, we might want to discuss practicalities, while our partner wants to share their feelings. We might want to gossip while they want to make plans. If we're not having the same kind of conversation, we're unlikely to connect. So the first goal in a learning conversation is identifying what kind of dialogue we're seeking and then looking for clues about what the other parties want. This can be as simple as taking a moment to clarify for yourself what you hope to say and how you want to say it. My goal is to ask Maria if she wants to vacation together, but in a way that makes it easy for her to say no. Or it might consist of asking a spouse, as he describes a hard day, do you want me to suggest some solutions, or do you just need to vent? In one project examining how a group of investment bankers communicated among themselves inside a high-pressure firm, researchers tested the simple method to make daily discussions easier. But in this company, screaming matches occurred regularly, and colleagues were in competition for deals and bonuses. Disagreements sometimes led to prolonged fights, and meetings were often tense. But the researchers believed they could make these battles less fierce by asking everyone to write out just one sentence before each meeting, explaining their goals for the upcoming discussion. So, for a week, before each gathering, every attendee scribbled out a goal. This is to choose a budget that everyone agrees on, or this is to air our complaints and hear each other out. The exercise never took more than a few minutes. Some people would share what they wrote at the meeting's start, others did not. Then, during each meeting, the researchers studied what people had written and took notes on what everyone said. They noticed 2 things. First, the sentences that people had written out usually indicated what kind of conversation they were seeking, as well as a mood they hoped to establish. They would typically specify an aim, error, complaint, and a mindset, hear each other out. Second, if everyone scribbled their goals ahead of time, verbal arguments declined significantly. People still disagreed with one another. They were still competitive and got upset, but they were more likely to walk away from a meeting satisfied, like they had been heard and had understood what others were saying. Because they had determined what kind of conversation they wanted, they could convey their intents more clearly and listen as others declared their own goals. Before we phone a friend or chat with a spouse, we don't need to write out a sentence about our goals, of course, but if it's an important conversation, taking a moment to formulate what we hope to say and how we hope to say it is a good idea. And then, during the discussion, try to observe your companions. Are they emotional? Do they seem practical-minded? Do they keep bringing up other people or social topics? We all send clues, as we speak and listen, about what kind of conversation we want. Supercommunicators notice these clues and think a bit harder about where they hope a conversation will go. Some schools have trained teachers to ask students questions designed to elicit their goals, because it helps everyone communicate what they want and need. When a student comes to a teacher upset, for instance, the teacher might ask, do you want to be helped, hugged, or heard? Different needs require different types of communication, and there's different kinds of interaction. Helping, hugging, hearing each correspond to a different kind of conversation. When a teacher or anyone asks a question like, do you want to be helped, hugged, or heard? What they are actually asking is, what kind of conversation are you looking for? Simply by asking someone what they need, we encourage a learning conversation, a dialogue that helps us discover what everyone most wants. Most of the time, when we're talking to close friends or family, we engage in these kinds of learning conversations without thinking about it. We don't need to ask what someone wants, because we intuit what kind of discussion they are aiming for. It feels natural to ask people how they're feeling, and to provide them with a hook or advice or simply to listen. But not every conversation is so easy. In fact, the most important ones really are. In a learning conversation, our goal is to understand what's going on inside others' heads, and to share what's happening within our own. A learning conversation nudges us to pay better attention, listen more closely, speak more openly, express what might otherwise go unsaid. It elicits alignment by convincing everyone that we all want to genuinely understand one another and by revealing ways to connect. The what's this really about? Conversation. The beginnings of conversations are often awkward and fraught. We need to make decision after decision, at rapid speed, or what tone is appropriate. Is it okay to interrupt? Should I tell a joke? Or what does this person think of me? And there are lots of opportunities to miss something or fail to notice what goes unsaid. This is when the what's this really about? Conversation can begin. What's this really about? Has two goals. The first is to determine what topics we want to discuss, what everyone needs from this dialogue. The second is to figure out how this discussion will unfold, what unspoken rules and norms we have agreed upon, and how we will make decisions together. What's this really about? Often occurs at the start of a conversation. But it can also emerge mid-discussion, particularly when we are focused on making choices, considering plans, or thinking practically about costs and benefits. As the next chapter explores, within every conversation there is a quiet negotiation where the prize is not winning, but rather determining what everyone wants so that something meaningful can occur. If the what's this really about? Conversation doesn't happen, what follows can feel frustrating and directionless. You've probably walked away from discussions feeling this way yourself. We kept talking about completely different things, or all we did was monologue at each other. The solution is learning to recognize when a what's this really about? Conversation has begun, and then knowing how to negotiate over how it will unfold. Chapter 2. Every conversation is a negotiation. The trial of Leora Reid. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the court bailiff says to the 12 people around the table. He points to a stack of papers. These are the instructions that the judge read to. He points to another stack of these are the verdict forms. The room contains 7 men and 5 women with little in common except that they all live in Wisconsin and have appeared at this courthouse, as ordered, on a cold November morning in 1985. Now they are a jury, charged with deciding the fate of a man named Leora Reid. Over the previous 2 days, they had learned all about Reid, a 42-year-old ex-convict. He had been released from the state penitentiary 9 years earlier and, since then, had lived a quiet life in a rundown part of Milwaukee. There had been no arrests or missed parole meetings. No fights or complaints from neighbors. By all accounts, he was a model citizen until, that is, he was arrested for possession of a firearm. Because Reid was a felon, it was illegal for him to own a gun. At the trial's start, Reid's lawyer had acknowledged that the evidence against his client was compelling. First thing I'll tell you right now, he told the jurors, Leora Reid is a convicted felon, and on December 7th of last year, 11 months ago, he bought a gun. I'll tell you that right off the top, there's going to be no dispute about that. Under Wisconsin Statute 941.29, that meant Reid should go to prison for up to 10 years. But he ought to be acquitted anyway, the lawyer continued, because Reid had serious mental disabilities that, when combined with the strange circumstances of his arrest, suggested he hadn't intended to commit a crime. A psychologist testified that Reid could read only at a second-grade level and his intelligence was substantially sub-average. When, over a decade earlier, he had been convicted for unknowingly serving as the getaway driver for a friend who robbed a convenience store, he was released early, in part because authorities suspected that, even after his conviction, Reid hadn't understood that a crime had occurred. Now, at this trial, the jurors were learning about the odd events leading up to Reid's latest arrest. Reid had been trying to get a steady job for years when, one day, he saw an advertisement in a magazine for a private detective correspondence course. He mailed in the required $20 and, in return, received a fat envelope containing a tin badge and instructions telling him to, among other things, exercise regularly and buy a pistol. Reid followed the directions scrupulously. He jogged most mornings and, about a week after receiving the envelope, took the bus to a sporting goods store and filled out the appropriate paperwork, and then walked out with a .22 caliber gun. Afterward, he went home and put the weapon, still in its box, in his closet. As far as anyone could tell, he never touched it again. The purchase of the gun would likely have gone unnoticed except that, one day, he was hanging around the courthouse, hoping someone might hire him to solve a crime, when a police officer asked for identification. Reed handed over the only item in his pocket bearing his name, the bill of sale from the sporting goods store. "Are you carrying this weapon?" the officer asked. "It's at home," Reed replied. The cop told Reed to bring the gun in its box to the sheriff's station. When Reed arrived, an officer ran his name against a database of felons and promptly arrested him. Now he was on trial to determine if he would go back to prison. The prosecutor offered a simple argument for conviction. No matter Reed's mental limitations, ignorance of the law is not a defense, he said. The jury might wish the law were different, but Reed had effectively admitted his guilt. He should go to jail. The judge seemed to agree. He told the jury, before sending them off to deliberate, that Statute 941.29 dictated there were 3 questions they needed to answer. Was Reed a felon? Had he acquired a gun? Did he know he had acquired a gun? If the answer to all 3 was yes, then Reed was guilty. The jury's duty, the judge told them, was to not be swayed by sympathy, prejudice, or passion. You are to decide only whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the offense. If mercy was required, the judge could apply it later, during sentencing. Now, however, sitting inside the deliberation room, the jurors seem uncertain how to begin. "Let's choose a foreperson," one says. "Hear it," another juror replies. No one will be allowed to leave the room, except for short bathroom breaks, until they have a unanimous verdict. If the deliberations go late, they'll start again early the next morning. No one will be permitted to withdraw from the conversation, or remain silent, or defer debate simply because they are tired of talking. They will have to argue over facts and theories, try to persuade and cajole one another, until everyone agrees. But first, they need to figure out how to start the conversation. They need to negotiate the unspoken rules for how they will speak and listen and determine what everyone wants and needs. This is a negotiation we all participate in whenever a conversation begins, whether we realize it or not. And it's more complicated than we think. How do we decide what to talk about? Try to recall your last meaningful conversation. Perhaps you and a loved one were discussing how to divvy up household chores. Or maybe it was a work meeting about next year's budget. Possibly you were debating with friends about who should be the next president, or gossiping about whether your neighbors Pablo and Zach are going to break up. As the conversation started, how did you know what everyone wanted to discuss? Did someone announce a topic we need to decide who's driving Amy to school tomorrow, or did a focus emerge gradually? Hey, just wondering, did Pablo seem distracted at dinner last night? Once you figured out what to talk about, how did you intuit the conversation's tone? How did you know if you should speak casually? If making jokes was appropriate? If it was okay to interrupt? You probably didn't think about those questions, and yet they all got answered somehow. When researchers have studied conversations, they've found a delicate, almost subconscious dance that usually occurs at a discussion's start. This back and forth emerges via our tone of voice, how we hold our bodies, our asides and sighs and laughs. But until we arrive at a consensus on how dialogue ought to proceed, the real conversation can't begin. Occasionally, a conversation's aims are stated explicitly. We're here to discuss this quarter's projections until we realize, midway through, that people's real preoccupations lie elsewhere. What we're actually worried about is whether there are going to be layoffs. Sometimes we cycle through various thoughts. Someone tells a joke, someone else gets overly formal, there's an awkward silence until a third person takes the lead, and, eventually, the conversation's focus is tacitly agreed upon. Some researchers call this process a quiet negotiation, a subtle give and take over which topics we'll dive into and which we'll skirt around, the rules for how we'll speak and listen. The first goal of this negotiation is determining what everyone wants from a conversation. These desires are often revealed via a series of offers and counteroffers, invitations and refusals, that are nearly subconscious but expose if people are willing to play along. This back and forth can take just a few moments, or last as long as the conversation itself, and it serves a crucial purpose to help us find a set of subjects that we are all willing to embrace. The second goal in this negotiation is to figure out the rules for how we will speak, listen, and make decisions together. We don't always explicitly state these rules aloud. Rather, we conduct experiments to see which norms will stick. We introduce new topics, send signals via our tone of voice and expressions, react to what people say, project various moods, and pay attention to how others respond. However, regardless of how this quiet negotiation unfolds, the goals are the same. First, to decide what we all need from this conversation. Second, to determine how we will speak and make decisions. Or, put differently, to figure out, what does everyone want? And how will we make choices together? Though what's this really about? Conversation often emerges when we confront a decision. Sometimes, these decisions are about the conversation itself. Is it okay to openly disagree, or should we sugarcoat our differences? Is this a friendly chat or a serious talk? Other decisions ask us to think practically. Should we submit an offer for the house, or make a judgment? What do you think of Zoe's work? Or analyze a choice. Do you want me to pick up the groceries or get the kids? Underneath all those straightforward decisions are other, potentially more serious choices. If we openly disagree, can we remain friends? Can we afford to pay that much for a home? Is it fair for me to pick up the kids when I have so much work to do? Unless we come to a basic agreement about what we're actually discussing and how we should discuss it, it's hard to make progress. But once we know what everyone wants from a conversation and how we'll make decisions together, a more meaningful dialogue can emerge. How a surgeon learned to communicate. In 2014, a prominent surgeon at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center in New York City, someone admired for his warmth, kindness, and medical acumen, realized that, for years, he had been talking to patients all wrong. Dr. Bayford Ide specialized in treating prostate cancer. Every year, hundreds of men sought his advice after receiving the terrifying news that a tumor had been discovered deep inside their groin. And every year, many of those patients, despite Ide's best efforts, failed to hear what he was desperately trying to tell them regarding their disease. Treating prostate cancer involves a complicated trade-off. The surest course of action is surgery or radiation to prevent the cancer from spreading. But because the prostate gland is located alongside nerves involved in urination and sexual function, some patients, after treatment, experience incontinence and impotence, sometimes for the rest of their lives. So for most people with prostate tumors, doctors advise against surgery or any other form of treatment. Lower-risk patients, instead, are counseled to choose active surveillance, blood tests every 6 months, and a prostate biopsy every 2 years to see if the tumor is growing. But otherwise, no surgery, radiation, or anything else. Active surveillance carries its own risks. Of course, the tumor might metastasize. But prostate cancer usually grows very slowly. In fact, there's a saying among physicians that older patients will usually die of old age before their prostate cancer kills them. Nearly every day, a new patient would enter Ide's office, overwhelmed by a recent diagnosis, and confront a difficult choice: have surgery and face a potential lifetime of incontinence and sexual dysfunction, or leave it alone and hope, if the cancer grows, the test will catch it in time. Ide believed these patients had come to him for practical medical advice, so he followed what, to him, seemed a logical script. For the vast majority of people, he felt active surveillance was the right decision, and he provided evidence supporting the wisdom of that approach. He typically began by showing patients data indicating that, for 97% of men who opt for active surveillance, the risk of the cancer spreading is roughly the same as for those undergoing invasive treatments, and so they are better off with a wait-and-see approach. He would hand over studies with the important sentences highlighted in yellow explaining that the risks of waiting were minuscule, while the downsides of surgery were potentially life-changing. Ide tends to speak in full paragraphs, like a medical textbook come to life, but he kept these conversations short and sweet. The right choice was active surveillance. I thought these would be some of the easiest discussions of my life, he told me. I figured they'd be overjoyed to hear they could avoid surgery. However, again and again, his patients failed to hear what he was saying. Ide was talking about treatment options, but running through patients' minds were questions of a very different sort. How will my family react to this news? Am I willing to risk dying so I can continue enjoying my life? Am I ready to confront my mortality? As a result, the patients, instead of looking at the charts and studies and feeling relief, would inevitably begin asking questions. What about the 3% of patients who hadn't benefited from active surveillance? Had they died? Were their deaths painful? We'd spend the entire meeting talking about the 3%, said Ide. And then, when we'd meet again, the 3% was all they'd remember, and they'd say they wanted the surgery. It was bewildering. Ide had spent his life perfecting his knowledge of prostate tumors. These patients had sought him out because he was an expert. And yet, no matter how much he told them they didn't need surgery, many of them insisted on going under his knife. Sometimes patients would take the highlighted studies home and start searching online for counter-evidence, diving into obscure journals and medical abstracts until they had convinced themselves the data was all contradictory, or the doctors didn't know what they were talking about. Then they'd come back suspicious, Ide said. They'd say, "Are you the active surveillance guy? Is that why you're suggesting this?" Other patients would simply ignore his advice. They'd say, "I have a friend who had prostate cancer and he told me the surgery was fine," or "I have a neighbor who had brain cancer and she died in 2 months, so it's too risky to wait." This problem wasn't limited to Ide. Surveys indicate that, even today, an estimated 40% of prostate cancer patients opt for unnecessary surgeries. That's more than 50,000 people each year who fail to hear or decide to ignore the advice their physicians are giving them. When it happens again and again, you start to realize this isn't a problem with my patients, Ide told me. This is a problem with me. I'm doing something wrong. I'm failing at this conversation. Ada started asking friends for advice, and eventually a colleague recommended he speak with a professor from Harvard Business School named Deepak Malhotra. Ada sent a long email asking if they could talk. Malhotra was part of a group of professors studying how negotiations occur in the real world. In 2016, one of his colleagues had helped the president of Colombia negotiate a peace deal to end a 52-year civil war that had killed more than 200,000 people. After the 2004 National Hockey League lockout, which cancelled half the season, Malhotra analyzed why discussions between players and team owners had broken down and what it took to get them back on track. When he received Ada's email, Malhotra was intrigued. His scholarship sometimes describes formal negotiations where, say, union leaders and managers battle around a conference table. But Ada's situation was different. The doctor and his patients were engaged in high-stakes negotiations only. Most of the time, no one recognized they were negotiating with each other. Malhotra flew to Sloan Kettering to gather more information and, as he shadowed Ada, saw opportunities where these conversations could improve. An important step in any negotiation is getting clarity on what all the participants want, Malhotra told me. Often, what people desire from a negotiation isn't obvious at first. Sometimes a union leader might say her goal is higher wages. But then, over time, other goals are revealed. She also wants to look good to her members, or one union faction hopes to take power from another faction, or the workers value autonomy on a par with higher paychecks, but they don't know how to express that at the bargaining table. It can take time and the right inquiries to help define people's desires. So an important task in any negotiation is asking lots of questions. But as Ada interacted with patients, he wasn't asking the most important questions. He wasn't asking patients what mattered to them. He wasn't asking, did they want to extend their lives if the treatment robbed them of things like travel and sex? Would you want an extra 5 years of life if the trade-off was constant pain? How much of someone's decision depended on their own desires versus what their family wanted? Was the patient secretly hoping the doctor would just tell him what to do? Ada's biggest mistake was assuming, at the start of a conversation, that he knew what the patient wanted, objective medical advice, an overview of options to make an informed choice. That you don't want to begin a negotiation assuming you know what the other side wants, Malhotra said. This is the first part of the what's this really about? Conversation, figuring out what everyone wants to talk about. The simplest method for uncovering everyone's desires, of course, is simply asking, what do you want? But that approach can fail if people don't know, or are embarrassed to say, or are uncertain how to express their desires, or worry that revealing too much will put them at a disadvantage. So Malhotra suggested that Ada take a different approach. Instead of starting the conversation by presenting patients with an overview of options, he should ask open-ended questions designed to get them talking about their values and what they wanted out of life. What does this cancer diagnosis mean to you? Ada asked a 62-year-old patient a few weeks later. Well, the man said, it makes me think of my dad because he died when I was young, which was tough on my mom. I would hate to put my family through that. The man talked about his kids and how he didn't want to traumatize them. He spoke about his worries regarding the world his grandchildren were inheriting, what with climate change and all. Ada had expected the man to talk about his medical concerns or his mortality, or to ask questions about pain. Instead, his preoccupations were focused on his family. What he really wanted to know was which treatment would make his wife and kids were released. He didn't care about data. He wanted to discuss how to avoid upsetting the people he loved. A similar pattern emerged in other conversations. Ada would start with the broad question of what did your wife say when you told her about your diagnosis, and instead of talking about their disease, patients spoke about their marriages, or memories of a parent's illness, or about non-medical traumas such as divorces or bankruptcies. Some spoke about the future, how they hoped to spend their retirements, what they wanted to leave behind as a legacy. They started working out how to fit the idea of cancer into their lives, debating over what this disease means. That's how a quiet negotiation works. It is a process of people deciding, together, what topics we'll discuss and how we'll discuss them. It is an attempt to figure out what we all want from a conversation, even if we're not, ourselves, sure at first. Some patients, Ada's questions revealed, were scared and wanted emotional reassurance. Others wanted to feel in control. Some seeking social proof they weren't taking unusual risks needed to hear how the people had made this decision. Still others wanted the most cutting-edge treatments. Often, Ada only managed to figure out what a patient wanted to talk about by asking them the same basic questions again and again in different ways. Eventually, they would say something that revealed what was important to them, he told me. This explained why Ada had failed to communicate with so many patients over the years. He hadn't been asking the right questions. He hadn't been asking about their needs and desires, what they wanted from this conversation. He had assumed he already knew. And because he hadn't bothered to figure out what mattered, he had deluged patients with information they didn't care about. He resolved to change how he communicated, to stop lecturing and start asking better questions, to begin having proper dialogues. Within 6 months of his adopting this more inclusive approach, the number of his patients opting for surgery fell by 30%. Today, he is training other surgeons to negotiate about topics such as opioid use, treatments for breast cancer, and end-of-life decisions. It's an approach we can all use, even in less dire discussions, when we're talking to a friend about, say, their dating life, or we're a colleague about an upcoming project, or our partner about how we should raise our kids. In many conversations, there's a surface topic, but also a deeper, more meaningful subject that, when we bring it into the light, reveals what everyone wants most from the conversation. It's important to ask what they want. They told me. It's an invitation for people to tell you who they are. The supercommunicator in the jury room. I know some juries like to take a vote right off the bat, the freshly appointed foreperson tells his fellow jurors. But maybe, he suggests, they could avoid committing to positions right away and, instead, go around the room and offer their general impressions of the trial. His goal is obviously to sidestep knee-jerk reactions, but some jurors can't help immediately taking a side. One, a firefighter named Kyle, says there's no question in his mind that Leroy Reed is guilty. To me, they proved it beyond a reasonable doubt, he says. The extenuating circumstances, as far as what his intent was, his awareness of the law, his ability to read and understand, is not for us to determine, as far as guilt or innocence. That's for the judge to take into consideration in the sentencing. He reminds everyone of the 3 questions the judge instructed them to answer. Was Reed a felon? Had he acquired a gun? Did he know he had acquired a gun? As far as I'm concerned, they met the 3 points, the burden of proof, Kyle says. 2 other jurors quickly agree with Kyle. Leroy Reed is guilty. Others, though, are less certain. I feel that the defendant is guilty on all 3 accusations technically, but I guess I feel that we should also take into consideration the fact that he does have a reading disability, says a public school teacher named Lorraine. Another juror, Henry, is also unsure. Technically, the man is guilty as sin, he says. But I want to acquit Leroy because I don't think he was fully aware of the rules. After everyone in the room speaks, it appears there are 3 people certain they want to convict Reed, 2 who are strongly leaning toward acquittal, and 7 on the fence. We have a very philosophical argument on our hands, says one of the undecided, a psychologist named Barbara. Are we obligated, as a jury, to follow the letter of the law and find him guilty, or are we obligated, as a jury, to use our special level of conscience? If, at this point, an educated observer were asked to guess how this would turn out, the answer would be easy. Leroy Reed is going to prison. Numerous studies have found that juries, regardless of initial uncertainties, usually eventually vote to convict, particularly if the defendant has a criminal record. However, there is something different about this jury. It's imperceptible at first, but it slowly becomes apparent when a juror in his mid-30s, a man named John Bowley, starts talking. Bowley seems to understand that all the jurors are involved in a negotiation with one another. He also recognizes that the first step in this negotiation is figuring out what everyone wants from this conversation. I'm really not at all sure what I think or what I feel on this case, Bowley tells the others when it's his turn to speak. There's no question but that this man is a felon, and there's no question but that he purchased a firearm. His tone is a bit formal. This guy's reading magazines and living in a fantasy world, Bowley says. I'm not sure, he starts. I want to listen to other people, and I want to talk about and figure this out together as we go along. The other jurors seem a bit mystified by Bowley. Some of them are dressed in jeans while he is in a suit. Some have indicated they are retired, or work in factories or are stay-at-home parents. Bowley is a professor of contemporary literature at Marquette University, where his specialty is Jacques Derrida. As one juror later told me, when he started going on about Kafka and trials at one point, I was like, "What are you talking about, man? What planet are you from?" However, Bowley is also different in another, less obvious way. He's a supercommunicator. He knows he must figure out what each juror wants from this discussion, what they need, and he knows that requires, as a first step, asking lots of questions. So he starts posing them as the conversation moves around the room. What do you think of handguns? What did you think when Leroy got flummoxed? Do you own a gun? Can we talk about what possession means? What is justice? To the other jurors, these questions seem innocent, almost like casual asides. But Bowley is listening closely to how people answer, cataloging each juror in his mind, trying to figure out what each person wants to discuss. Some want to talk about morality and fairness. I don't care what the law says, has justice been done? Or autonomy. I am not a computer. I want to sit here and talk about it and think about it and not just say, right off the bat, he's convicted on these 3 counts. He's therefore guilty, or simply bored. We can argue about semantics, and we could do that forever. As Bowley listens, he keeps a list in his head of what each person is seeking. Henry wants guidance. Barbara wants compassion. Hal wants to go by the book. He is engaging in the first part of the "What's this really about?" conversation, figuring out what everyone wants. But there's also a second part to "What's this really about?" determining how we will talk to one another and cooperate in making decisions. There are lots of decisions that occur during every conversation, ranging from the unimportant "will we interrupt each other" to the crucial "should we send this man to jail?" So, amid our negotiation, we must also figure out how we will make choices together. First, recognize that this is a negotiation. Next, determine, what does everyone want? Then, how will we make choices together? A negotiator's goal is expanding the pie. Our understanding of the second part of the "What's this really about?" discussion, how will we make choices together, has been transformed in the past 40 years. In 1979, a now famous group of professors Roger Fisher, William Murray, and Bruce Patton founded the Harvard Negotiation Project. Their goal was to improve the theory and practice of negotiation and conflict management, which, up to that point, had received relatively scant scholarly attention. 2 years later, they published a book based on their research, Getting to Yes, that turned popular understanding of negotiations upside down. Until then, many people had assumed that negotiations were zero-sum games. Any time I gained something at the bargaining table, you lost. A generation ago, Reed's Getting to Yes, in contemplating a negotiation, the common question in people's minds was, who is going to win and who is going to lose? But Fisher, a Harvard law professor, thought that approach was all wrong. As a young man, he had helped implement the Marshall Plan in Europe and, later, aided in finding ways to end the Vietnam War. He had worked on the Camp David Accords in 1978 and in securing the release of 52 American hostages from Iran in 1981. In those and other negotiations, Fisher saw something different at work. The best negotiators didn't battle over who should get the biggest slice of pie. Rather, they focused on making the pie itself larger, finding win-win solutions where everyone worked away happier than before. The concept that both sides could win in a negotiation, Fisher and his colleagues wrote, might seem impossible, but it is increasingly recognized that there are cooperative ways of negotiating our differences, and that even if a win-win solution cannot be found, a wise agreement can still often be reached that is better for both sides. Since Getting to Yes was first published, hundreds of studies have found ample evidence to support this idea. Elite diplomats have explained that their goal at a bargaining table isn't seizing victory, but rather convincing the other side to become collaborators and uncovering new solutions that no one thought of before. Negotiation, among its top practitioners, isn't a battle. It's an act of creativity. This approach has become known as interest-based bargaining, and its first step looks a lot like what Bowley did in the jury room or what Dr. Ade did with his patients at Sloan Kettering. Ask open-ended questions and listen closely. Get people talking about how they see the world and what they value most. Even if you don't learn right away what others are seeking, they might not know themselves, you'll at least inspire them to listen back. If you want the other side to appreciate your interests, Fisher wrote, begin by demonstrating that you appreciate theirs. Listening, though, is just the first step. The next task is addressing the second question inherent in what's this really about. Conversation. How will we make decisions together? What are the rules for this dialogue? Frequently, the best way to figure out those rules is by testing out various conversational approaches and seeing how those react. For instance, negotiators often conduct experiments. First, I'll interrupt you, and then I'll be polite, and then I'll bring up a new topic or make an unexpected concession, and watch what you do until everyone decides, together, which norms are accepted, and how this conversation should unfold. These experiments can take the form of proposals or solutions, or unanticipated suggestions or new topics that are suddenly introduced. In each case, the goal is the same, to see if this probe reveals a path forward. Great negotiators are artists, said Michel Gelfand, a professor at Stanford's Business School. They take conversations in unexpected directions. Among the surest methods for sparking this kind of experimentation is introducing new themes and questions to a discussion, adding items to the table until the conversation has changed enough that new possibilities are revealed. If you're negotiating over salaries, for instance, and you're stuck, Gelfand said, then drag something new in. We've been focused on wages, but what if, instead of increasing paychecks, we give everyone more sick days? What if we let them work from home? The challenge is not to eliminate conflict, Fisher wrote in Getting to Yes, but to transform it. All of us conduct these kinds of experiments in our everyday conversations, frequently without realizing it. When we make a joke, or ask a probing question, or suddenly get serious or silly, we are, in a sense, conducting a test to see if our companions will accept our invitation, if they'll play along. Like interest-based bargaining, the what's this really about? Conversation succeeds by transforming a conversation from a tussle over where the dialogue is going into a collaboration, a group experiment where the aim is figuring out what everyone is seeking and the goals and values we all share. To an outside observer, it might seem as if we're simply discussing who will pick up the kids and the groceries. But we, the people participating in this quiet negotiation, are aware of subjects and undercurrents. The experiment's underway. We're asking open-ended questions. Am I doing enough to help? And adding items to the table. What if I do grocery pickup and wash the dishes, and you get the kids and fold the laundry? Until the conversation has changed enough to make clear what everyone actually wants and the rules we've all agreed on. I want to respect your time, and work is important. So what if I get takeout and ask Uncle Arvin to get the kids, so we can both come home late? But what's this really about? Conversation is a negotiation. Only the goal is not to win, but to help everyone agree on the topics we'll discuss and how we'll make decisions together. Back in the jury room, Bully has done the first part of what's this really about. He has asked questions and sought to understand what each of his fellow jurors want. Some of what Bully hears indicates a guilty verdict is becoming increasingly likely. The foreperson says that he intends to convict, and then another juror, who was previously on the fence, agrees with him. Kyle, the fireman, jumps in with support. Leary Reed didn't hurt anyone this time, he says, but what about next time? That's why the law is there, why felons cannot own guns, Kyle says. Others chime their assent. What if Mr. Reed would have bought a gun and killed some innocent bystander somewhere along the line? This, studies of courtroom dynamics indicate, is when a jury's verdict often starts to gel. This is the moment when one or two jurors take a strong stance, and others, because of indecisiveness or pliability, climb aboard the bandwagon that a guilty verdict becomes inevitable. But Barbara, the school's psychologist, isn't quite ready. I wonder if we could find some room, she says, that perhaps he didn't, in the full sense of the word, know he was a felon, and didn't, in the full sense of the word, know that he possessed a firearm. The only thing that bothers me, the foreperson shoots back, is that the judge said something to the effect that ignorance is no excuse. The conversation is getting heated. Voices are rising. It's at this point that Bully speaks again, but in a different way from before. He's done asking questions. It's time for the second part of a what's this really about? Conversation, figuring out how everyone will make choices together. He begins by introducing something new to the conversation and imagining what it's like to be Leary Reed. One of the things I noticed, Bully says, interrupting the growing tension with a light tone, is something about Reed's gun. If you look closely at it, he says, it looks like a toy. This comment comes out of left field. The others look at Bully with confusion. Now, I'd be willing to bet, if I bought a gun, Bully continues, and I got a holster with it, the first thing I'd want to do is stick it here, he gestures at his belt, and go around Milwaukee and, every time I walk past that bridge or under that underpass, or something like that, I don't have to worry about what's going to step out from behind a lamppost, and 10 feet tall, I'm packing a rod. His fellow jurors are befuddled. What's going on? What is packing a rod? The only thing everyone knows for certain is that Bully should never be given a weapon. But Bully isn't really talking about guns. He's talking about something bigger. He's conducting an experiment. And out, Bully continues, the fact that, he handles it almost like it was the sacramental thing, and he locks it up and he puts it in his closet and he shuts the door. That's an important detail, he tells them. He doesn't put it in a holster or in his pocket or wear it on his hip or anything like that. One of the other jurors, someone who, until now, seemed willing to ride the momentum to a guilty verdict, picks up the thread. Right, he says, he didn't take it out of the box. Another juror jumps in. We can't even say that he knew how to use a gun. This is pure conjecture. No evidence was offered during the trial suggesting that Leary Reed is ignorant of how to use a firearm. But the jurors are now building a story in their minds. Maybe he doesn't know how to load a gun. Maybe he doesn't even realize that a gun needs bullets. Within a few minutes, a whole new version of Leary Reed has materialized. Someone who, even if he possessed a gun, might not have understood he possessed it. In which case the judge's third question, did he know he had acquired a gun, has taken on a new dimension. Bully has shifted the conversation. He has reframed this discussion by experimenting with an idea, by inviting the jurors to start imagining new possibilities, dreaming up different ways to analyze the questions at hand. They are negotiating over how they'll come to a decision together. The momentum toward a guilty verdict is slow, but they are still a long way from a unanimous choice. How persuasion happens, what's this really about? Discussions tend to fall into one of two buckets. There are some conversations where people signal they are in a practical mindset, they want to solve a problem or think through an idea. They want to decide how much to bid for that house and what does that mean about our life together. Or who to hire for the job they've been advertising and do we actually need another employee. These discussions call for analysis and clear-headed reasoning. Psychologists refer to this kind of thinking as the logic of costs and benefits. When people embrace logical reasoning and practical calculations when they agree that rational decision-making is the most persuasive method for making a choice together, they are agreeing to contrast potential costs with hoped for benefits. But in some other, what's this really about? Conversations, the aim is different. Sometimes people want to make choices together that might not align with logic and reason. They want to explore topics beyond cold rationality. They want to apply the compassion, talk about values, discuss matters of right and wrong and making joint decisions. They want to draw on their experiences, even if they don't completely overlap with the situation at hand. In these kinds of conversations, facts are less persuasive. If someone says something about their feelings, their partner doesn't start debating with them. Instead, they sympathize, laugh, share a sense of outrage or pride. In general, in these kinds of discussions, we make decisions not by analyzing costs and benefits, but instead by looking to our past experiences and asking ourselves, what does someone like me usually do in a situation like this? We are applying what psychologists call the logic of similarities. This kind of logic is important because, without it, we wouldn't feel much compassion when someone describes sadness or disappointment, or know how to diffuse a tense situation, or tell if someone is serious or kidding. This logic tells us when to empathize. These two kinds of logic exist side by side within our brains. Asterisk, but they are often contradictory or mutually exclusive. So when we're negotiating over how a conversation will unfold, how we'll make choices together, one question we're asking is, what kind of logic does everyone find persuasive? For Dr. Idea, understanding the difference between the practical logic of costs and benefits and the empathetic logic of similarities was critical. Some patients came in with analytical questions and asked for data. They were clearly in a practical, analytical mindset, and so he knew they would be persuaded through evidence, studies, and data. But other patients told Idea stories about their past and their anxieties. They talked about their values and beliefs. These patients were in an empathetic mindset. So Idea knew he needed to persuade them through compassion and stories. He would tell them that a surgeon who loved surgery would advise his own father to avoid this kind of operation. He told them what other patients had done, because in an empathetic mindset we are influenced by narratives. Stories bypass the brain's instinct to look for reasons to be suspicious, said Emily Falk, a professor at the University of Pennsylvania. We get drawn into stories because they feel right. There's a lesson here. The first step of a quiet negotiation is figuring out what people want from a conversation. The second step is determining how we're going to make choices together, and that means deciding if this is a rational conversation or an empathetic one. Are we going to make decisions through analysis and reason, or through empathy and narratives? It's easy to get this wrong. In fact, I've gotten it wrong many times. When one of my cousins started telling me about wild conspiracy theories, mattress stores and money laundering fronts, I tried to convince him he was mistaken by using data and facts. Actually, most of them are publicly traded, so you can see their finances online. Then I was surprised when he said that I had been brainwashed. He was using a logic that drew on stories he had heard about elites taking advantage of other people, a logic of similarities that said we ought to be suspicious about corporations because they have lied before. My reasonable arguments, my logic of costs and benefits, wasn't persuasive to him in the slightest. Or say you've telephoned a customer service representative with a complaint. You might assume they want to hear your story. My son was playing with my phone and he somehow managed to order $1,000 worth of Legos, but you quickly discover they don't care, sir. Please just give me the date of the transaction. They don't need the backstory. They are in a practical mindset and just want to find a solution and move on to the next call. When John Bowley heard his fellow jurors telling stories about their lives and talking about concepts like justice and ethics, he sensed that some of them were looking for a conversation that went beyond analysis and reasoning. They were in an empathetic frame of mind. Bowley responded by talking about how it would feel to carry a gun, imagining what Leroy Reed was thinking. He started telling stories. He handles it almost like it was the sacramental thing. These weren't profound or elaborate stories, just wisps of a narrative, but it's enough to prompt others to start imagining what it's like to be Reed, to start telling tales of their own. We can't even say, one juror comments, that he knew how to use a gun. Bowley has shifted, ever so slightly, how he is speaking and the logic he is using, and that is enough to convince his fellow jurors that this conversation isn't done. The negotiation concludes. The jurors have been in the room for a little over an hour when one suggests it's time for a formal vote. Each person scribbles their verdict on a piece of paper. The 4% tallies them. Opinions have changed. They are now at 9 votes to acquit, 3 to convict. But a verdict, of course, must be unanimous. Anything else triggers a mistrial. Studies of jury deliberations indicate that moments such as this, when a small group has vocally committed to a specific verdict, are perilous. Once people like Carl and the 4% take a strong claim to guilt, it's difficult for them to change their minds. All it takes is one adamant juror, certain the accused should go to jail, for a mistrial to occur. In this room, there are still 3 people who think Leroy Reed is guilty. But the stories are whirring inside everyone's heads. The 4% clears his throat. "I have something to say," he announces. He had voted guilty, he continues. But as he listened to the other jurors, he started imagining himself in Leroy's shoes. In particular, he later told me he remembered a moment when he had been pulled over for a speeding ticket, and when the cop pulled me over, I told him it's not right to give me a ticket, it's not justice, because I wasn't putting anyone else at risk by going a few miles over the speed limit. That logic had made sense to him at the time. And now, in the jury room, it occurs to him that Leroy Reed is in the same position, accused of a crime that didn't put anyone at risk. If you buy a gun and hide it in your closet, you may have technically broken the law, but does that mean you should be punished? Does that align with the stories we tell ourselves about justice and fairness? I can see a reason for somewhat of a doubt, however minor it might be, the 4% tells the others. He's changing his mind. Another juror has changed his mind as well. Looking at the facts from Reed's perspective, he says, made him rethink things. Sometimes, the stories we hear are enough to help us see a situation through someone else's eyes, to empathize and reconsider. At other times, this passionate reason wins the day. But we can only make decisions together if we all agree on which kind of logic is most persuasive. Once we are aligned, our minds become more open to what others have to say. There's only one guilty vote remaining now. One last negotiation, and the jury's job is done. But that vote is Kyle, and even after all this back and forth, he is still certain Reed should be convicted. We're going way too deep into his psychological thoughts, he has told the other jurors. If we're guessing at what he was thinking, we're guessing at what he knew, we're guessing at what he didn't know. Leroy Reed was a felon who bought a handgun. That's all the story Kyle needs. Throughout this deliberation, Kyle hasn't told any stories about himself. Other jurors have peppered their comments with aside tales about their lives, revelations from their past, but not Kyle. Kyle's son told me that his father, who died in 2000, was the ideal fireman, a real follow-the-checklist, respect-the-chain-of-command kind of guy. Kyle taught himself to rely on the practical, analytical logic of costs and benefits because, during an emergency, that kind of thinking saves lives. So Boley embarks on a different kind of negotiation. It begins when a juror poses a question to Kyle, an open-ended inquiry. "It appears to me that your decision that this man is guilty is very important and complete in your mind. Share more of that with us, if you will." Kyle shifts in his seat. "I can't." He pauses. "I don't have the education and the training to put myself into your class as far as being able to understand the human mind and how it works and what people think," he says. It sounds very cold and simplistic to look at 3 reasons and say, yes, they meet this and this, but to Kyle, that's the whole case. "Let me ask you one quick question," another juror says. "Do you think there is ever a case where exceptions can be made?" "Sure," Kyle replies. "When I get Mr. Reed out there, and I look at him, to me, he's not a person that's gonna harm anyone. I don't think he had any ill intent. I don't feel he's a threat to society." But Kyle explains that there's a bigger issue to consider here, a trade-off of costs and benefits. If juries stop enforcing laws, that's anarchy. Acquitting Leroy Reed could encourage other people to lawlessness. If it would help public safety, Kyle says he could see himself make an exception and let someone go. But he can't see any such benefit in Leroy Reed's case. Something important has just happened. Kyle has revealed his deepest desire. He values public safety above all else. That's why he's pushing for a guilty verdict in his practical mindset. A guilty verdict preserves law and order, keeps people protected. Boley recognizes this as an opportunity to add something new to the table, to experiment with a different approach. For instance, what if an innocent verdict makes people even safer? "You know," Boley says, addressing his words to the room, though his intended audience is Kyle, "I think this is a good law, and I don't want to say or do anything that suggests that I don't take this law seriously." But still, he says he's frustrated. "Part of what's motivating me is that I've got a lot of other things to do. This is finals week, and he has a lot of work at the university. What's more, my students have been the victims of crime. A week ago, a woman in one of my classes was walking to my class, and she was assaulted. Another woman in a class I was teaching at the time was assaulted. She was beaten, and she was raped. So, I want to do my civic duty," he continues. I've got a lot of other things to do. I come down here to the courthouse, and the DA gives me this case, and in spite of this awesome room, and these very serious people, and in spite of their lovely dog and pony show and the legal rigmarole, I'm sort of sitting to myself, thinking, this is Mickey Mouse. I mean, I really don't feel that this is a justified expenditure of my time. They could be putting a thief behind bars, or a rapist, or a murderer. Instead, they're debating whether Leroy Reed, someone who poses no real threat to public safety, should go to jail. I'm thinking of a message I'd like to send the DA office. Believe me, I would love to send them a message, and the message would be, damn it to hell. I'm afraid to walk to my car in the parking lot. I've got women students who are being mugged, who are being beaten, who are being raped. The same thing is happening to my male students. They're being mugged. And you give me Leroy. If they quit Reed, Boley tells the room, they're sending a message to the police and the district attorney. Focus on the real criminals. Focus on keeping the public genuinely protected. By finding Reed innocent, they are actually helping public safety. It's a creative take on the situation, for sure, but he's applying reason, comparing potential drawbacks with expected gains. He's using practical, analytical logic to add new options to the conversation. He's aligning with Kyle and arguing that if they care about stopping crime, the rational choice is letting Reed go free. Definitely, he shouldn't be here, Kyle says. He still isn't completely convinced, though. So Boley offers one last bargain. I have an enormous amount of respect for your sense of the importance of the law. He tells Kyle, your sense of the importance of getting it right and your dedication to the integrity of the judicial process. There is a cost to changing one's mind, Boley knows, an expense paid by our ego. But there is a benefit, as well, the esteem and self-respect that come from doing the right thing. As the conversation continues, it's unclear how Kyle is processing all of this. But he's thinking. Let's say we take a vote on it, the foreperson us, as they approach 2.5 hours of deliberation. Each juror takes a piece of paper and scribbles their verdict, not guilty, 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 not guilty. Leroy Reed will go free. How do we connect during a what's this really about conversation? The first step is trying to figure out what each of us wants from a discussion, what we are seeking from this dialogue. That's how we get at the deeper questions beneath the surface. Wally connected with his fellow jurors by understanding that each person wanted something different. Some wanted to talk about justice, others wanted to focus on law and order. Some wanted facts, others craved empathy. Dr. Adair connected with his patients by asking about what mattered to them most. We unearth these kinds of desires by taking the time to ask what's this really about. When someone says, can we talk about the upcoming meeting? Or that memo is crazy, right? Or worries aloud, I'm not sure he can get the job done. They are inviting us into what's this really about? Discussion, signaling there's something deeper they want to discuss. Boley knew how to listen for those signals, and Dr. Adair learned how to look for them. Then, once we know what people want from a conversation, we next need to work out how to give it to them, how to engage in a quiet negotiation so that their needs are met, as well as our own. That requires conducting experiments to reveal how we'll make decisions together. This is the matching principle at work, recognizing what kind of conversation is occurring and then aligning with others, and inviting them to align with us. Boley and Adair understood that matching isn't mimicry. It's not simply looking concerned and repeating back what others have said. Rather, matching is understanding someone's mindset, what kind of logic they find persuasive, what tone and approach makes sense to them, and then speaking their language. And it requires explaining clearly how we, ourselves, are thinking and making choices, so that others can match us in return. When someone describes a personal problem by telling a story, they are signaling they want our compassion rather than a solution. When they lay out all the facts analytically, they are signaling they are more interested in a rational conversation than an emotional one. We can all learn to get better at noticing these clues and conducting the experiments that reveal them. The most profound gift of the what's this really about? Conversation is a chance to learn what others want to talk about, what they need out of a discussion, and inviting everyone to make choices together. That is when we begin to understand one another and start finding solutions that are better than anything we could dream up on our own. A guide to using these ideas, part Roman 2, asking questions and noticing clues. In 2018, researchers at Harvard began recording hundreds of people having conversations with friends, strangers, and coworkers, hoping to shed light on a question: how do people signal what they want to talk about? How, in other words, do we determine what's this really about? The participants in the experiment spoke face-to-face and over video calls. They were provided with some suggested subjects to start. What do you do for work? Are you a religious person? But were allowed to meander across topics. Afterward, they were asked if they enjoyed their discussion. The answer, for many, was essentially no. People had tried to change the subject, had hinted they wanted to talk about something new, had indicated when they were bored, had introduced new topics. They had experimented with different approaches, but their partners had failed to notice. The clues that someone wanted something different from a conversation were obvious. The researchers found once people knew what to look for. But in the rush of talking, those clues were also easy to miss. When someone says something and then laughs afterward, even if it wasn't funny, it's a hint they're enjoying the conversation. When someone makes noises as they listen, yeah, aha, interesting, it's a sign they're engaged. What linguists call back-channeling. When someone asks follow-up questions, what do you mean? But why do you think he said that? It's a clue they're interested. Whereas statements that change the subject, let me ask you about this other thing, are hints they're ready to move on. Although people filled their conversational speech with information about their topic preferences, the researchers later wrote the human partners failed to pick up on many of those cues or ignored them, and they were slow to act on them. Taken together, our results suggest that there's ample room for improvement. These findings aren't exactly shocking, of course. We've all experienced this before. Sometimes people don't notice the signals we're trying to send because they haven't trained themselves to pay attention. They haven't learned to experiment with different topics and conversational approaches. But learning to pick up on those clues and conduct these kinds of experiments is important because they get at the second rule of a learning conversation. We achieve this in 4 ways: by preparing ourselves before a conversation, by asking questions, by noticing clues during a conversation, and by experimenting and adding items to the table. Preparing for a conversation, or what's this really about? Conversation often occurs at the start of a discussion, and so we're well served to do a bit of prep work before dialogue begins. Researchers at Harvard and other universities have looked at exactly which kind of prep work is helpful. Participants in one study were asked to jot down a few topics they would like to discuss before a conversation began. This exercise took only about 30 seconds. Frequently, the topics written down never came up once the discussion started. But simply preparing a list, researchers found, made conversations go better. There were fewer awkward pauses, less anxiety, and, afterward, people said they felt more engaged. So, in the moments before a conversation starts, it's useful to describe for yourself what are 2 topics you might discuss. In general is okay. Last night's game and TV shows you like. What is one thing you hope to say? What is one question you will ask? The benefit of this exercise is that, even if you never talk about these topics, you'll have them in your back pocket if you hit a lull. And simply by anticipating what you'll discuss, you're likely to feel more confident. Once this exercise becomes second nature, and it quickly will, you can make your preparation even more robust. What are 2 topics you most want to discuss? What is one thing you hope to say that shows what you want to talk about? What is one question you will ask that reveals what others want? Asking questions, there is a quiet negotiation at the heart of the what's this really about? Conversation that emerges when we need to make a decision or set a plan. Sometimes it's quick. A friend says, "We got to talk about the schedule for Saturday," and you reply, "Okay," and the negotiation is done. For more meaningful and complex conversations, however, that negotiation is longer and more subtle. We might start with pleasantries, then move to an easy topic, the weather or a friend in common, and eventually arrive at what we actually want to discuss. I was wondering if you might consider investing in my new company. Regardless of how this negotiation unfolds, there's a common format. Someone will make an invitation, and the partner will accept or make counter-invitations. Sometimes we want others to go first. The easiest way to do that is by asking open-ended questions, just as Dr. A did with his patients. And open-ended questions are easy to find. If you focus on asking about someone's beliefs or values, how did you decide to become a teacher? Asking someone to make a judgment, are you glad you went to law school? Asking about someone's experiences, what was it like to visit Europe? These kinds of questions don't feel intrusive. Asking, how did you decide to become a teacher? Doesn't seem overly personal, but it's an invitation for someone to share their beliefs about education, or what they value in a job. Are you glad you went to law school? To invite someone to reflect on their choices, rather than simply describing their work. Open-ended questions can be shallow or deep. But, as the next chapter explains, questions about values, beliefs, judgments, and experiences are extremely powerful and easier to ask than we think. Notice clues during conversations, in other conversations. Rather than wait for our companions to express their needs and goals, we might seek first to express our own. At those moments, when we extend an invitation, we need to talk about the schedule for Saturday. Or I was wondering if you might invest in my company. How the other person responds is important, and so we need to train ourselves to notice what might go unsaid. Some important things to pay attention to: do your companions lean toward you, make eye contact, smile, backchannel interesting, ahem, or interrupt? Those are signals they want to accept your invitation. Interruptions, contrary to expectations, usually mean people want to add something. Do they become quiet, their expressions passive, their eyes fixed somewhere besides your face? Do they seem overly contemplative? Do they take in your comments without adding thoughts of their own? People often misperceive these responses as listening, but they usually aren't. In fact, as the next few chapters explain, listening is much more active. These are signals that someone is declining our invitation and wants to talk about something else, in which case, you need to keep searching and experimenting to learn what everyone wants. It's easy to miss these reactions, in part because speaking takes up so much of our mental bandwidth. But if we train ourselves to notice these clues, it helps us answer what's this really about. Experiment by adding items to the table. When someone declines our invitation, we might feel stuck. At such moments, it's useful to remember the lesson of interest-based bargaining: get creative. Start experimenting with new topics and approaches until a path forward is revealed, the same way John Bowley introduced a new way of thinking about public safety to drawing car. We can figure out which new topics and approaches might be fruitful by paying attention to: has someone told a story or made a joke? If so, they might be in an empathetic logic of similarities mindset. In this mindset, people aren't looking to debate or analyze choices. They want to share, relate, and empathize. Or are they talking about plans and decisions, or evaluating options? Have they brought up politics or finances, or choosing a place for next year's vacation? Is Maine or Florida better in June? If so, they might be in a more practical logic of costs and benefits mindset, and you're better off getting analytical yourself. Listen for attempts to change the topic. People tell us what they want to discuss through their non sequiturs, asides, and sudden shifts, or, put differently, through the experiments they conduct. If someone asks the same question in different ways, or if they abruptly introduce a new subject, it's a sign they want to add something to the table, and we'd be wise to let them proceed. Finally, experiment. Tell a joke. Ask an unexpected question. Introduce a new idea. Try interrupting and then not interrupting. Watch to see if your companions play along. If they do, they are hinting at how they want to make decisions together, the rules and norms they accept. They are signaling how they'd like this conversation to unfold. You likely already have these instincts, but they are easy to forget. And we don't have to embrace all these tactics at once. We can gradually make them part of our conversations until, eventually, negotiating over what's this really about feels natural. The how do we feel? Conversation, emotions shape every conversation. They guide what we say and how we hear, often in ways we don't realize. Every conversation is, in some respect, a discussion about how do we feel. Because this kind of dialogue is so important, the next 3 chapters are devoted to emotional conversations. When it comes to discussing emotions, listening is essential. We need to listen for vulnerabilities, hear what isn't said, and, just as important, we must show we are listening. Good listening, when it works, reveals new worlds beneath the surface of people's words. Chapter 3 explains how to listen more deeply and what to do when we hear someone say something meaningful. Chapter 4 examines how we can get better at hearing emotions that aren't spoken, how our bodies, our vocal tones, our gestures, and our expressions say as much as our words. Chapter 5 explores how emotions can fuel conflicts or help resolve them, and how to create safer environments for discussing disagreements, both online and off. The how do we feel? Conversation is essential to connection. These next 3 chapters explore how to express and how to hear what we feel.
Chapter 3, The Listening Cure, Touchy-Feely Hedge Funders. The men and women filling the auditorium of the Connecticut Hedge Fund all appeared to hail from the same, very expensive planet. Many wore bespoke suits, while others sported watches that cost more than some cars. As they waited for this invite-only event to begin, they discussed their recent article sessions and real estate projects, or groused about how the Seychelles and vineyard had become overrun. A few, in an effort to demonstrate their uniqueness, wore Cadela beads or limited edition sneakers. One person had a soul patch. But despite these attempts at distinctiveness, all of them professional investors from dozens of Wall Street firms who oversaw billions of dollars, spent their days in much the same way, talking to CEO and chatting up investment bankers, poring over economic reports and working hallways at industry conferences, always hoping to find some nugget of information that might help them predict which stocks would go up and which would go down. Today, however, was different. Today, they were here to meet with a 43-year-old psychology professor from the University of Chicago, Nicholas Epley, who had flown in to give a presentation on how to listen. All the attendees knew, many from personal experience, that poor listening skills could be very, very costly. One person in the room had managed to lose $20 million in a single afternoon after he failed to register that a broker who was usually cheerful and unflappable, had yelled at the waiter during a 2-martini lunch and had repeatedly excused himself to answer phone calls. The man had offered a valid explanation each time he returned to the table, but the hedge funder later learned the man's firm had been failing and he had missed the clues. One tiny mistake, not hearing the hesitation in someone's voice during a meeting, overlooking an evasive answer to a straightforward question, could spell the difference between victory and defeat. So the organisers of this event had brought in Eppie to help everyone get better at hearing what was easy to miss. Eppie was just the person for the task because he had devoted most of his career to studying why we mishear one another. Why, for instance, were some people incapable of picking up on the emotions in others' voices? How was it that two people could attend the same meeting and then, afterward, completely disagree on what had been said? Many in the audience assumed that Eppie would launch into a PowerPoint with a series of listening tactics. Always maintain eye contact. Not encouragingly to show you're paying attention. Smile a lot. In other words, the kinds of tips popular on late-night infomercials and social media accounts. But Eppie's research indicated that such methods, particularly one force, undermine real communication. Nodding doesn't mean you're listening. Constant smiling and eye contact can be a little intense. Besides, Eppie believed everyone already knows how to listen closely. You don't need anyone to teach you how to listen to an interesting podcast or a good joke, he told me. When you're in a great conversation, no one has a problem following along. When something is interesting, you listen without thinking about it. Eppie wanted to help this group tap into their natural listening abilities, which meant he needed to help them learn how to have more interesting and meaningful conversations. One way of doing that, he was convinced, was getting everyone to talk about more intimate things. In particular, he believed people should talk about their emotions. When we discuss our feelings, something magical happens. Other people can't help but listen to us. And then they start divulging emotions of their own, which causes us to listen closely in return. If the hedge funder who lost $20 million, for instance, had inquired how his lunch companion was feeling, had pressed him on emotional questions, he likely would have heard that the man was stressed. He would have noticed clues that something was amiss. Eppie wanted to nudge these hedge funders into a how do we feel conversation. When you open up to somebody, Eppie told me, they get drawn in. However, Eppie knew that many people shy away from discussing intimate or emotional topics because we think it will be awkward, or unprofessional, or we'll say the wrong thing, or the other person will respond poorly, or we're too busy thinking about what the other person thinks of us. Eppie believed he had found a way around these kinds of pitfalls. The key to starting a how do we feel conversation was teaching people to ask specific kinds of questions, the kinds that don't, on the surface, seem emotional, but that make emotions easier to acknowledge. Eppie had spent the previous decade teaching people to ask these kinds of questions, and now he wanted to see if his techniques would work with a group of hedge funders, people who are usually allergic to touchy-feely displays. So as he stood at the front of the room, he laid out what was going to happen. Everyone, he explained, would be assigned a partner, someone they didn't know. And for the next 10 minutes, they would engage in a conversation. Then Eppie revealed the questions they would ask each other. There were 3 of them. The third one was, can you describe a time you cried in front of another person? Oh, shit, said someone in the front row. This is going to be awful. There comes a moment, in many dialogues, when you must decide, will I allow this conversation to turn emotional? Or will I keep it dry and aloof? Perhaps you're discussing plans for the weekend with a friend and, during a lull, they say, there's some stuff going on I might need to deal with. Maybe you're catching up with a coworker and you hear a sigh hinting at sadness and troubles. Perhaps it's a reference to a family emergency, or a mention of how proud someone is of their kids. At these moments, you face a choice. Are you going to let that comment go by without asking for elaboration? Or are you going to acknowledge the feelings that were expressed and respond emotionally yourself? This is when the how do we feel conversation begins if we allow it to. Regardless of your decision, it is certain that emotions are already influencing your discussion. Numerous studies show that emotions come into play nearly every time we open our mouths or listen to what someone says. They influence everything we say and hear. They've already entered your conversation through that sigh, or that flash of pride, or in 1,000 other ways you hardly notice. Emotions have been at work since you sat down, shaping how you react, how you think, why you're here in the first place. However, you can glide over the sigh, let the pride pass and acknowledge. You can minimize how do we feel, and stick to safer territory, the shallows of small talk. Most of the time, that's the wrong choice. And it's wrong because it denies us access to a powerful neural process that has evolved over millions of years to help us bond. It's wrong because it will leave everyone less satisfied, and make a conversation feel incomplete. It's wrong because if we acknowledge someone else's vulnerability, and become vulnerable in return, we build trust, understanding, and connection. If you choose to embrace the how do we feel conversation, you are harnessing a neurochemical process that powers our most important relationships. How do we feel? It's critical because it reveals what's happening inside our heads and opens a path to connection. The power of questions. Once upon a time, Nick Eppie had been a very bad listener. So bad, in fact, it almost ruined his life. He had grown up in a small town in Iowa, a high school football star, strutting and self-assured as you might imagine. Then one night, during his junior year, he was driving home from a boozy party, weaving across lanes, when he was pulled over for drunk driving. The cop saw Epley's letterman's jacket, which seemed to trigger a pity for youthful stupidity. So instead of putting him in handcuffs, he delivered a lecture: "If you don't turn your life around, you're going to end up somewhere ugly." Then he called Epley's parents and told them to come get their son. Over the next few weeks, his mother and father lectured him relentlessly about the dangers of this path he was on. They told Epley they understood how hard it was to be a teenager. They realized he wanted to impress his friends and test his limits. They sympathized with his desire to experiment. After all, once upon a time, they had been teenagers themselves. But they were worried he was making bad choices. Epley hardly paid attention. "It kind of washed over me," he told me. "They were just adults saying the things that adults were supposed to say." A few months later, he was pulled over for drunk driving a second time. A different cop gave him another, similar lecture and once again let him off after calling his folks. At that point, his parents decided it was time for professional help. Epley started meeting with the counsellor and braced himself for more lectures and criticisms. But the counsellor was completely unlike his parents, not to mention most of the other adults he had met. She didn't give speeches or tell him he needed to turn his life around. She didn't say she understood where he was coming from or give him advice. Instead, she simply asked questions. "Why were you drinking? How would you have reacted if your car had hit someone? What would happen to your life if you had been arrested, or had injured yourself, or had killed another person?" I had to sit with that, Epley told me. I couldn't pretend I didn't know the answers. The questions themselves didn't ask about Epley's emotions, but inevitably, he became emotional as he responded to them. They pushed Epley to talk about his beliefs and values, how he felt, what he was anxious about, what he feared. He came home from each session exhausted and ashamed, scared and angry, and most of all confused, a complicated mix of feelings that usually took days to untangle. These were some of the most emotionally intense conversations of his life, even though the therapist never asked him to describe his feelings. These sessions also seemed to unlock something. Epley began talking to his parents about what he was feeling and listening, for the first time, as they described their own emotional lives. Epley's dad mentioned a day, a few years earlier, when Epley had left the house early in the morning without telling his parents. They went into the basement looking for him and saw a rifle was missing. They panicked. Was he going to kill himself? His father described his grief and terror until Epley came home, unharmed and annoyed by his parents' worry, peevishly explaining that he had gone hunting with his friends. As his father recounted the day, Epley could remember that moment, could remember that his dad had been upset, how he had brushed off his parents' panic because it had seemed so ridiculous at the time. He hadn't been able to hear what they were trying to say. They had wanted him to understand that he was loved. But love carries obligations to be safe, to tell others when you leave or where you are going, not to dismiss a parent's worries. That conversation changed our relationship, Epley told me. I felt so lucky I was finally able to see him as this real, complex person. After his second session with the counsellor, Epley decided he wouldn't drink anymore. Then he decided to get serious about school. Eventually, he enrolled at St. Olaf College, where he discovered psychology. After getting his degree, he entered a PhD program at Cornell. While there, Epley began thinking more deeply about why, after those new arrests, he had been so unwilling to listen at first. Sometimes you look back, and you wonder, why was I so deaf? Why hadn't the police officers' lecture scared him straight? Why had it been so easy to ignore his parents when they had pleaded, cajoled, and tried so earnestly to help him? By 2005, Epley was a professor at the University of Chicago. He was married, starting to have kids of his own, and terrified that someday they would become teenagers who shut him out and refused to listen. He wanted to understand how to convince them to hear him. At the time, one prevailing theory within psychology said that, in order to understand others and persuade them to listen to us, we should engage in what is known as perspective taking. We should try to see a situation from the other person's perspective and show them we empathize. Psychology journals noted that to communicate effectively, we must adopt the perspective of another person both while speaking and listening. Textbooks taught that perspective taking not only fosters greater interpersonal understanding, but also constitutes a vital skill for very powerful negotiators. When Epley looked back on his high school experiences, he realized that his parents, in their own way, had been trying to engage in perspective taking after his drunk driving near arrests. They had tried to put themselves in his shoes. They had tried to forge a connection by imagining the pressure he was under. They had hoped that demonstrating their empathy would convince him to listen to their advice. But, if anything, his parents' perspective taking had made it clear to Epley, at that moment, how much they didn't understand about him. When they tried to commiserate, when they shared stories of their own adolescent mistakes, all Epley heard was adults who had no idea what it was like to be a teenager nowadays. His parents had failed to connect with him because they hadn't understood how he felt. And they didn't understand because they had never asked. They had never inquired about his anger or uncertainty, had never asked why it had felt so necessary to prove himself by drinking all those beers. Even if they had asked, Epley wouldn't have known what to say. He hadn't understood, himself, what was going on inside his head, not until he had started talking to the counsellor, and she, instead of trying to put herself in his shoes, had simply asked him questions that elicited emotional replies. Why are you making these choices? Is this who you want to be? Then she had listened and had asked smart follow-up questions, and that somehow had inspired Eppie to start listening to her, and then to himself, until he realised he needed to change. Now, as an adult, Eppie wondered if the psychology textbooks had it wrong. Perhaps the correct approach wasn't trying to put yourself in someone else's shoes. That, after all, was impossible. Rather, maybe the best you can do is ask questions. Ask about people's lives, about what they're feeling, about their hopes and fears, and then listen for their struggles, disappointments, joys, and ambitions. Hearing people describe their emotional lives is important because when we talk about our feelings, we're describing not just what has happened to us, but why we made certain choices and how we make sense of the world. When you describe how you feel, you are giving someone a map of the things you care about, Eppie said. That's why I connected with my parents, because I finally understood what mattered to them. I understood they were scared and worried and just wanted me to be safe. This is why the how do we feel conversation is so crucial. Every discussion is shaped by our emotions, and when we bring those feelings to the surface, when we share them and ask others to share with us, we begin to see how we might align. Eppie began thinking there must be an alternative to perspective taking. Maybe there was a different technique to help people ask the kinds of questions that nudge emotions into the open. Perhaps, instead of perspective taking, we ought to be focused on perspective getting, on asking people to describe their inner lives, their values and beliefs and feelings, the things they care about most. Eppie sensed there was something about asking questions, the right questions that contained the seeds of real understanding. But which questions were the right ones? The right questions. In 1995, Lynn and Arthur Aaron, a husband and wife team of research psychologists at the State University of New York Stony Brook, placed 2 chairs atop a bright orange rug in a windowless room and invited strangers in pairs to come in, sit down, and take turns asking each other a list of questions. None of the participants, who eventually numbered more than 300, knew one another prior to entering the room, and each session lasted only 60 minutes. The questions had been selected ahead of time by the researchers, and they ranged from the frivolous, when did you last sing to yourself, to the profound, if you were to die this evening with no opportunity to communicate with anyone, what would you most regret not having told someone? Afterward, each pair of participants went their separate ways. No one was instructed to stay in touch. However, when researchers followed up 7 weeks later, they found that 57% of them had sought out their conversational partner in the days and weeks after the experiment. 35% of participants had gotten together to socialize. One pair went to dinner, and then saw a few movies, and then started meeting over weekends, and then on holidays. About a year later, when they got married, they invited everyone in the psych lab to the ceremony. The impact exceeded everyone's expectations, Arthur Aaron told me. Even now I'm surprised by it. We had no idea what this would become. The Aarons had launched their study to see if there was a practical methodology for creating closeness, a technique that might generate connection. In particular, they wanted to see if it was possible to make strangers into friends. Other experiments had revealed a long list of factors that had no impact whatsoever. Researchers had learned that simply because 2 people had experiences or beliefs in common, they both went to the same church and both smoked, or were both atheists who hated tobacco, these similarities, on their own, were not enough to foster camaraderie. Studies had shown that instructing people to make small talk, or do puzzles together, or tell each other jokes, were all ineffectual at creating a sense of closeness. Merely informing study participants, we have taken great care in matching partners and we expect that you and your partner will like one another did not necessarily mean people would like each other at all. In fact, there was only one method the Aarons tested that could reliably help strangers form a connection, a series of 36 questions that, as Elaine and Arthur Aaron later wrote, elicited a sustained, escalating, reciprocal, personalistic self-disclosure. These questions eventually became known as the Fast Friends procedure and grew famous among sociologists, psychologists, and readers of articles with headlines such as The 36 Questions That Lead to Love. One what's particularly interesting about the Fast Friends procedure is that the 36 questions were chosen somewhat haphazardly, at least at first. Some of them came from a game named The Young Game that was popular among students and university students, a demographic that included more than a few of the Aarons' research assistants. Other questions were dreamed up during coffee breaks, or by whoever happened to be within earshot when everyone went to a bar. There wasn't a lot of what you would call strict science in how we initially found the questions. Ed Melinat, one of the Aarons' grad students, told me. We must have come up with, 200 of them, and then we would run tests until we figured out which ones worked best. The researchers assumed the best approach was to start with shallow, safe questions: whom would you want as a dinner guest, and then slowly get to the deeper stuff. It felt weird to ask people to start burying their souls right away, Melinat said. So we decided to start simple. By question 7, do you have a secret hunch about how you will die? People were being asked to reveal their deepest anxieties. By question 24, how do you feel about your relationship with your mother? To 29, share it with your partner. An embarrassing moment. Participants were being asked to describe their closest relationships and most painful memories. Question 35, of all the people in your family Whose death would you find most disturbing? Felt so intimate that participants often asked and answered it in a near whisper. The last question was open-ended: share a personal problem and ask your partner's advice, and by then, one or both participants were frequently crying. The importance of vulnerability. As the Stony Brook team tried to figure out the best questions to use, they found themselves stumped by a seemingly simple problem. How do you distinguish emotional questions from unemotional ones? There were some questions such as, would you like to be famous? That could go either way. For some people, the answer was a simple yes or no. For others, it opened the floodgates to soul-bearing confessions of bygone dreams and failed ambition. So is that question a reliable invitation to emotional self-disclosure, or an example of small talk? Eventually, the researchers figured out how to gauge if a question was likely to spark an emotional reply. Questions that asked about everyday experiences or uncontroversial opinions such as, how did you celebrate last Halloween, or what is the best gift you ever received, tended to yield answers that were reliably unemotional. In contrast, questions that pushed people to describe their beliefs, values, or meaningful experiences tended to result in emotional replies, even if the questions themselves didn't seem all that emotional. These kinds of questions were powerful because they often prompted people to reveal vulnerabilities. When someone asks, what do you value most in a friendship? Question 16. It might not seem particularly emotionally probing, but it frequently draws unexpectedly revealing replies about past incidents of hurt or betrayal, or expressions of love for friends, or other anxieties or pleasures. Such questions make ever deepening follow-ups. What did you say after he broke up with you? Easy to ask. Put another way, the difference between a shallow question and one that sparks an opportunity for emotional connection is vulnerability. And vulnerability is what makes how do we feel so powerful. Emotional contagion. To the Aarons, the idea that vulnerability was important made perfect sense, in part because it lined up with a well-documented psychological phenomenon known as the emotional contagion. In the early 1990s, a series of experiments had shown that humans typically synchronize their own emotions with the emotions expressed by those around them. This synchronization is sometimes deliberate, like when we choose to empathize with another person. More often it is automatic, happening outside of our consciousness, causing us to tear up or get angry or proud on someone else's behalf, whether we want to or not. This contagion is at the root of the how do we feel conversation, and it explains why emotions influence our dialogues, even when we don't recognize them. Emotional contagion is a fairly primitive process. A study published in 2010 observed men and women tend to catch expressions of joy, love, anger, fear, and sadness. Emotional contagion, scholars believe, evolved because it helped humans form bonds with other people. It begins almost at birth. One study found that 10-week-old infants could and would imitate their mother's facial expressions of happiness, sadness, and anger. This instinct has evolved within our brains so that we'll feel good when we connect with other people and thus become more likely to build alliances and friendships, families, and societies. However, emotional contagion must be triggered by something, and one of the most reliable triggers is vulnerability. We become more prone to emotional contagion when we hear someone else express, or when we reveal our own deeply held beliefs and values, or when we describe past experiences that were meaningful to us, or when we expose something else that opens us to others' judgments. These are the same factors the Aarons use to distinguish deep questions from shallow ones. In other words, we become more susceptible to emotional contagion and more emotionally contagious ourselves when we share something that feels raw, something that another person might judge. We might not care about their judgment, we might forget it as soon as we hear it, but the act of exposing ourselves to someone's scrutiny engenders a sense of intimacy. To get deep, we have to make an offering of our vulnerability. The louder the emotion, the more likely that contagion will occur, Anna Goldenberg, a Harvard psychology researcher, told me. And vulnerability is one of our loudest emotions. We're hardwired to notice it. This explains why the Fast Friends procedure is so effective, and it illuminates which kinds of questions are most likely to help people emotionally align. There is a cycle. Asking deep questions about feelings, values, beliefs, and experiences creates vulnerability. That vulnerability triggers emotional contagion. And that, in turn, helps us connect. As the Aarons continued exploring these kinds of phenomena, they discovered another interesting detail. The Fast Friends procedure worked only if participants took turns asking each other questions. In a separate experiment, each participant was instructed to answer all 36 questions in a row while their partner listened, and then trade places. Volunteers said the experience was awkward and boring. No one felt close afterward. But when the Aarons, in their experiment, told people to go back and forth and share your answer with your partner, then let him or her share their answer to the same question with you, people started to bond. Reciprocity is critical, Arthur Aaron told me. That's one of the most powerful forces in the world. If you don't have reciprocity, then people aren't matching each other's emotional ups and downs. Once again, this is the matching principle, which says that communication requires recognizing what kind of conversation is occurring and then matching it at work. These 36 questions are effective because they help people match each other emotionally, and going back and forth encourages everyone to offer and then reciprocate vulnerability. This also demonstrates why mimicry isn't enough. Reciprocity is nuanced, said Margaret Clark, a psychology professor at Yale. If someone reveals something devastating, like a scary diagnosis or the death of a parent, it doesn't bring us together if we use that as an excuse to talk about our own health or a family member who died long ago. You don't want to grab the spotlight, the clerk told me. Rather, reciprocity means thinking about how to show empathy. Sometimes it requires simply acknowledging someone's emotions and showing them you care. It's being responsive to others' needs, Clark said. What's more, vulnerability can mean different things in different settings. For instance, scientists have found a troubling double standard within some workplaces. When men express emotions like anger or impatience, it is commonly viewed as a sign of self-confidence, even good leadership. When a man cries at work, it is evidence of how much he cares. But when women express emotions such as anger or sadness, they are more likely to suffer negative social and professional consequences, found one study from 2016. Women incur social and economic penalties for expressing masculine-typed emotions. At the same time, when women express female-typed emotions, they are judged as overly emotional and lacking emotional control, which ultimately undermines women's competence and professional legitimacy. These kinds of unequal standards can make some displays of vulnerability feel unsafe. Asterisk 2, however, despite these complexities, the insights of the Fast Friends procedure, paired with Epley's research, are useful because they provide us with a framework for emotional connection. If you want to connect with someone, ask them what they are feeling and then reveal your own emotions. If others describe a painful memory or a moment of joy and we reveal our own disappointments or what makes us proud, it provides a chance to harness the neurochemicals that have evolved to help us feel closer. It creates an opportunity for emotional contagion. How do we feel? Conversation is a tool that functions by inviting others to reveal their vulnerabilities and then being vulnerable in return. These are useful insights, but that doesn't make them practical advice. It's easy, after all, to ask deep questions when you are inside a laboratory and a scientist has handed you a list to work from. But how do you get deep in the real world? Getting deep fast. Imagine that you've just met someone. A friend of a friend, or a recently hired coworker, or maybe you're on a blind date. You both introduce yourselves, say a bit about your backgrounds. You get what's this really about out of the way. Then there's a pause and expectant silence. What should you say next? Fast Friends procedure suggests asking a question. But you can't progress through all 36 of them, not here. So maybe you jump to question 3. Before making a telephone call, do you ever rehearse what you are going to say? Or, given that time is short, go deeper with question 18. What is your most terrible memory? You don't need a PhD in psychology to realize it's not a great plan. Asking a stranger these kinds of questions, outside of a psych class, will ensure you'll spend the evening alone. In the real world, the 36 questions are of little real help. What kind of questions, then, should we ask? In 2016, a group of scientists from Harvard began wondering the same thing. They scrutinized hundreds of conversations that had been recorded during events such as speed dating meetups, and gauged which conversations were successful as measured by people saying they wanted to go on a real date, and which weren't people indicated they didn't want to follow up. They found that during successful conversations, people tended to ask each other the kinds of questions that drew out replies where people expressed their needs, goals, beliefs, and emotions, as the researchers later wrote. In unsuccessful conversations, people talked mostly about themselves, or they asked shallow questions, the kinds of inquiries that didn't reveal anything about how their partners felt. Put another way, if you want to have a successful conversation with someone, you don't have to ask them about their worst memories or how they prepare for telephone calls. You just have to ask them to describe how they feel about their life rather than the facts of their life, and then ask lots of follow-ups. Questions about facts, where do you live, what college did you attend, are often conversational dead ends. They don't draw out values or experiences. They don't invite vulnerability. However, the same inquiries, recast slightly, what do you like about where you live, what was your favorite part of college, invite others to share their preferences, beliefs, and values, and to describe experiences that caused them to grow or change. Those questions make emotional replies easier, and they practically beg the questioner to reciprocate, to divulge, in return, why they live in this neighborhood, what they enjoyed about college, until everyone is drawn in, asking and answering back and forth. It might seem hard to reframe questions in a way that's vulnerable, Epley told me. But it's actually pretty easy once you start looking for it. Like when I'm on a train, talking with people commuting to work, I might ask them, what do you do for a living? And then I might say, do you love that job? Or do you have something else you dream of doing? And right there, you're 2 questions in, and you've got into somebody's dreams. Shallow questions can become deep. Where do you live? What do you like about your neighborhood? Where do you work? What was your favorite job? Where did you go to college? What was the best place you have ever lived? Do you have any hobbies? If you could learn anything, what would it be? Where did you go to high school? Where are you from? What is the best thing about where you grew up? What's more, these kinds of deeper questions can help fight the unfair discrepancies in how men and women, as well as other groups, are allowed to express emotions. In part, these kinds of questions succeed because they allow vulnerable replies without mandating them. They don't seem pushy or out of place within, say, an office. that they undermine double standards by nudging people to think a bit more about how to respond. One reason women are penalised for talking about emotions is because it plays into stereotypes, said Madeline Hammond, a professor of psychology at NYU who studies gender and bias. Humans tend to be cognitively lazy. We rely on stereotypes and assumptions because they let us make judgments without thinking too hard. So when a woman talks about her emotions, it can be damaging because it gives listeners permission to assume a stereotype women are overly emotional is true. But studies show that when women, as well as other underrepresented groups, ask deep questions, it can cause people to reevaluate how they see you, said Hyman. When we ask a meaningful question such as what's the best part of working here, it pushes the listener to think before replying, and adds sometimes enough to get them to start questioning their assumptions and start listening more, Hyman said. There was one other key finding in the Harvard study of speed daters. Follow-up questions are particularly powerful. Follow-ups are a signal that you're listening, that you want to know more, one of the researchers, Michael Yeomans, told me. Follow-up questions make reciprocity easier. Your favourite part of college was ultimate frisbee. Me too. Do you still love to play? They allow self-disclosure without it seeming like self-obsession, said Yeomans. It makes a conversation flow. This is how to ask emotional questions in the real world. Ask someone how they feel about something, and then follow up with questions that reveal how you feel. It's the same framework for emotional connection described before, but in a slightly different guise. If we ask questions that push people to think and talk about their values, beliefs, and experiences, and then reciprocate with emotions of our own, we can't help but listen to one another. The best listeners aren't just listening, said Margaret Clark, the Yale psychologist. They're triggering emotions by asking questions, expressing their own emotions, doing things that prompt the other person to say something real.
The joy of reciprocity. As I mentioned, Epley told the room of hedge funders, you've been paired with someone you don't know for a 10-minute conversation. Many of the attendees have flown in for this event and had never met each other before. Epley explained that he was conducting an experiment, and each person would need to ask and answer a few specific questions with their partner. If a crystal ball could tell you the future, would you want to know? For what do you feel most grateful? Anna, can you describe a time you cried in front of another person? Epley could have started out slow with a question like where did you go on your last vacation, but before going deep. The Aarons, in creating the Fast Friends procedure, had assumed they needed to start with shallow questions. But Epley suspected that assumption was wrong. He hypothesized that deep, vulnerable questions were easier to ask and more enjoyable to answer than most people realized. Now he had a chance to test his theory out. Before the conversations began, Epley asked everyone to take out their phones for a quick survey that would gauge how uncomfortable they anticipated this discussion would be. The data, as it flowed in, provided a clear answer. People were dreading this exercise. They thought they wouldn't like their partner very much, wouldn't enjoy the experience much, and it would be pretty awkward, Epley told me. Next, everyone paired off with their partners and began talking. Epley couldn't hear most of what was said, but after a few minutes, he saw someone wiping tears from his face. Not long after, a man and a woman hugged. After 10 minutes, he asked everyone to stop. They ignored him. Epley tried again. Excuse me, he said, louder this time. Could you please end your conversations? Finally, after 20 minutes, Epley managed to quiet the room. At this point, the participants pulled out their phones and completed another survey about how uncomfortable the conversation had actually been. As the data was collected, Epley asked them to describe what had occurred. That was amazing, one participant said. He had been unenthusiastic about the exercise at first, he explained, but something had happened once the crying question was asked. He had replied as honestly as he could by describing the funeral of a close cousin. And then his partner had leaned in, gripped his shoulder, and begun comforting him, telling him it was okay, tearing up himself. Then, his partner had started revealing things about himself, intimate, personal things without prompting. This was the best conversation I've had in months, the man said. When Epley later reported on this and other iterations of the experiment in the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology in 2021, he wrote that participants consistently expected their conversations to be more awkward and to lead to weaker connections and less happiness than they actually did. He has conducted versions of this exercise with students, strangers in public parks, politicians, lawyers, tech employees, and people recruited online. Each time, the results are the same. The data shows people feel significantly more connected to their deep conversation partner after asking and answering just a few questions. The sense of vulnerability that comes from sharing personal information about one's past experiences, preferences or beliefs, and saying things aloud that leave people feeling more vulnerable to others' evaluations causes participants to feel more connected and more caring, and to listen attentively. When Epley looked to see if there were distinctions in the experiences of men and women, he found no meaningful gender differences, he told me. From the wealthiest financiers to the most distant online strangers, we all crave real connections, Epley said. We all want to have meaningful conversations. Dozens of other studies from the University of Utah, the University of Pennsylvania, Emory, and elsewhere have found that people who ask lots of questions during conversations, particularly questions that invite vulnerable responses, are more popular among their peers and more often seen as leaders. They have more social influence and are sought out more frequently for friendship and advice. Any of us can do this in nearly any setting or conversation, be it with a roommate, a coworker, or someone we just met. We simply need to ask people how they feel and reciprocate the vulnerability they share with us. In one experiment, researchers instructed participants to ask strangers and friends questions such as, "Have you ever committed a crime?" The researchers found that questioners assumed that asking sensitive questions would make their conversation partners uncomfortable and would damage their relationships, but in fact, we consistently found that askers were wrong on both fronts. Asking deep questions is easier than most people realize and more rewarding than we expect. Emotional dialogues are the hardest to match. When I first telephoned Epley to interview him for this book, I had a long list of topics I wanted to cover, from his research to the last time that he had cried in front of another person. The previous day, he told me, he had been talking about his kids at lunch. Within minutes, however, Epley redirected our conversation, steering it with question after question of his own. He asked me why I had decided to become a journalist, what had gotten me interested in this topic, my experiences living in California during the pandemic. I kept trying to get back to my list of questions, the straightforward, practical ones about his work. But he kept asking, and then following up with deeper and deeper inquiries, until I found myself telling him about my family, about a brother who had run into legal problems, about my hopes this book might help people understand one another a little better. I talked non-stop about myself, which is not what you're supposed to do as a journalist. "I'm sorry I'm asking so many questions," Epley said at one point. "I don't mean to waste your time." But it didn't feel like a waste. The conversation felt important. We know it is critical to understand what kind of conversation we're having and that it's necessary. A discussion start to establish ground rules and determine what kinds of logic we'll use to make choices together. But that's not enough to create a real, lasting bond. For that, we need emotional connection. Emotional dialogues are vital because they help us figure out who we're talking to, what's going on inside their heads, what they value most. How do we feel? Conversation can seem anxiety-producing. It can sometimes seem easier to pretend we don't hear the emotion in someone's voice, or to glide past a disclosure, rather than acknowledge a vulnerability and reveal ourselves in return. But emotions are how we connect. When my father died a few years ago and I told people I had recently attended his funeral, some of them offered their condolences. But almost no one asked me any questions. Instead, they quickly moved on to other subjects. The truth was, I was desperate to talk about what I had been through, about my dad, about the eulogies that had made me so proud and sad, about how it feels to know I wouldn't be able to call him with good news. His death was one of the most important, most emotional and profound events in my life. I would have treasured someone asking, "What was your dad like?" But outside of my closest friends and family, no one asked anything, either because they didn't know how, or because it felt impolite, or they didn't know I wanted to talk, or because they worried that, if I answered, they wouldn't know what to say next. It is easier to judge a man by his questions rather than by his answers, the 19th century thinker Pierre-Marc Gaston de Levis wrote, and yet he stayed silent on which questions, exactly, should be asked. Science has provided guidance. Ask others about their beliefs and values. Ask them about experiences and those moments that caused them to change. Ask how they feel rather than about facts. Reframe your questions so they are deeper. Ask follow-ups. And as people expose their vulnerabilities, reveal something about yourself. It will be less uncomfortable than you imagine. It will be more fascinating than you think. And it might lead to a moment of true connection. However, sometimes it is hard to find the language for our emotions, and so we express our feelings not through our words, but our bodies, vocal inflections, sighs, and laughs. How do we become emotionally intelligent listeners when people aren't speaking clearly? How do we hear vulnerabilities when we're talking about everything except how we feel?
Chapter 4. How do you hear emotions no one says aloud? The Big Bang Theory. The original pitch for the Big Bang Theory, which would eventually become one of the most successful sitcoms in history, was fairly straightforward. Let's make a show about a group of awkward geniuses who have trouble connecting with other people unless they speak Klingon or enjoy quantum mechanics jokes. The idea had come to the sitcom's creators, Bill Prady and Chuck Lorre, during a brainstorming session in 2005. Brady had taken a circuitous route to Hollywood, working as a software engineer before teaming up with Laura, a TV veteran known as the king of sitcoms. One day, the two men were dreaming up concepts for new shows when Brady began describing the strange and fascinating characters he had met when he was a computer programmer. There was one guy, he told Laura, who was brilliant at writing code but terrible at human interactions. Whenever they went to lunch, the man would take forever figuring out how much to tip the server. He would say things like, "Well, she smiled at me, so I guess I should increase her tip by 2%, but she only refilled our water once, which means I should deduct 3%, but I don't know how to account for the fact that she seemed a little flirty, but she also forgot my name." Brady said. It would take him 20 minutes to pay the bill. He couldn't wrap his mind around the people part of everything. "I've never seen someone like that on TV," Laura told him. "Maybe there's a show there." They began sketching out plots and characters. Computer programmers, they decided, were too boring. All they do is stare at screens, so they came up with a group of young physicists. They would be the kind of people who could easily explain the Bohr and Oppenheimer approximation and Schrödinger's cat, but were bewildered by dating, or fell apart if someone sat in their favorite chair during Battlestar Galactica. Each physicist would have their own sort of awkwardness. The main character, Sheldon, would be uptight, analytical, and emotionally clueless, mostly incapable of reading others' feelings or expressing his own. Sheldon's roommate, Leonard, would pine for a girlfriend, but be so socially inept that he would invite a woman to join him in eating Indian food by explaining that the curry is a natural laxative. Another character, Raj, would become mute whenever a woman was present. A fourth, Howard, would be an engineer rather than a physicist, earning the others' disdain, but speak Klingon and a little Elvish, and boast a repertoire of outrageous pickup lines. Most of all, the characters would share a common trait, a general social incompetence, a tendency to misread others' emotions and miscommunicate their own feelings. It would be a show about how even the smartest people can struggle with the people part of everything. Laura and Brady pitched their idea to studio heads even before they had written the first script. Everyone loved it. These were such original characters. A pilot was ordered. However, when the writers started plotting out the initial episode, a problem emerged. A sitcom only works if you know what the characters are feeling, Brady told me. Sitcoms are so fast-moving, joke after joke and twist after twist, that, to succeed, the audience needs to understand each character's emotional state as soon as they appear on screen. What's more, the audience needs to see the emotional relationships between the characters, Brady said. They have to know if two people are fighting because they hate each other, or because they love each other, or they're pretending to hate each other because they are actually in love. Emotions are everything in television. They have to be obvious, he told me. But differently, it's crucial for an audience to hear the characters' feelings, even when those emotions aren't spoken aloud. That created a problem, however, because the characters in The Big Bang Theory were designed to be bad at expressing their feelings. Sheldon, for instance, viewed emotions as a nuisance, and felt the best way to assuage a friend was to point out that you have an entire lifetime of poor decisions ahead of you. Leonard could explain E equals what 2, but couldn't fathom why someone would get upset when he read their private diary. These kinds of misunderstandings were at the core of the show's humor. But how do you write a compelling script when your characters are incapable of showing how they feel? One option was simply to have them announce their feelings to tell, not show. There's a problem with this approach, though. You can write dialogue like, "I'm mad you're late for dinner," Brady told me. But no one talks that way in real life. People don't announce their emotions. They perform them. Someone screams, "I cooked you dinner, and you're welcome," and that's how you know they're angry, said Brady. Psychologists refer to this kind of communication as non-linguistic emotional expressions, and they comprise a vast portion of how we convey our feelings in everyday life. People's emotions are rarely put into words, wrote the psychologist Daniel Goleman. The key to intuiting another's feelings is in the ability to read nonverbal channels, tone of voice, gesture, facial expressions, and the like. Laura and Brady confronted a conundrum. They couldn't have their characters announce what they were feeling, because that was realistic and made for terrible television, and they couldn't have them show what they were feeling, because, by design, they were supposed to be bad at showing their emotions. So the writers tried juxtaposing the physicists with other, more emotionally nimble characters to establish contrasts. They created Katie, a jaded nader who is fresh from a breakup and whose bitter pessimism highlights the main character's cheerfulness. To emphasize the character's longing for companionship, they invented a female physicist named Gilda, whose sexual frankness she once had sex at a Star Trek convention while in costume she announces in the pilot underscores the men's naivete. The writers finished the script, auditioned actors, shot the pilot, and delivered it to the studio bosses, who recruited test audiences to provide feedback. This was largely a formality, however. Everyone with certain viewers would love the show. Audiences hated it. They disliked the characters, particularly Gilda and Kitty, who struck them as toxic and threatening. But most of all, the audiences were confused. How were they supposed to feel about these characters? Were the physicists innocent children or sexualized adults? Were they lovable prodigies or gullible fools? None of the characters, viewers said, seemed to click with each other. The show was emotionally bewildering. You cannot make a sitcom where the audience doesn't know how to feel, Brady told me. It can't be 22 minutes of jerks with nothing emotionally holding it together. The Big Bang Theory had failed tonight. However, the studio bosses offered Laura and Brady a lifeline. If they reworked the script, they could reshoot the pilot and try again. When he got the news, Laura turned to Brady. I told Bill, we got to dive into these wonderful, brilliant misfits and figure out how to make it clear who they really are. Freeze-dried astronaut feelings. From infancy, even before we learned to speak, we absorb how to infer people's emotions from their behaviors, their body language, vocal inflections, glances and grimaces, sighs and laughs. As we grow older, however, this capacity can atrophy. We start to pay increasing attention to what people say rather than what they do, to the point where we can fail to notice non-linguistic clues. Spoken language is so information-rich, so easy to rely upon, that it lulls us into ignoring hints that someone might be, say, upset crossed arms, creased brow, downcast eyes, and instead focus on their words when they say, it's nothing. I feel fine. Some people, however, had a talent for detecting emotions even when they are unspoken. They exhibit an emotional intelligence that seems to help them hear what's unsaid. We all know people like this. Friends who seem to intuit when we're feeling down, even if we haven't said anything, managers who sense when a kind word is needed, or a bit of tough love to help us get over a hump at work. It's natural to assume these people are unusually observant or uncommonly sensitive. Sometimes they are, but years of research indicates this is a skill anyone can develop. We can learn to identify the nonverbal clues that indicate someone's true emotions and use these hints to understand what they are feeling. In the 1980s, a NASA psychiatrist named Terence McGuire was thinking about this very thing, wondering if it was possible to test whether someone like, say, a job applicant possessed the skills to pick up on other people's feelings. In particular, McGuire wanted to identify which of NASA's astronaut candidates were talented at emotional communication. McGuire was NASA's lead psychiatrist for manned flight, in charge of screening the thousands of men and women applying to be astronauts each year. His job was to evaluate their psychological readiness for the stresses of space. NASA, at that moment, was confronting a new kind of challenge. For most of the agency's history, manned space flights had been relatively brief, typically just a day or two, usually no longer than a week and a half. But in 1984, President Ronald Reagan ordered NASA to start work on an international space station where people could live for up to a year. To McGuire, this meant NASA needed a new kind of astronaut and new types of psychological evaluations. The advent of the space station, with minimum tours of 6 months in a crowded environment from which there is no respite, suggests the need for greater attention to personality factors, McGuire wrote to his bosses in 1987. NASA already had exceedingly high standards for potential astronauts. Applicants had to pass strenuous physicals. They needed a degree in science or engineering and experience in tasks like piloting fighter jets. They couldn't be too tall. Anyone over 6'4" wouldn't fit in a spacesuit, or too short, less than 4'8", and your feet wouldn't touch the floor and you might slip out of the shoulder belts. They had to show they could stay calm. One test sometimes used required them to keep their blood pressure steady during underwater maneuvers and could handle the stresses and, optimally, avoid vomiting on an airplane simulating 0G. But now, McGuire was convinced that NASA needed to start screening for something else: emotional intelligence. The concept was just then being defined by two psychologists at Yale, who argued that there was a form of a social intelligence that involves the ability to monitor one's own and others' feelings and emotions. People with emotional intelligence knew how to build relationships and empathize with colleagues, as well as regulate their own emotionality and the emotions of those around them. These individuals, the Yale researchers wrote in the journal Imagination, Cognition and Personality in 1990, are aware of their own feelings and those of others. They are open to positive and negative aspects of internal experience, are able to label them, and when appropriate, communicate them. The emotionally intelligent person is often a pleasure to be around and leaves others feeling better. The emotionally intelligent person, however, does not mindlessly seek pleasure, but rather attends to emotion in the path toward growth. Some recent events had made clear the importance of emotional intelligence while flying through space. In 1976, a Soviet space mission had been cancelled midway through after the crew began experiencing shared delusions and complaining of a strange scent that was later determined to be imaginary. Both the United States and the Soviet Union had diagnosed depression among astronauts and cosmonauts during and after missions in space, and had found that this despondency could lead to bickering, paranoia, and defensiveness with colleagues. But NASA's biggest worries focus on breakdowns in communication. The agency was still haunted by the events of 1968, when the crew of the Apollo 7 began arguing with mission control as they hurtled through the atmosphere. The disputes had specific causes at first. The 3 astronauts complained they were being rushed to complete tasks and given clear commands. But the arguments gradually morphed into formless anger and expressions of general discontent until the astronauts were fighting about even minor issues: the quality of the food, NASA's orders to appear on an upcoming television broadcast, poor designs that made it difficult to use the bathroom, mission control's tone of voice. Spurring on these battles was the onboard commander, Wally Schirra, a former Navy test pilot with an exemplary career up to that point. NASA psychologists later suggested that, due to the emotional stresses of the mission and his grief over the recent deaths of 3 other astronauts in a cockpit fire, Schirra had become combative and suspicious as the trip progressed. After their return to Earth, Schirra and his co-astronauts never flew into space again. NASA needed people who could control their feelings, were sensitive to others' emotions, and could connect with colleagues even when tensions were running high and they were stuck in a small can hundreds of miles above the Earth. McGuire was brought into NASA around the same time as the Apollo 7 debacle, and for the next 20 years he screened astronaut candidates, looking for clues that they might be prone to depression or combativeness. But now, as space missions were set to get longer, he felt something more was needed. NASA had to find astronauts who were not only free of psychological weaknesses, but, in fact, the opposite: people with enough emotional intelligence to live alongside colleagues in space while navigating the tensions, boredom, arguments, and anxiety that come from being together in a small work area that doubles as living space, surrounded by vacuum for months at a time. However, McGuire also knew how hard it was to screen candidates for such traits. The biggest problem was that nearly every applicant's psychological evaluation looked basically the same. No matter what tests he used, which questions he asked, he couldn't get inside candidates' heads deep enough to figure out how they would act during a 6-month mission or a tense moment in space. Every applicant seemed to know what they were supposed to say during interviews. They had practiced describing their biggest weaknesses and greatest regrets, had perfected explaining how they managed stress. McGuire's psychological screenings couldn't differentiate the emotionally intelligent from those who faked it really well. I, like my predecessors, utilized a formidable battery of psychological testing, McGuire wrote to his NASA bosses. But I found myself disappointed with the yield. So McGuire began reviewing 20 years of audio recordings from past applicant interviews, looking for clues that he had missed, the kinds of signals that differentiate the emotionally intelligent from everyone else. He had access to personnel records, so he knew, among those who had been selected, which candidates had gone on to become strong leaders, and which others had eventually washed out because they couldn't play nice. It was during these review sessions, as McGuire listened to all recordings of interviews, that he picked up on something he hadn't noticed before. Some of the candidates laughed differently. Laughing at what's not funny. Laughter might seem like a strange place to look for emotional intelligence, but, in fact, it's an example of a basic truth of emotional communication. What's important is not just hearing another person's feelings, but showing that we have heard them. Laughter is one way of proving that we hear how someone feels. In the mid-1980s, a few years before McGuire began looking for new ways to test astronaut applicants, a psychologist at the University of Maryland named Robert Provine had started digging into when and why people laugh. Provine and a group of assistants had observed people at malls, eavesdropped in bars, and ridden buses while equipped with hidden audio recorders. Ultimately, they collected first-hand observations on 1,200 instances of naturally occurring human laughter. Provine's not too surprising hypothesis, at first, was that people laughed because they encountered something funny. He quickly realized this was wrong. Contrary to our expectations, he reported in the journal American Scientist, we found that most conversational laughter is not a response to structured attempts at humor, such as jokes or stories. Less than 20% of the laughter in our sample was a response to anything resembling a formal effort at humor. Rather, people laughed because they wanted to connect with the person they were speaking with. The vast majority of laughs, Provine wrote, seemed to follow rather banal remarks, such as, "Does anyone have a rubber band?" "It was nice meeting you too, Ruth. And I think I'm done." Mutual playfulness, and group feeling and positive emotional tone not comedy mark the social settings of most naturally occurring laughter, Provine concluded. Laughter is powerful, he wrote, because it is contagious, immediate and involuntary, involving the most direct communication possible between people, brain to brain. We laugh, in other words, to show someone that we want to connect with them, and our companions laugh back to demonstrate they want to connect with us as well. This is the same kind of reciprocity that powers the Fast Friends procedure. It's an example of emotional contagion. And so it follows that we exhibit emotional intelligence not just by hearing another person's feelings, but by showing we have heard them. Laughter, and other non-linguistic expressions such as gasps and sighs, or smiles and frowns, are embodiments of the matching principle, which says that we communicate by aligning our behaviors until our brains become entrained. But how we match other people matters. While reviewing his recordings, Provan noticed something interesting. The two people were laughing at the same time, but one of them was caught up in a belly laugh, while the other was just chuckling. They usually didn't feel close afterward. When we laugh together, it's not just the laughter that's important. Its similar intensity is the evidence of a desire to connect that is critical. If someone gives a half-hearted chuckle while we are doubled over with laughter, we're likely to sense their tepid enthusiasm and see it as a hint we're not aligned, a signal of dominance/submission or acceptance/rejection, as Provan wrote. If we chuckle only slightly at someone's joke, while they laugh uproariously, we'll both see it as a sign that we're not in sync or, worse, that one of us is trying too hard, or the other is not trying hard enough. This observation that laughter is useful because it helps us determine if others genuinely want to connect is important, because it tells us something about how the matching principle works, the reason why simply mimicking another person's laughter, or the words they use, or their expressions doesn't bring us closer is because it doesn't really show anything. Simply mirroring someone doesn't prove that we genuinely want to understand them. If you laugh loudly, and I merely smile, it won't feel like I want to bond. It will feel like I'm uninterested or patronizing. What matters isn't speaking and acting alike, but rather matching one another in ways that convey the desire to align. In one study published in 2016, participants who listened to 1-second recordings of people laughing could accurately distinguish between friends laughing together and strangers trying to laugh alike. Laughter, like many non-linguistic expressions, is useful because it's hard to fake. When someone isn't genuinely laughing, we can tell. The participants listening to the recordings in that study, based on just 1 second of decontextualized sound, could tell when people felt aligned and when they were likely forcing it. A joke might not be funny, but if we both agree to laugh in similar ways, we're signaling to each other that we want to connect. Mood and energy. So how do we signal to others that we're trying to connect? How do we show others we're listening to their feelings, and not just mimicking what they say and how they act? The answer starts with a system that has evolved within our brains, a kind of quick and dirty method for gauging other people's emotional temperature that we usually rely upon without consciously noticing it. This system comes alive whenever we encounter another person, and it functions by pushing us to pay attention to their mood, or what psychologists refer to as valence, and their energy, or arousal. Asterisk, when we see someone and they exhibit an emotional behavior like a laugh, a scowl, or a smile, the first thing we usually notice is their mood. Is this person feeling positive or negative, and their energy level, are they high energy or low energy? For instance, if you encounter someone who is frowning negative and quite low energy, you might assume they are sad or frustrated, but you won't assume they pose a threat. Your brain won't start issuing warnings to flee. However, if they are frowning negative and shouting and glaring high energy, you'll infer they're angry or violent, and you'll become wary. Your brain will generate a mild anxiety that prepares you to scurry away. All we need to make a prediction is to notice someone's mood and energy. That's enough to quickly evaluate what they are feeling. You might not be fully aware that you have noticed someone's mood and energy when you encounter them. It might occur unconsciously and just feel like an instinct. But your brain has evolved to use information on mood and energy to gauge whether someone is a friend or a threat. One benefit of this capacity is that we can judge others' emotional states very rapidly with little more than a glance and no prior knowledge of them. Noticing mood and energy allows us to immediately determine whether we should flee or stay, if they are a potential friend or foe. That's useful when, say, we're trying to decide if a stranger is lost and frustrated and needs our help, or is angry and unstable and likely to turn their fury on us. Mood and energy often show themselves via nonverbal cues. These cues are important because, while it would be nice to know at a glance if someone is angry or frustrated, those kinds of specific emotions are really, really hard to read with any accuracy, said Hilary Elfenbein, a professor of organizational behavior at Washington University in St. Louis. Is someone's brow furrowed because they're anxious? Or are they just concentrating? Are they smiling because they're pleased to see us? Or are they smiling in a way that suggests they are too excited and a little creepy? Even if we genuinely want to know and match someone's emotions, that's hard to do because we don't know precisely what they are feeling. So, instead, our brains have evolved this quick-acting system to examine mood and energy, which provides a general sense, in a split second, of someone's emotional state. That's usually enough to figure out how to align, and whether we should feel safe or alarmed. As the laughter researchers conducted their studies, an interesting finding emerged. When people genuinely laughed together, their mood and energy almost always matched. If one person chuckled softly positive, low energy, and their companion laughed in a similar way, they usually felt aligned. If another person exploded in laughter positive, high energy, and their companion laughed back with the same basic volume, cadence, and forcefulness, they felt connected. But when people were not connecting with each other, when one person was laughing and the other merely playing along, you could tell because, even if they sounded similar, their mood and energy levels didn't match. Yes, they were both laughing, but one person was laughing loudly while the other was responding with a light chuckle. To someone half listening, they might sound alike, but to anyone paying attention, it was clear their volume and cadence, their energy, and mood were out of sync. The laughs were somewhat similar, but if the valence and arousal didn't match, it was clear they weren't aligned. We exhibit emotional intelligence by showing people that we've heard their emotions, and the way we do that is by noticing and then matching their mood and energy. Mood and energy are non-linguistic tools for creating emotional connection. When we match someone's mood and energy, we are showing them that we want to align. Sometimes we might want to match someone exactly. If you are laughing joyfully, I'll laugh joyfully as well. At other moments, we might want to demonstrate that we see their emotions, you seem set, and, rather than match them precisely, offer our help what will cheer you up. But in each case, we're sending a message, I hear your feelings. This clear desire to connect is an essential step in helping us bond. This same pattern shows up in other nonverbal behaviors as well. When we're crying, or smiling, or scowling, we believe others hear us when they respond with a similar energy and mood. They don't need to cry with us, but they need to match our arousal and valence. That's what makes us believe they understand what we're feeling. If they seem to be behaving similarly to us on the surface, but their mood and energy is different, something feels off. Your facial expressions might be the same, and the words you are saying might be almost exactly the same. Nearly everything might be the same, but if your valence is different, you'll know you aren't feeling the same thing, said Elfenbein. One of the reasons supercommunicators are so talented at picking up on how others feel is because they have a habit of noticing the energy in others' gestures, the volume of their voices, how fast they are speaking, the cadence and effect. They pay attention to whether someone's posture indicates they are feeling down, or if they are so excited they can barely contain it. Supercommunicators allow themselves to match that energy and mood, or at least acknowledge it, and thereby make it clear they want to align. They help us see and hear our feelings via their own bodies and voices. By matching our mood and energy, they make it obvious they are trying to connect. Want to hear a joke about astronauts? Terence Maguire was an avid reader of psychology journals, and as part of his work at NASA, he regularly attended academic conferences where scholars like Provan shared their latest work. So, as he reviewed his audio recordings from 20 years of interviews with potential astronauts, he was aware of the emerging research on non-linguistic expressions and the importance of mood and energy. He began to wonder if there were any insights that might help him gauge applicants' emotional intelligence in their sighs and grunts, chuckles, and tone of voice. As he listened, he started making lists of how applicants had conveyed their emotions beyond using words. Eventually, he noticed something about the recorded interviews. Sometimes, Maguire would laugh during an interview, and some of the candidates, the ones who, later, became great astronauts, would often match his mood and energy. They chuckled when he chuckled, even if what he said wasn't funny. They belly laughed when he did. These didn't seem to Maguire like attempts at manipulation. They were too natural and spontaneous. They sounded like honest reactions. And Maguire remembered how, in those moments, he had felt relaxed, understood, a little bit closer to the applicant. Then there were other candidates, including many who turned out to be less successful choices for NASA who, when Maguire laughed in the recordings, would laugh along, but with very different moods and energy levels. When Maguire laughed hard, they chuckled. When Maguire laughed slightly, they responded uproariously, which sounded, as Maguire listened, like pandering. These candidates had understood they ought to laugh along. It was basic social politeness, but they didn't work too hard at it. As Maguire made his lists, he found all kinds of other emotional expressions, besides laughter, where the same patterns emerged. In some of the tapes, when Maguire would mention an emotion, the applicant's non-linguistic expressions, their vocal inflections, tone of voice and pacing, the noises they made would either match him or diverge. These kinds of words, tones, postures, gestures, and facial expressions, Maguire later wrote to NASA's leaders, can be a goldmine of information. The non-linguistic clues were signals as to whether someone genuinely wanted to connect and if they were adept at doing so, or if they didn't consider emotional bonding to be much of a priority. If someone could connect this way during an interview, Maguire suspected they'd also be good at aligning with colleagues in space. So, for his next round of interviews, Maguire decided to try something new. He would intentionally express more emotions during each interview, and then ask candidates to describe their own emotional lives. And he would vary his mood and energy levels and watch to see if the applicant matched him or not. A few months later, Magaya walked into a room to interview a man in his mid-30s with neatly trimmed hair and a sharply creased uniform. The applicant was physically fit, with a PhD in atmospheric chemistry and 15 years of exemplary Navy service. In other words, he was the perfect NASA candidate. As Magaya entered the room, he spilled his papers all over the floor in what seemed like an accident but was actually deliberate, and while collecting the documents, he mentioned that his tie Gersh yellow with colorful balloons had been a gift from his son. The boy had insisted he wear it today, he explained. And so now I look like a clown, Magaya said, laughing loudly. The candidate smiled but didn't laugh back. During the interview, Magaya asked the candidate to describe a difficult time in his life. The man said that his father had died in a car accident about a year earlier. It had devastated his family, he explained. He had spoken with the pastor about his grief and was slowly coming to grips with all the things he wished he had told his dad. It was a perfect answer, honest and vulnerable. It showed that the man was in touch with his emotions, but not beholden to them. It was exactly the response NASA sought in an astronaut candidate. In previous years, Magaya would have given him high marks. This time, though, Magaya kept pushing. He told the candidate that his own sister had unexpectedly passed away as well, and as he spoke, he let his voice waver. He described their childhood, how much she had meant to him. He made his own grief obvious. After a few minutes, Magaya asked the candidate to describe his father. He was very kind, the man said. Kind to everyone he met. Then the man sat, waiting for the next question. He didn't elaborate or describe his father's qualities. He didn't ask any questions about Magaya's sister. The man was not selected as an astronaut. It was clear to me he wasn't in the top tier for empathy, Magaya told me. Perhaps he was the type of person who didn't enjoy talking about his personal life. Maybe his father's death was still too raw to discuss easily. Neither of those were character flaws, but they indicated he was someone who was less practiced at emotional connection. That alone wasn't the sole reason for his rejection, but it was part of it, Magaya said. NASA had plenty of qualified applicants and could afford to be picky. We needed the best of the best, and that meant people who were exceptional at emotional intelligence. A few months later, another candidate came in for an interview with Magaya. Once again, Magaya spilled his papers as he entered the room and made the same joke about his tie. The candidate laughed with Magaya and leapt up to help him gather his documents. When Magaya asked the applicant to describe a difficult moment in his life, the man talked about a friend who had passed away, but said he was otherwise lucky both parents were still alive. He had gotten married at 19 and still loved his wife. His kids were healthy. Then Magaya mentioned his own sister's death. The candidate began asking him questions. Were you close? How did it impact your mom? Do you think about her even now? The candidate described how, for months after his friend's passing, he would talk to him in his dreams. Magaya told me that it was clear he wanted to understand what I'd gone through and share something. That man was selected as an astronaut. Eventually, Magaya developed the checklist of things to watch for during interviews. How did candidates react to praise? What about skepticism? How did they describe rejection and loneliness? He would ask questions designed to assess their emotional expressiveness. When had they been happiest? Had they ever been depressed? He would pay close attention to their body language and facial expressions as they responded, note when their postures seemed to tense up or relax. Did it seem like they were inviting him in? Were they showing him they wanted to connect? Each time Magaya asked one of those questions, after the candidate had a chance to speak, Magaya would answer the same question himself, expressing happiness or regret, making sure to display his anger or joy or uncertainty. Then he would pay close attention to whether the candidates tried to match him. Did they smile back? Did they comfort him? Virtually all astronaut selectees have strong cognitive bases, he later wrote, but it is a minority that have great awareness or sensitivity at a feeling level. The specific emotions a candidate displayed were less important than how they expressed them. Some were quick to show their passions, others were more sedate. What mattered most, though, was whether they paid attention to Magaya's emotional displays and then matched his energy and mood. For some candidates, matching seemed like an instinct, for others, a learner skill. And for some, it didn't happen at all. These distinctions helped Magaya differentiate between those who he suspected could easily bond emotionally with others, and those who, when stresses got high, were more likely to turn inward or become defensive or combative. Long-term confinement in crowded quarters is generally less stressful for those whose sensitivity and empathy allow them to recognize human problems earlier and to engage them effectively, he wrote to NASA Command. By the time NASA selected the class of 1995 women and 18 men, including 7 pilots, 3 physicists, and a physician, Magaya had worked out what he was looking for. Did candidates make clear they were trying to align with his mood and energy? If the answer was yes, it indicated they probably took emotional communication seriously. This framework offers lessons for the rest of us. It's hard to tell exactly what someone is feeling, to know if they are angry or upset or frustrated or annoyed or some combination of all those emotions. The person himself might not know, so instead of trying to decipher specific emotions, pay attention to someone's mood. Do they seem negative or positive, and their energy level? Are they high energy or low energy? Then, focus on matching those two attributes, or if matching will only exacerbate tensions, show that you hear their emotions by acknowledging how they feel. Make it obvious you are working to understand their emotions. And when you, yourself, are expressing your own emotions, notice how others are responding. Are they trying to align with your energy and mood? This technique is so powerful that, as some call service centers, operators are trained to match a caller's volume and tone in order to help the customer feel heard. Software made by the company Cogito prompts operators via pop-up windows on their screens to speed up their speech or slow down to put more energy into their voice or match the caller's calm. Companies that use the software told me it makes customer service calls go much better as long, that is, as callers don't know that a computer is telling the operator how to speak. When we match or acknowledge another person's mood and energy, we show them that we want to understand their emotional life. It's a form of generosity that becomes empathy. It makes it easier to discuss how do we feel. The big emotional ban. By the time Chuck Lorre and Bill Prady learned they had a second chance to write and reshoot their pilot episode, months had passed since they had taped the first one. I was so close to picking up the phone and saying, "I'm out," Lorre said. But they felt they had to give it one more shot. The actors, by now, had started exploring other projects, so Prady and Lorre needed to move quickly. Right away, they made some big decisions. Katie, the jaded neighbor, was axed. So was Gilda, the sexually adventurous Star Trek fan. Instead, they would introduce a new character, Penny, a friendly, aspiring actress who was waitressing while waiting to be discovered. We went the other direction and made Penny light and bubbly, Prady told me. Someone who, even though she's not book smart, is smart about people. The question, though, was how to establish the relationship between Penny and the awkward physicists. The same conundrum still existed. The show needed to make clear to the audience what emotions the characters were feeling, while staying true to Sheldon's and Leonard's incompetence of emotional communication. As Lorre and Prady worked on the new pilot, they considered the scene where the physicists meet Penny for the first time. They had decided it would happen as she was moving into the apartment across the hall. What would Sheldon and Leonard be, frantic and nervous? Or subdued and aloof? Neither seemed right. Finally, a different approach emerged. What if, rather than focusing on Sheldon's and Leonard's specific emotions, each actor simply said the same word "hi" over and over with the same basic energy and the same basic mood? If nothing else, it would be funny. And maybe it would show the audience that everyone is trying to connect, even if they're too bumbling to know how. The writers didn't conceive of the scene specifically in terms of mood and energy. Of course, television writers don't think like that, Prady told me. And most of what we know about psychology comes from sitting on a shrink's couch, but their approach aligns with what we know about emotional communication. As long as the characters unmistakably showed they wanted to connect, the audience would intuit what they were feeling, even if the characters were terrible at expressing those feelings themselves. The final version, when it was filmed, went like this. Sheldon and Leonard see a beautiful girl, Penny, through the open doorway. Leonard to Sheldon, new neighbor. Sheldon to Leonard, evidently. Leonard's significant improvement over the old neighbor. Penny sees them in the hallway and smiles. Penny bright and cheerful, oh hi. Leonard same volume and speed, but anxious, hi. Sheldon same volume and speed, but uncertain, hi. Leonard now panicked, hi. Sheldon confused, hi. Penny wondering what's going on, hi. A minute later, Sheldon and Leonard prepared to return to Penny's door to ask her to lunch. Leonard, I'm going to invite her over. We'll have a nice meal and chat. Sheldon, chat? We don't chat, at least not offline. Leonard knocks on Penny's door. Leonard uncertain, hi again. Penny same volume and speed, but bubbly, hi. Sheldon regretful, hi. Leonard panicked, hi. Penny exasperated, hi. When they filmed the scene a few months later in front of a live audience, it killed. The actors imbued each a hi with a series of vocal inflections, gestures, and tics that made clear their confusion and uncertainty and eagerness, while also making it obvious how desperately they wanted to become friends. As long as the actors aligned their energy and moods, the audience understood. Everyone was trying to bond with each other, but they were too emotionally clumsy to figure out how. It sounded like a real conversation, Prady told me. They ended up shooting the scene multiple times, and the audience laughed louder with each one. We just knew this is working. The audience understood exactly what they were supposed to feel. The secret, according to the episode's director, James Burrows, was that if they had the same intonation and they were saying the same word, they could do it with totally different attitudes and you'd still know they liked each other. If one of them had said hello instead of hi, or if one of them had been loud and then Penny got soft, the whole scene would have fallen apart. It would have become confusing. Is she scared of them and wants to get away? Or is she disdainful? It also worked in reverse. Just a couple of minutes after Sheldon and then we meet Penny, the opposite tactic is used to make it obvious when the characters fail to connect. Penny sits on the couch in Sheldon and Leonard's apartment. Sheldon loud and brusque calm, Penny. That's where I sit. Penny quiet and Kateso sit next to me. Sheldon loud and fast, and gesturing to the seat, no, I sit there. Penny slow and quiet, what's the difference? Sheldon very fast, what's the difference? In the winter that seat is close enough to the radiator to remain warm and yet not so close as to cause perspiration. In the summer, it's directly in the path of a cross breeze created by opening windows here and there. It faces the television at an angle that is neither direct, thus discouraging conversation, nor so far wide as to create a parallax distortion. I could go on, but I think I've made my point. Penny reserved, do you want me to move? Sheldon still worked up while Leonard, exasperated, just sit somewhere else. When they filmed that scene, the audience went wild, Laura said. They were in love with Sheldon's neuroses. I'm standing on the stage. And now look at Jimmy Burrows, who directed both of our pilots. And Jimmy looks at me, and we both look at each other with these big grins. We knew this was working. It was one of those goosebump moments. The writers had finally cracked the code. The characters could be bumbling and graceless and socially incompetent, and as long as they obviously tried to match one another's mood and energy or deliberately didn't match, it would be clear when they were connecting or at odds. The audience would understand what they were feeling and could root for them, celebrate when they bonded. Feel good when everything worked out in the end, including when, spoiler alert, Leonard and Penny got married a few seasons later. After the boom, The Big Bang Theory premiered on CBS on September 24, 2007, with more than 9 million viewers. Critics, who are usually dismissive of these kinds of shows, were unusually enthusiastic. The Washington Post called it the funniest news sitcom of the season. Another critic told the Associated Press that the show worked because of her characters you like and believe, who can be hilarious without being heartless, and consistent without being formulaic. By its third season, 14 million viewers were tuning in for every episode. By season 9, 20 million. The show would eventually earn 55 Emmy nominations and become one of the longest-running programs in history, lasting longer than Cheers, Friends, M*******H, and Modern Family. 25 million people watched the final episode in 2019. Chuck Lorre and Bill Prady remained involved the entire time. When I asked Laura if he ever talked to the actors about the importance of matching one another's energy and moods, he said he didn't have to. Good actors already understand that, he said. They know how to deliver their lines while using their bodies, inflections, gestures, and expressions to convey what's unsaid. They know how to make sure the audience hears everything, including unspoken emotions. It's the same reason why, in improv, players are instructed to match each other by responding with a yes, and it's what good politicians do when they tell a crowd, I feel your pain. The show was a success, I think, because the characters are lovable, Laura told me. The writers loved them, the audience loved them, they made it okay to show that love. When we make it clear to others that we are trying to hear their emotions, when we genuinely try to match or acknowledge the moods and energy, we begin to reciprocate and entrain. We bond. But what about when you're in a fight with someone, or you believe in very different values? What if we're ideologically opposed? How do we discuss how do we feel? When talking about our emotions, it is the last thing we want to do. Paradoxically, as the next chapter explains, revealing our feelings in these moments is even more important. If you're enjoying the book so far, don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss the next ones. Chapter 5, Connecting Amid Conflict. Talking to the Enemy About Guns. Melanie Decker was standing in the hallway of her high school in Las Vegas, Nevada, during the middle of her junior year, when she heard the noise, pop-pop, from inside a nearby classroom. Did someone drop some books? She wondered. Then she saw a student running. Then another. Then a third sprinting past her, wide-eyed with fear. At that moment she began hearing screams. Suddenly everyone was rushing into the hallway and shouting, running toward the auditorium without any real understanding of what was going on beyond overheard snippets, a gun. Mr. Pig got shot. Blood on my sneakers. It was 1982, years before the tragedies of Columbine and so many other places, before phrases like active shooter and lockdown drill would become common inside schools. For years afterward, Jeff Goat would struggle to wrap her head around what had happened. A disgruntled student had used a handgun to shoot a history teacher and two of Jeff Goat's classmates. The teacher had died, the student survived. In retrospect, it seemed unbelievable, a story she had heard rather than lived through. But over the next few decades, as the list of schools with similar cataclysms grew and grew and grew, Heritage High, Buell Elementary, Virginia Tech, Sandy Hook, she began to realize that she had merely been LE, rather than unique. Then, in 2014, after Jekyll had become a parent herself, her 11-year-old daughter sent a text in the middle of the day. There was a lockdown at her school because of a suspected shooter, she wrote. She was in gym class and students would grab a baseball bat to defend themselves. All I got was a golf club, she texted her mom. Jeffcoat was at the doctor's office, and all those old feelings, the terror and panic and helplessness, came rushing back. She jumped in her car and drove to the school. By then, the lockdown was over. It turned out to be a false alarm, but Jeffcoat found her daughter and drove her and 3 of her friends home. In the car, she listened to their chatter. We would have totally died because my teacher said we should stay in the classroom. Then my teacher opened the window and told us to jump out, so we went into the closet. Jeffcoat was horrified. It broke my heart to hear them talking like this was a normal part of life, she told me. How is this acceptable? A few months later, when she took her daughters to a movie, Jeffcoat spent the entire time eyeing the theater's exits, envisioning escape routes if a gunman came in. Afterward, she realized she couldn't remember the movie's plot. She decided she had to do something. I couldn't just sit there, she said. If I didn't act, the fear would eat me up. So she joined a local group protesting gun violence. She was aware this wouldn't be popular. We live in the South, she told me. Most of my neighbors have guns. But she attended meetings and rallies on weekends, and then took a leadership role in her local group, and then became active within regional organizations and eventually national associations. She became a public figure in the fight for gun control, quoted in the media and sent to lobby lawmakers. It was my life, she said. So it wasn't a complete surprise when she received an invitation from a group of civic-minded organizations asking her to join a discussion about guns in Washington, D.C. The event would include advocates from both sides of the issue. The goal, the invitation explained, was not to debate. It wasn't even, necessarily, to find common ground. Rather, it was an experiment to see if people who opposed each other's beliefs could have a civil conversation. Jeffcoat was dubious. How could any conversation with these people, these gun-loving fanatics she was devoted to defeating, be civil? But then again, she had been working on this issue for years, and the school shootings hadn't stopped. In fact, they'd become more common. If nothing else, this might help her understand the other side's arguments a little better, which she could use in lobbying. She wrote back and agreed to attend. Conversations amid conflict. Sometime in the past few months, there's a good chance you've had a tough conversation. Perhaps it was a difficult performance review with a coworker or a squabble with your partner. It could have been a debate about politics, or quarrel with siblings over who should host mom during the holidays. Possibly it occurred online, with someone you've never met before and never will, where you traded bobs about vaccines, or sports, or parenting, or religion, or whether the final season of Lost was great or the worst. In each case, there was a conflict opposing beliefs, values, opinions, and you and others attempted to air your disputes and, possibly, find a resolution or, perhaps, just troll each other out of spite. How did that conversation unfold? Did you and your spouse take turns calmly presenting facts and proposals, and then listening attentively? Did your coworker acknowledge their shortcomings and you graciously did the same? Did you dispassionately consider your siblings' opinions when they implied you were abandoning your mother? After trading insults on Twitter, did everyone change their minds? Or in this, of course, is more likely was the conversation a messy battle from start to finish, with bruised feelings, anger, defensiveness, and misunderstandings galore. It's not breaking news to suggest we are living through a time of profound polarization. Over the last decade, the number of Americans who say they are deeply angry at the other political party has increased sharply to almost 70% of the electorate. Roughly half the nation believes those with differing political beliefs are immoral, lazy, dishonest, and unintelligent. Roughly 4 in 10 self-described liberals and 3 in 10 conservatives have unfriended or blocked someone on social media because of something they said. Over 80% of U.S. workers say they experience conflicts in the workplace. Conflict, of course, has always been part of life. We argue in our marriages and friendships, at work and with our kids. Debate and dissent are part of democracy, domesticity, in every meaningful relationship. As the human rights activist Dorothy Thomas once wrote, peace is not the absence of conflict, but the ability to cope with it. Today, however, it can feel like we have forgotten how to connect with each other amid our disputes. We seem, at times, unable to see beyond our anger and polarization. One way out of this morass, as previous chapters have shown, is by asking questions and listening to emotions. But sometimes, when it comes to discussing serious conflicts, asking and listening isn't enough. So how do we connect when our differences seem so unbridgeable? The event Jeffcoat had agreed to attend in Washington, D.C. was sponsored by one of the nation's biggest media companies, Advance Local, which had partnered with a group of journalists and civic advocacy groups to see if there was a better way to have hard conversations. The event's organizers wanted to conduct an experiment if they brought together people with different opinions, and then taught them specific communication skills. Would they be able to discuss their differences without rancor and bitterness? Did the right conversation, conducted the right way, help overcome the divide? But what hot-button topic would provide the best fodder for the experiment? As the organizers were trying to decide, there was yet another school shooting. A 19-year-old former student at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, walked onto campus with an AR-15 style rifle and opened fire, killing 14 students and 3 adults. In the wake of that attack, the organizers of the experiment decided to focus on a discussion about guns, a classically broken conversation, as John Serf, who helped design the project, put it to me. Serf runs an organization devoted to reducing polarization, essential partners, and has followed the firearms debate for years. There's lots of data showing that everyone shares so many opinions about guns, he said. For instance, the vast majority of Americans support background checks for gun purchases. Large majorities support bans on high-capacity magazines and assault-style weapons. But despite this consensus, it's almost impossible to get Democrats and Republicans, let alone groups such as the National Rifle Association and Evertown for Gun Safety, to work or even sit down together. Everyone is so focused on defending their positions, Serf said. We thought if we could bring these two sides together and teach them to have a different kind of conversation, maybe it would demonstrate something. The organizers posted invitations on websites and reached out to gun control activists such as Melanie Jeffcoat as well as gun rights advocates. More than 1,000 people responded. Dozens of them were invited to Washington, D.C. to participate in training sessions and dialogues. Afterward, the conversation moved online, and over 100 more people were invited to participate on Facebook. It seemed crazy to me at first, said John Godfrey, who learned about the experiment via an online ad. Godfrey served 20 years in the Army and then spent a career in law enforcement. He owns between 30 and 40 guns he hasn't counted lately, he told me. When he spoke to the experiment's organizers, he informed them that they probably wouldn't be interested in having him join the conversation because he wasn't much interested in giving up his weapons. What's more, he suspected they were a bunch of liberals hoping to embarrass conservatives. The organizers replied that they hoped he would come to D.C., all expenses paid. I didn't expect much, to be honest, he told me. But I didn't have anything else going on that weekend, so I said yes, and it ended up being one of the most powerful things I've ever done. Building exceptional communicators. As the organizers were designing their experiment, they were guided, in part, by the work of researchers such as Sheila Heen, a professor at Harvard Law School who has spent her life trying to understand how people connect amid conflict. Heen's father, a lawyer, had tutored her in the fine art of argument from a young age. Sometimes it felt as though she had to negotiate for everything: an ice cream cone, a horse, a late curfew, forgiveness when she violated that curfew. Consequently, by the time she got to college, she was a fearsome dorm room debater. Then she enrolled at Harvard Law School and sought out Roger Fisher, who had recently written Getting TS, and began studying everything from the rivalries that spark civil wars to battles within companies. Eventually, she joined the Harvard faculty herself. Heen was soon facilitating dialogues in Cyprus and among indigenous Alaskan populations. She trained appointees of the White House and justices of the Singapore Supreme Court and advised Pixar, the National Basketball Association, and the Federal Reserve. As she moved among these different worlds, she realized that she had made a common mistake in her more youthful days. She had assumed that the goal of discussing a conflict and engaging in debate was achieving victory, defeating the other side. But that's not right. Rather, the real goal is figuring out why conflict exists in the first place. Combatants, be they arguing spouses or battling coworkers, have to determine why this fight has emerged and what is fueling it, as well as the stories they are all telling themselves about why this conflict persists. They need to work together to determine if there are any zones of possible agreement, and have to arrive at a mutual understanding about why this dispute matters, and what's needed for it to end. This kind of understanding alone won't guarantee peace. But without it, peace is impossible. So how do we achieve this kind of mutual understanding? The first step is recognizing that within each fight is not just one conflict, but, at a minimum, two, there's a surface issue causing us to disagree with each other, and then the emotional conflict underneath. Say you have a couple fighting with each other about having another kid, Heen told me. There's the top-level conflict: you want another child, and I don't, that seems, at first glance, to explain why they're fighting, but there's also a deeper emotional issue. I'm angry because you're prioritizing a kid over my career, or I'm scared another child will bankrupt us, or I'm frustrated because you don't seem to care what I want. Those emotional conflicts are sometimes nebulous, difficult to pin down, but they are also incredibly powerful because they contain so much of the anger and disappointment driving this argument beyond the possibility of compromise. And we know those emotions are there, said Heen, because whenever the couple fights, no matter how many sensible things they say, they never seem to get closer to a resolution. Heen sometimes would go into negotiations among politicians, or disputes within companies, and listen to people describe problems with relatively simple fixes. Then she would watch people's emotions hijack the conversation until those fixes became impossible. People were furious, distrustful, they felt betrayed, but they rarely admitted that to the other person, or sometimes even themselves. They stopped trying to understand why this conflict had emerged and, instead, started plotting revenge. And most of all, everyone wanted to win, to beat the other side, to feel vindicated. This is all normal, of course. Every confrontation involves a range of feelings: anxiety, distress, a desire for retribution that are natural. But these passions can make it impossible to discuss problems in a productive manner. And if you don't acknowledge the emotions, then you'll never understand why you're fighting, said Heen. You'll never know what this fight is actually about. The key, Heen found, entailed getting people to express their emotions, to have a version of the "how do we feel" conversation that allowed both sides to express the hurt and suspicion fueling the fight. The problem, however, is that we often hate talking about our feelings during a disagreement. People love to pretend that they can become analytical robots, Heen said. But, of course, no one can do that. All that happens is your emotions leak out in other ways. Or people might recognize their own emotions, but they are loath to reveal them. They think it will give the other side an advantage or will be viewed as a weakness. They worry about revealing a vulnerability that will be weaponized by their foes. Not to mention, when we're fighting, we usually feel stress, which isn't a great environment for discussing our feelings. This is the real reason why so many conflicts persist, not because of a lack of solutions or because people are unwilling to compromise, but because combatants don't understand why they are fighting in the first place. They haven't discussed the deeper topics, the emotional issues that are inflaming the dispute. And they've avoided that emotional discussion because they don't want to admit they are furious and sad and worried. In other words, they don't want to talk about how do we feel, even though it's the most important conversation to have. In a conflict, we learn why we are fighting by discussing emotions. Discussing emotions won't solve everything, of course. Sometimes, one person wants a baby and the other doesn't, and no amount of emotional sharing is going to make them agree. But if you don't at least talk about your emotions, Heen said, you'll just keep having the same argument over and over. So how, exactly, do we make people feel safe enough to talk about their feelings? It's a hard task, particularly if people are discussing something like guns they've been fighting about for decades, and everyone is certain they, alone, represent righteousness, while the other side is immoral and wrong. Talking guns in Washington, D.C., Melanie Jeffcoat and her fellow gun control activists, as well as an equal number of gun rights enthusiasts, arrived in Washington, D.C. on a warm day in March 2018 and gathered in the lobby of the museum on Capitol Hill. It was the same weekend as the March for Our Lives, a rally organized by the survivors of the Marjory Stoneman Douglas school shooting. Right outside the doors and in more than 800 cities and towns across the United States, students and parents were marching against gun violence. In response, hundreds of gun rights groups were staging counter-protests. In all, an estimated 2 million people were in the streets that day to decry or support how easy it is to buy firearms in America. As the participants walked into the museum, they could hear 100,000 people chanting outside. It was beautiful, Jeffcoat told me. Just really inspiring, all those people fighting for a better world. And then I went into a meeting room and sat down with someone who owned 40 guns and said he needed an R-15 for deer hunting. Once everyone was assembled, the organizers explained their goal. Whether you agree or disagree with what's going on outside, I think everyone can recognize this as a moment when our country is trying to have one of our most difficult conversations, John Sarif told the group. This is a conversation about guns and safety America has been trying to have for over 200 years, and, for almost as long, it hasn't gone very well. Discussions about guns, he said, often devolve into shouting matches and accusations. Or, even worse, they never occur because people self-select into like-minded groups. That's dangerous in a democracy, Sarif told the participants. If we can't talk across our differences, we can't make decisions together. So the goal of this gathering was to have an honest discussion about guns and to demonstrate that we can do this conversation differently. We think we can prove it's possible to discuss this issue with thoughtfulness and civility and learn from each other even if we disagree. But first, Serf continued, a bit of training was needed. The training was important because the organizers had a second, no less important goal. They knew almost everyone in the room was practiced at talking about GANs. Everyone had facts memorized and talking points readily at hand. They all knew each argument and counter-argument, how to frustrate their adversaries and lay rhetorical traps. But the organizers wanted this conversation to be different. They wanted to see if they could get everyone to start sharing personal stories about guns and gun control, the emotions and values underlying their beliefs, and then see if that might change the tenor of the debate. In other words, they wanted to foster a "how do we feel?" conversation in the hopes it might neutralize the poison that usually contaminates these discussions. But the organizers couldn't simply command participants to reveal their innermost feelings. That was too odd a request, especially among people who believed the other side was an enemy. So, instead, the organizers focused on a different approach, teaching everyone a technique for listening that makes it safer for emotional disclosures to occur. The secret was proving you were listening to each other. Emotional intelligence comes from showing someone we have heard their emotions. But when we're in a conflict or a fight, simply showing often isn't enough. In those moments, everyone is skeptical and entrusting. Are they listening or just preparing their rebuttal? Something more is needed, an extra step. To convince others we are genuinely listening during an argument, we must prove to them that we have heard them, prove we are working hard to understand, prove we want to see things from their perspective. As one 2080 study put it, when someone proves they're listening, it creates a sense of psychological safety because the listener instills the confidence in the speaker that at least the arguments will receive full consideration and will, thus, be evaluated based on their real worth. When people believe that others are trying to understand their perspectives, they become more trusting, more willing to express their thoughts and ideas. This sense of safety, value, and acceptance that comes from believing a partner is genuinely listening makes us more willing to reveal our own vulnerabilities and uncertainties. If you want someone to expose their emotions, the most important step is convincing them you are listening closely to what they say. In a conflict, we draw out emotions by proving we are listening. The problem, however, is that most people don't know how to prove they are listening. They try things like making eye contact with the speaker or nodding their head to show agreement and hope the speaker will pay attention. But speakers usually don't. We have trouble noticing other people while we're talking, said Michael Yeomans, a professor at Imperial College London. When we're speaking, we're frequently so focused on what we are saying that we don't pick up on how our listeners are behaving. We miss the signals that listeners are trying to send to show they are following along. So if a listener wants to prove they are listening, they need to demonstrate it after the speaker finishes talking. If we want to show someone we're paying attention, we need to prove, once that person has started speaking, that we have absorbed what they said. And the best way to do that is by repeating, in our own words, what we just heard them say and then asking if we got it right. It's a fairly simple technique. Prove you are listening by asking the speaker questions, reflecting back what you just heard, and then seeking confirmation you understand. For studies show it is the single most effective technique for proving to someone that we want to hear them. It's a formula sometimes called looping for understanding. The goal is not to repeat what someone has said verbatim, but rather to distill the other person's thoughts in your own words. Prove you are working hard to understand and see their perspective, and then repeat the process again and again until everyone is satisfied. Using techniques like looping at the beginning of a conversation forestalls conflict escalation at the end, one 2020 study found. People who engage in it are seen as better teammates, advisors, and more desirable partners for future collaboration. In a conflict, we prove we are listening by looping for understanding. 1. Ask questions. 2. Summarize what you have heard. 3. Ask if you got it right. In the lobby of the museum, John Sarf divided the crowd into small groups with instructions. One person, the speaker, should describe a time when they took on a challenge where they were not sure they could succeed, but eventually tried and overcame the challenge and were proud of themselves. Then those listening should ask questions. And, once the questions were done, the listener should summarize what they heard and ask the speaker if the summary was accurate. Soon, the museum was filled with the sounds of dozens of people looping for understanding. One participant, a gun rights advocate from Alabama named David Preston, described to his group how his mother had committed suicide when he was just 11 months old. For the first 5 years of my life, because everyone felt sorry for me, I never heard the word no, he told his groupmates. Never telling a toddler no isn't a good idea. It messes you up, makes you selfish. Then when that's combined with this grief I felt for someone I couldn't even remember, that's devastating. Preston started to cry as he spoke. I've come so far since then, he told the group. I'm proud of myself because I've built a life with people I love, and I can show them that I love them. I didn't know how to do that before. His groupmates followed the instructions they had received for looping and began asking questions. How did he feel about his mother now? How did he show people he loved them? What had he carried away from this tragedy? Then they summarized what they had heard. "What I hear you saying," said a woman from New York who identified as a liberal gun control activist, "is that you felt a lot of pain for most of your life, and it's been hard for you to express that pain, and that has made you push people away." Exactly, Preston said. When you grow up in the South, you're taught to avoid sharing your emotions, to not complain, don't be weak, but then you keep it all bottled up inside, and what leaks out instead is anger, and now you want to let that pain go, the woman said. "Yeah," Preston replied. "It feels like such a relief to hear you say it that way." He took her hands. "Thank you for hearing me." Preston later told me this was one of the most meaningful conversations of his life, even though it happened with someone who was essentially a stranger and with whom he disagreed ideologically in nearly every way. It felt so validating to hear her say that, he told me. It felt like I had been heard for maybe the first time in my adult life, like I could talk about this and people wanted to understand. It felt like I could be honest. Methods like looping for understanding, says Sheila Heen, are powerful because even when people lead very dissimilar lives, they can often find emotional similarities with one another. "We've all experienced fear and hope and anxiety and love," she told me. By creating an environment where people are invited to discuss their emotions, and then prove to one another they want to understand, we foster trust, even among people accustomed to seeing each other as foes. Heen teaches approaches like looping for understanding to her Harvard Law students because it's one of the best techniques for ferreting out the deeper, more emotional issues that can derail a contentious conversation or negotiation. "Everyone has a story inside their head that explains why they think they are having a fight," she told me. And all those stories are different. We usually don't understand what's in the other person's head, even if we think we do. Looping lets us hear other stories and prove to them we've heard what they are saying. When you start to understand each other's stories, that's when you can start talking about what's actually going on. Eventually, the organizers in Washington, D.C., asked everyone to start discussing the issue that had brought them here, guns. However, the conversation began in a curious way. Participants were asked to share a personal story explaining why this issue was so important to them. There were guidelines. People should tell stories about their own experiences and not about things they had heard or seen online. They were not to offer lessons or takeaways, only memories, feelings, and perceptions. As for the listeners, they could ask questions, but they had to be open-ended and curious. No rebuttals disguised as inquiries. No asking a question when you think you already know the answer. Cathcart listened as one woman described how a relative had been assaulted within her own home. The next day, the woman said she went to a firing range for the first time and has slept with a handgun in her bedstand ever since. "That's how I know I'll never let that happen," she told the group. "I'll never let myself be a victim." Jeffcoat asked if she worried the gun might be stolen or misused. No, the woman said she had taken precautions. There was a trigger lock, and there were no kids in the house. "That gun is my peace of mind," she said, "and when people say they want to take it away, what they are saying is they want me to feel powerless again." Someone in the group stepped in to summarize what they had heard. "You see your gun as a symbol that you won't let anyone hurt you. Did I get that right? It's proof that I deserve to feel safe," the woman said. "I belong here as much as anyone else." Another participant described his pride in teaching his children about ecology and their family's history while hunting together. Another lived near the border, in an area where people sometimes smuggle drugs, and said he once ran off an intruder by brandishing a rifle. Jeffcoat told her own story about the school shooting and her fears for her daughters. They all asked each other questions and summarized what they had heard, until everyone agreed they had all gotten it right. It shook me to hear everyone's stories like that, Jeffcoat told me. It made me feel naive, like I had just assumed all gun owners were the same angry white guys I saw at rallies. By the end of 2 days, both of the organizers' goals have been satisfied. Participants had engaged in honest conversations about guns without those discussions becoming shouting matches. And people had learned how to show they were listening, ask honest questions, and become vulnerable enough to reveal feelings that, if they were lucky, led to finding common emotional ground. The whole weekend was exhilarating, Jeffcoat told me. I walked away from it thinking, if we can do this on a large scale, we can change the world. As everyone left Washington, D.C., they promised to stay in touch. The organizers had established a private Facebook group so participants could keep the discussion going. There were moderators to guide the digital dialogue, and the organizers had invited over 100 additional people to participate in the online conversation. These new people hadn't had the benefit of the training in D.C., but the organizers hoped they would absorb the new communication techniques from the moderators, as well as the participants who had been trained at the museum. It didn't work out like that. I went home and went online, and it only took, maybe, 45 minutes for someone to call me a jackbooted Nazi, said John Godfrey, the former cop. For Jeffcoat, the change seemed even swifter. I flew back. got onto Facebook, and everything fell apart. Let me know in the comments. What's the most valuable thing you've learned from the book so far? The love shrinks. Why do some conversations change so abruptly? Why, at times, can it feel like we've made a real connection with another person and then our environment shifts, or a small conflict gets bigger, and suddenly we find ourselves so far apart? In the 1970s, a group of young research psychologists began wondering about these kinds of questions. In particular, they were interested in studying how spouses navigate their relationships when conflicts emerge. Marriage, until then, had received surprisingly little academic scrutiny. Couples problems were something that pastors and friends usually dealt with, said Scott Stanley, a professor of psychology at the University of Denver. Marriage hadn't been much of a priority. The young psychologists came from the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, Texas A&M, the University of Wisconsin, the University of Washington, and over a dozen other schools, and they had come of age amid the cultural shifts of the 1960s, when divorce, the pill, and gender equality went mainstream. The idea of marriage and what people expected from their spouses was changing, all of which caused the researchers to wonder, why do some married couples stay happy for decades, even as society shifts around them, while others, who had once been so certain they were soulmates, descend into bickering and misery? This group of psychologists never had a formal name, nor an official membership list, but some referred to them as the love shrinks. Their early research consisted primarily of videotaped interviews. Husbands and wives were brought into laboratories and asked to describe their marriages, sex lives, conversations, and fights. Arguments, in particular, interested the researchers. Spouses squabbled while scientists ran their video cameras. Within a few years, more than 1,000 arguments had been recorded. These early studies revealed interesting patterns. Many couples were quite good at listening to each other and even proving they were listening. That's kind of the minimum for marriage, said Stanley. If you can't show the other person you're listening, you probably won't get married in the first place. Couples might not have been looping each other, but either through intuition or advice they had received, they had figured out how to show they wanted to understand one another. And yet, despite all that listening, America's divorce rate was skyrocketing. In 1979, more than 1 million couples, tripled the number from just a decade earlier, had chosen to end their marriages. The scientists wondered if couples were so good at hearing each other and proving they heard one another, why were they still splitting up? The researchers started digging into their data. Eventually, 2 findings emerged. First, unsurprisingly, they confirmed that nearly every couple fought. Some couples argued frequently. About 8% of married Americans fight at least once a day, while others bickered only occasionally. But regardless of frequency, nearly every marriage contained some degree of conflict. The second discovery was that, for some couples, those conflicts and arguments didn't seem to have much lasting impact. Regardless of how frequently some people battled, they said they were still fulfilled by their marriages, happy with their choice of spouse, and reported no thoughts of divorce or lingering rancor after a fight. Their conflicts were storms that appeared and then dissipated, leaving behind only blue skies. For other couples, however, things were very different. In these relationships, even small conflicts often turned poisonous. Mild arguments became screaming battles. Reconciliations were mere pauses in ongoing wars, the hurt and anger just waiting for another spark. Unhappy couples said they thought about divorce frequently, threatened it regularly, imagined what they would tell the kids when it finally occurred. The researchers looked for differences between happy and unhappy couples. In particular, they wanted to know if the 2 groups fought in different ways. Their first hypothesis was that these groups were fighting over different things. The scientists suspected that unhappy couples were battling about more serious concerns: money problems, health crises, drug and alcohol use, while happy couples fought about trivial matters, such as where to spend their vacations. However, they found that hypothesis was wrong. Happy and unhappy couples, it turned out, generally fought about similar issues. Both groups had money tensions, health problems, and silly vacation disputes. The next hypothesis was that happy couples were better at resolving their disagreements. Maybe they compromised faster. Perhaps they grew bored with fighting more quickly. Wrong again. One group wasn't significantly more practiced at resolving conflict, nor more amenable to compromise. What's more, when researchers looked closely at the happy couples, they found that some of them were terrible at solving their problems. They would argue and never come to any resolution. Yet they still enjoyed being married. And then there were other couples who would fight the right way, who read all the relationship books and got lots of advice, but still ended up resenting each other. Some of them would do everything correctly, but still end up divorced, said Benjamin Carney, who helps lead the Marriage and Close Relationships Lab at UCLA. So the researchers began looking for other variables that might explain what separated happy couples from unhappy marriages. One thing they had noticed was that many couples, both happy and unhappy, sometimes mention tussles over control when asked to describe their fights. "He always wants to control me," one woman told scientists during an interview. "He wants to trap me, get me to say things I don't want to say. That's usually why they started fighting," she explained, "because I want to make decisions for myself, and he wants to be in charge." Couples' anxieties about control showed up in other ways as well. Researchers noticed that many divorces happened after major life changes, in part because these changes had triggered a sense of losing control. Sometimes, it was the arrival of children or a stressful new job, which made it harder for people to control their time and anxiety. Or it might be an illness, control over our health, or a big upheaval such as retirement or kids leaving for college, which makes the future seem less predictable. These shifts made people exhausted, lonely, anxious, as if they had lost agency over their days and bodies and minds. We all crave control, of course. And while there are many factors that determine if a romantic relationship succeeds or flounders, one is whether the relationship makes us feel more in control of our happiness or less. It is natural for couples to wrestle over control in a relationship. It's part of working out how to balance each person's needs, wants, roles, and responsibilities. But as the researchers watched the videotapes, they noticed a previously overlooked dynamic. During fights, happy and unhappy couples seemed to approach control very differently. Both happy and unhappy couples, as they argued, struggled over who was in control. Sometimes a husband would limit the topics he was willing to discuss. "I'm not going to talk about that." Or a wife would put an arbitrary timeline on the conversation. "I'll give this 5 minutes and then I'm done." But happy and unhappy couples, the scientists sought to assert control in very different ways. Among unhappy couples, the impulse for control often expressed itself as an attempt to control the other person. "You need to stop talking right now," one man shouted at his wife during a session taped by researchers. She yelled back, "Well, you need to stop working all the time at ignoring your children and treating us like shit just because you had a bad day." Then she began detailing her demands, each of which took the form of an attempt to control his behavior. "You have to show up for dinner and stop criticizing me and ask about my day once in a goddamn while." Over the next 45 minutes, both tried to control each other's language. "Don't use that tone with me," what topics they were allowed to discuss, "don't even go there," and which gestures should be allowed if you roll your eyes one more time and leaving. They divorced 9 months later. Among happy couples, however, the desire for control emerged quite differently. Rather than trying to control the other person, happy couples tended to focus instead on controlling themselves, their environment, and the conflict itself. In a conflict, everyone craves control, but trying to control someone is destructive. Happy couples, for instance, spent a lot of time controlling their own emotions. They would take breaks when they felt themselves growing angry. They worked hard to calm down through deep breathing, or by writing down how they were feeling rather than shouting it, or by falling back on habits using as statements, reciting a list of what they loved about each other, bringing up happy memories that they had practiced during less angry times. They tended to speak more slowly, so they could stop mid-sentence if something came out harsher than they intended. They were more likely to diffuse tensions by changing the subject or making jokes. Happy couples slow down the fight, said Carney. They exert a lot more self-control and self-awareness. Happy couples also focus on controlling their environment. Rather than starting a fight at the moment a conflict arose, they would put off a tough discussion until they were in a safer setting. An argument might begin at 2 a.m., when everyone is exhausted and the baby is screaming, but rather than let it continue, happy couples tended to postpone the discussion until the morning when they were better rested and the baby was quiet. Finally, happy couples seem to concentrate more on controlling the boundaries of the conflict itself. Happy couples, when they fight, usually try to make the fight as small as possible, not let it bleed into other fights, said Carney. But unhappy couples let one area of disagreement spill into everything else. They start arguing about, are we spending the holidays with my family or yours, and pretty soon it becomes, you're so selfish, you never do the laundry, this is why we don't have enough money, the marriage therapy. This is called kitchen sinking, a particularly destructive pattern. Just try to control yourself, your environment, and the conflict boundaries. One advantage of focusing on these 3 things, controlling oneself, the environment, and the boundaries of the conflict, is that it allowed happy spouses to find things they could control together. They were still fighting. They still disagreed. But when it came to control, they were on the same side of the table. Differences in how couples seek control are only one factor that helps explain why some marriages succeed while others stumble. What if, during moments of tension, we focus on things we can control together, conflicts are less likely to emerge. If we focus on controlling ourselves, our environment, and the conflict itself, then a fight often morphs into a conversation where the goal is understanding, rather than winning points or wounding our foes. Control isn't the only thing that matters, of course, but if spouses don't feel like they share control, it's difficult for an argument to end or a relationship to flourish. This insight also has significance in other realms. During any conflict, a workplace debate, an online disagreement, it's natural to crave control. And sometimes that craving pushes us to want to control the most obvious target, the person we're arguing with. If we can just force them to listen, they'll finally hear what we're saying. If we can force them to see things from our point of view, they'll agree we're right. The fact is, though, that approach almost never works. Trying to force someone to listen or see our side only inflames the battle. Instead, it is far better to harness our craving for control so that we're working together, cooperating to find ways to lower the temperature and make this fight smaller. Often, that cooperation spills into other parts of our dialogue until we find ourselves looking at solutions side by side. This explains why looping for understanding is so powerful. When you prove to someone you are listening, you are, in effect, giving them some control over the conversation. This is also why the matching principle is so effective. When we follow someone else's lead and become emotional when they are emotional, or practical when they have signaled a practical mindset, we are sharing control over how a dialogue flows. Once the love shrinks arrived at this realization, in addition to proving we are listening, we must seek to control the right things and a host of other insights. They began overhauling how marriage therapy is done. New approaches, such as integrative behavioral couples therapy, which focuses on accepting a partner's flaws rather than trying to change them, began to spread. Within a decade, thousands of therapists were using the love shrinks techniques. Marriage therapists originally thought their goal was to help couples solve their problems, said Stanley, the University of Denver researcher. Today, though, marriage counseling sessions are more focused on teaching couples communication skills. There are lots of conflicts that don't have solutions, as Stanley told me. But when everyone feels in control, the conflict sometimes just fades away. You spoke your mind, your partner heard you, and you find something to work on together, and the issue stops feeling like such a big deal. The gun conversation goes online when Melanie Jeffcoat, John Godfrey, and the other gun control and gun rights activist Scott Hellman went online. Things got heated fast. There were about 150 people in the private Facebook group, many of them sending messages day and night, 15,000 posts in 4 weeks. The majority of participants were new to the group and hadn't attended the training session in Washington, D.C. They hadn't learned any of the organizers' communication skills, nor gotten a chance to bond in real life. On Facebook, there were moments of real connection, but also plenty of ugliness. I don't know what's more insulting, your assumptions or your dismissiveness, one participant wrote to another. So you're good with brainwashing children about the dangers of freedom, another asked. People called each other idiots, Nazis, and fascists, while writing that some people were too dumb to understand my arguments because, I guess, you were busy doing drugs and having sex in college rather than learning to think. The group's moderators had been trained to serve as models of curiosity, civility, and careful listening, and to work to establish conversational norms. But online, the moderators discovered those approaches sometimes fell short. They tried to emphasize various listening techniques. They tried to train people to speak with civility. But it proved less useful online than it had in person in D.C. There were all the normal problems of online communication, comments intended as sarcasm but read the wrong way, garbled phrasing that implied an offense the writer never intended, posts that seemed innocent to some but like fighting words to others. And one problem, in particular, that kept popping up was the same issue that marriage researchers had found was derailing spouses. On Facebook, people kept trying to control one another. These struggles for control weren't the only thing disrupting conversations, but when they emerged, they tore dialogues apart. Some Facebook participants, for instance, tried to control what others were allowed to say, which opinions were permitted, what emotions could be expressed. It's ridiculous to say you're scared because your neighbor owns a gun, one person told another. There's no way you should feel that way. Attempts at control popped up in more subtle ways as well. Someone would introduce an issue, and another person would immediately suggest a solution or offer a long monologue, which struck the original poster as an attempt to police the conversation's direction and tone. Sometimes people downplayed issues I wouldn't have seen a big deal in a situation like this. One person wrote to another who described a troubling gun training course which felt like an attempt to control which kinds of concerns were legitimate and which ones were foolish. Sometimes people didn't even seem to realize they were trying to exert control. I'm seeing the same Jews posting over and over again with the same long drawn-out gun rhetoric, and it's really off-putting, one woman wrote. Her intent was to express her frustration, but it came off like an attempt to restrain who was allowed to speak. I'm most interested in hearing from other women, she wrote. I'm not at all interested in hearing from men. Sometimes, when we try to exert control, we don't realize we're doing it. We think we're simply stating our opinion or offering advice, and don't understand that others will perceive it as attempting to strong-arm a conversation's direction. It's getting pretty tribal, one participant wrote. So the moderators, like the marriage counselors, started nudging people to focus on controlling things together. When it seemed as though a fight was about to break out, the moderators sent messages urging everyone to focus on their own needs and emotions, a polite way of asking people to exert self-control. When you feel triggered or angry, take a breath, one moderator posted. If you find yourself feeling defensive, step back. The moderators pushed people to think about the environment they created via the words they used. When hot-button phrases were posted to police, state freedom warriors, assault weapons, they asked participants to use less polarizing language, such as rule of law, gun rights, advocate, and tactical rifles. Moderators encouraged participants to control the boundaries of their conflicts by staying focused on one topic at a time. I want to remind people that this is not a debate with a goal of scoring points, a moderator wrote to the group. I am wondering if you can take the heat down a bit. It might be best if we all take a pause. This approach, nudging people to control themselves, their environments, and the boundaries of the conflicts had an impact. The conversations got better, more human. People attacked each other less. My stance on guns hasn't changed since joining this group, one person wrote, but my approach to the gun conversation definitely has. So I want to sit and talk and have these difficult conversations. Then something surprising occurred. Godfrey, the former cop, sent a private message to Jeffcoat, saying he had noticed she kept getting shouted down in online chats. He wanted to help, and so they hatched a plan. The next morning, Jeffcoat posted in support of a polarizing issue, red flag laws, which allow police to remove guns from people's homes. Jeffcoat knew her post would spark angry replies. Godfrey, however, was ready. He responded before anyone else to say that, as a police officer and gun rights supporter, there had been many times he had wished he could take a firearm from someone who posed a danger to themselves or others. Then he wrote that he hoped to hear about people's experiences with this one specific sliver of the gun debate. He worked to shape the environment and the conflict's boundaries. People began sharing stories about taking guns from relatives, or having their own guns taken away. Jeffcoat, rather than arguing her position, started looping, with posts summarizing what others had said. Soon, dozens of people were telling stories, admitting how complicated and nuanced this issue is. Sometimes people don't know how to listen, Brittany Walker-Pettigrew, a moderator, told me. They think listening means debating, and if you let someone else make a good point, you're doing something wrong, but listening means letting someone else tell their story, and then, even if you don't agree with them, trying to understand why they feel that way. While those dialogues were occurring, another gun control activist from the Facebook discussion, Helen Cohen-Blubman from Bryn Mawr, Pennsylvania, went to a local planning session for an upcoming march in her city against guns. When she showed up, volunteers were making signs reading "The NRA is evil." That upset Blubman. Just a few months earlier, I would have carried that sign, she told me. But the NRA is made up of people like John Godfrey, and he's a good person. We can't say that about him. Conflicts don't usually resolve quickly. It's hard to metabolize another person's perspective in just one conversation, Sheila Heen told me. It takes a while, and so we usually have to revisit the conversation again and again until we can hear everything each person is saying. But this iterative process can easily go off the rails if we feel unsafe, or if it seems other people aren't listening, or if they're trying to control what we're allowed to say. That's when hurt and anger seep in, resentment builds, the conflict starts to spiral. But when we look for things we can control together, a path forward becomes easier to see. The experiment to foster a civil conversation about guns concluded about 6 weeks after it began, as planned, when the organizers concluded the Facebook group. The results were, in a sense, mixed. Not everyone rose above their animosities. Not everyone found ways to connect. Some people were rejected by moderators, others opted out. I am beginning to lose interest in this group. One person wrote a few weeks in. Nobody is interested in changing their mind. You either believe in the most fundamental human right, there is the right to defend oneself, family, community, and country, or you believe in the denial of that most fundamental right. I know that my mind is set on the issue, and that yours probably is too. I guess in the end I will see you at the ballot box. Even those who found meaning in the conversation sometimes felt conflicted about their peers. There's one guy who, if I never talked to him for the rest of my life, that's fine, Jeffcoat told me. But there were also people who found real connections across vast divides. For them, the experience was profound. I've used these skills in other arenas of my life, one participant wrote when the organizers polled people 6 months after the project ended. I'm more tolerant when I'm talking to people with different points of view. I used to be intolerant of people with extreme positions, but now I'm able to have conversations with these people and listen to them, while also getting my point through, another added. For John Godfrey, the project was transformative. He still owns dozens of guns, he told me, and he's twice voted for Donald Trump in part because he believes Trump will protect the Second Amendment. Prior to participating in the experiment, Godfrey had generally put gun protesters in the same category as, say, communists, or perhaps vegans, people who don't understand how the real world works. But he's rethought some things. Since the project ended, he has gotten into the habit of calling Jeffcoat every few months just to catch up and hear her take on what's going on in the news. It's a complicated world, you know, Godfrey said. You need friends who are different if you want to figure it out. Part Roman 3, Emotional Conversations in Life and Online. Emotions impact every conversation, whether we realize it or not. Even when we don't acknowledge those feelings, they are still there, and when they are ignored, they're likely to become obstacles to connection. So a critical goal in any meaningful discussion is bringing emotions to the surface, which is the third rule of a learning conversation. There's a moment in many conversations when someone says something emotional, or we reveal our own feelings, or we want to understand why we keep fighting, or we hope to get closer to someone who feels distant. That is when a how do we feel conversation might begin if we allow it to. And one of the best ways to start is to ask a deep question. Deep questions are particularly good at creating intimacy because they ask people to describe their beliefs, values, feelings, and experiences in ways that can reveal something vulnerable. And vulnerability sparks emotional contagion, which makes us more aligned. Deep questions can be as light as what would be your perfect day, or as heavy as what do you regret most. Deep questions don't always seem deep at first. Tell me about your family, or why do you look so happy today? Very easy to ask and can be deep because they invite others to explain what makes them proud or worried, joyful or excited. Nearly any question can be remade into a deep question. The key is understanding 3 characteristics. 1. A deep question asks about someone's values, beliefs, judgments, or experiences rather than just facts. Don't ask, where do you work? Instead, draw out feelings or experiences. What's the best part of your job? One 2021 study found a simple approach to generating deep questions. Before speaking, imagine you're talking to a close friend. What question would you ask? 2. A deep question asks people to talk about how they feel. Sometimes this is easy. How do you feel about? Or we can prompt people to describe specific emotions. Did it make you happy when? Or ask someone to analyze a situation's emotions. Why do you think he got angry? Or empathize. How would you feel if that happened to you? 3. Asking a deep question should feel like sharing. It should feel a bit like we are revealing something about ourselves when we ask a deep question. This feeling might give us pause. But studies show people are nearly always happy to have been asked and to have answered a deep question. Once we ask a deep question, we need to listen closely to how others reply. Listening requires paying attention to more than just the words they say. To hear what a person is saying, we also need to pay attention to their non-linguistic emotional expressions, the sounds they make, their gestures, tone of voice and cadence, how they hold their bodies and their expressions. The last guide laid out some clues that are useful in determining what people want from a conversation. We can also learn to look for what they are feeling. But since it's easy to mistake, say, frustration for anger, or quiet for sadness, it is critical to be attuned to 2 things. Mood. Do they seem upbeat or glum? How would you describe their expressions? Are they laughing or shouting? Are they up or down? Energy. Are they high energy or low energy? Quiet and withdrawn or talkative and expressive? If they seem happy, is it calm and content, low energy, or excited and outgoing, high energy? If they are unhappy, are they sad, low energy, or agitated, high energy? Mood and energy levels often tell us all we need to know in order to align emotionally. Sometimes we might not want to match emotions. If someone is angry and we become angry, it may drive us apart. But if we acknowledge their mood and energy, you seem upset. What's wrong? We can start to align. Responding to emotions. Once we've brought our emotions to the surface, what do we do next? One of the most important aspects of emotional communication is showing others we hear their emotions, which helps us reciprocate. There's a technique for this looping for understanding. Here's how it works. Ask questions to make sure you understand what someone has said. Repeat back, in your own words, what you heard. Ask if you got it right. Continue until everyone agrees we understand. The goal of looping isn't parroting someone's words, but rather distilling another person's thoughts in your own language, showing them that you are working hard to see their perspective, and then repeating the process until everyone is aligned. There are 2 benefits to looping. First, it helps us make sure we're hearing others. Second, it demonstrates we want to hear. This second benefit is important because it helps establish reciprocal vulnerability. Emotional reciprocity doesn't come from simply describing our own feelings, but rather providing empathetic support. Reciprocity is nuanced. If someone reveals they've gotten a cancer diagnosis, we shouldn't reciprocate by talking about our own aches and pains. That's not support, it's an attempt to turn the spotlight on ourselves. But if we say, I know how scary that is, tell me what you're feeling, we show we empathize and are trying to understand. We reciprocate vulnerability by looping for understanding until you understand what someone is feeling. Looking for what someone needs. Do they want comfort? Empathy? Advice? Tough love? If you don't know the answer, loop more. Asking permission. Would it be okay if I told you how your words affect me? Or would you mind if I shared something from my own life? Or can I share how I've seen others handle this? Giving something in return. This can be as simple as describing how you feel. It makes me sad to hear you're in pain, or I'm so happy for you, or I'm proud to be your friend. Reciprocity isn't about matching vulnerability to vulnerability or sorrow to sorrow. Rather, it is being emotionally available, listening to how someone feels and what they need, and sharing our own emotional reactions. How does this change in a conflict? Sharing feelings can be difficult in mid-conflict. If we're in a fight, or talking to someone with different values and goals, connection can seem difficult, even impossible. But because emotions drive so many conflicts, during fights it's even more important to discuss how do we feel. It can reveal how to bridge the gulf. Researchers have found that in a conflict, proving we are listening and sharing vulnerabilities can be particularly powerful, and we can prove we are listening through specific techniques. When we are in conflict with someone, first, acknowledge understanding. We do this through looping and statements such as let me make sure I understand. Second, find specific points of agreement. Look for places where you can say I agree with you, or I think you're right, that these remind everyone that, though we may have differences, we want to be aligned. Finally, temper your claims. Don't make sweeping statements such as everyone knows it's not true or your side always gets this wrong. Rather, use words like somewhat, or it might be can speak about specific experiences. I want to talk about why you left dishes in the sink last night, rather than broad generalities. I want to talk about how you never do your part around the house. The goal is showing that the aim of this conversation is not winning, but understanding. You don't need to avoid disagreements or downplay your own opinions. You can offer thoughts, advocate for your beliefs, even make arguments and challenge each other, as long as your goal is to understand and be understood, rather than to win. How does this change when we go online? Humans have been speaking to each other for more than 1 million years and communicating via written language for more than 5 millennia. Over that time, we've developed norms and nearly unconscious behaviors. The lull in our voice when we answer a phone, the sign off in a letter signaling our fondness for the reader that make communication easier. In contrast, we've only been communicating online since 1983. Relatively speaking, the norms and behaviors for talking over the internet are still in their infancy. One of the biggest problems with online discussions, of course, is they lack the information usually provided by our voices and bodies, our vocal tones, gestures, expressions, and the cadence and energy we bring to our speech. Even when we write letters, we tend to include nuances and subtleties that come from editing ourselves and thinking about what we want to say. Online, however, communication tends to be fast and unthinking, unedited and sometimes garbled, without any of the clues that our voices provide, or the thoughtfulness that formal correspondence allows. But online communication is here to stay. So what do we need to know? There are 4 things that studies show make online conversations better. When talking online, remember to overemphasize politeness. Numerous studies have shown that online tensions are lessened if at least one person is consistently polite. In one study, all it took was adding thanks and please to a series of online arguments while everything else stayed the same to reduce tensions. Underemphasize sarcasm. When we say something in a right tone, it signals an irony our audience usually understands. When we type something sarcastic online, we typically hear these same inflections within our heads, but the people reading our comments do not. Express more gratitude, deference, greetings, apologies, and hedges. Studies demonstrate that when we are grateful that comment taught me a lot, or solicitous I would love to hear your thoughts, or preface comments with a greeting a hey, or apologize in advance I hope you don't mind it, or hedge our comments, I think online communication gets better. Avoid criticism in public forums. In another study, researchers found that giving negative feedback online backfires much more than in real life. It pushes people to write more negative things and to start criticizing others more frequently. When we criticize others publicly online, we make bad behavior into a digital norm. All of these, of course, are also useful tactics when we're speaking face-to-face. Many of them are obvious, things we learned as kids. But online, they are easy to forget because we're typing fast, texting between meetings, hitting send or post without reading our words to see how they might land. Online, a bit more care and thought can yield outsized rewards. The who are we? Conversation. In a meaningful conversation, we bring not just ourselves to the discussion, but everything that brought us to this moment, our histories and backgrounds, our families and friendships, the causes we believe in and the groups we love or deplore. We bring, in other words, our social identities. Many conversations focus explicitly on these identities, who we know in common, how we relate to each other amid our communities, what we think about our relationships and how they influence our lives. The social justice movements and tragic examples of violence of the past decade have made it painfully clear that inequality and prejudice touch many lives and some more than others. Talking about our differences is important if we are to begin to move beyond these blights. The next 2 chapters explore social conversations and how they can succeed, even amid discomfort. Chapter 6 examines how to take hold of an evolutionary instinct to trust those who are like us, and distrust those who aren't, and use it to connect even when our backgrounds and beliefs set us apart. Chapter 7 studies how the most difficult conversations about systemic forms of injustice, for example, can be elevated if we think more intentionally about how they ought to occur. It is not our differences that divide us, wrote the poet and activist Otto Lord. It is our ability to recognize, accept, and celebrate those differences. The who are we? Conversation explores how our social identities make us, and the world, a richer place. Chapter 6, Our social identities shape our worlds. Vaccinating the anti-vaxxers. When J. Rosenblum graduated from medical school in 1996 and started a pediatrics residency at the University of Arizona, he knew, as the new guy, he would get the jobs no one else wanted. He had earned an MD and a PhD from Oregon Health and Science University, but once he became an actual, practicing doctor, he spent much of his first year doing run-of-the-mill well baby exams. Each day, anxious parents streamed through the clinic's doors, and Rosenblum asked them about feeding schedules and diaper rashes, and then demonstrated swaddling techniques and burping methods. It wasn't glamorous work, but toward the end of each appointment, he finally got a chance to deploy his medical skills he prepared, and then administered a series of immunizations. The American Academy of Pediatrics recommended starting vaccinations against diseases such as polio and whooping cough within 3 months of birth, and most parents were enthusiastic for their infants to get the shots. Some parents, though, were skeptical. They had heard these vaccines caused autism, or physical deformities, or infertility. They worried vaccines were a profit-making ploy and made kids more susceptible to disease, so that companies could sell them more drugs. Some parents objected simply because they didn't like anything recommended by the government. Rosenblum knew these concerns were misguided and irrational, but that didn't make them any less common. So I went to one of the senior physicians, and I asked him, what should I say to parents who refuse vaccines? Rosenblum told me, and he said, just tell them, and the doctor, and I know better than you. Even though he was the clinic's most junior employee, Rosenblum realized that wasn't a winning strategy. So instead, in his off hours, he designed handouts for parents documenting how many lives had been saved by vaccines. He photocopied medical studies and tracked down educational videos to share during exams. He told parents about the sadness he felt when unvaccinated children came in with easily preventable, life-threatening diseases. He tried everything he could think of, usually to no avail. The more information I provided, the more they'd dig in their heels, he said. Sometimes I would share my research, send them home with all these charts and handouts, and the parents would thank me, and then a week later I'd find out they'd switched to another clinic. One morning, a father and his 12-year-old daughter came in, and Rosenblum asked if he might administer a vaccine. Hell no, the man said. We're not going to put that poison in our bodies, you trying to kill us. Rosenblum didn't push it. You're not going to convince a guy like that, he told me. His whole self-image is built around the idea that vaccines are for suckers and doctors are either idiots or part of the plot. This dynamic persisted as Rosenblum finished his residency and joined a practice in Portland, Oregon. Over the next 2 decades, he became accustomed to recommending vaccines and then listening as some portion of his patients explained why the injections were dangerous or a conspiracy. It got to the point where these theories, no matter how outlandish, no longer surprised him. What did strike him as odd, however, was the sheer diversity of the anti-vaxxers. You've got liberals who refuse vaccinations because they only eat organic, and conservatives who think it's government tyranny, and libertarians who say Bill Gates wants to put microchips in our bodies, and all those people normally hate each other, but when it comes to vaccines, it's like everyone's reading from the same hymn. This struck researchers as odd as well. People who refuse vaccines didn't seem to have much in common with the typical conspiracy theorist who go down rabbit holes after visiting fringe websites or talking to eccentric relatives. Rather, anti-vaxxers' refusal seemed to focus on how society embraced these drugs without question. As academics began studying the psychology of vaccine resistance, many came to believe the anti-vaxxers' antipathy had something to do with their social identities, the self-images we all form based on the groups we belong to, the people we befriend, the organizations we join, and the histories we embrace or shun. The last chapter looked at how conversation and debate over guns were where people were divided by ideologies and politics. But there's another, different kind of division that can make it equally difficult for people to connect. This kind of division stems from our social identities, how society sees us and how we see ourselves as social creatures. These are the differences and the conflicts that can emerge because I am black and you are white, or I am trans and you are cis, or I am an immigrant and you are not. In these situations, if we hope to connect, a different kind of approach is needed, something more than looping for understanding or proving we want to understand. Social identities, as one psychology textbook explains, are that part of our self-concept that comes from our membership in social groups, the value we place on this membership, and what it means to us emotionally. Our social identities emerge from a blend of influences, the pride or defensiveness we feel based on the friends we've chosen, the schools we've attended, the workplaces we've joined. It's the obligations we feel because of our family legacies, how we grew up, or where we worship. All of us have a personal identity, how we think of ourselves apart from society. And all of us have a social identity, how we see ourselves and believe others see us as members of various tribes. Numerous studies have shown that social identities influence our thoughts and behaviors in profound ways. One famous experiment conducted in 1954 found that arbitrarily dividing 11-year-old boys into two groups at the summer camp they called themselves the Rattlers and the Eagles was enough to cause them to start bonding intensely with their own faction, and then demonizing the other group until they were ripping down each other's flags and throwing rocks at one another's heads. Other experiments have demonstrated that, in social settings, people will lie about their pasts, willingly pay too much for a product, or pretend not to see a crime as it occurs simply to fit in. We all possess numerous social identities: Democrat/Republican, Christian/Muslim, black/white, self-made millionaire/working class that intersect in complicated ways. I'm a gay Hindu computer engineer from the South who votes libertarian. These identities nudge us and others to make assumptions. They can subtly cause us to exaggerate the differences between groups and overemphasize the similarities of things in the same group, as one researcher from the University of Manchester wrote in 2019. Our social identities push us unthinkingly to see people like us what psychologists call our in-group as more virtuous and intelligent, while those who are different the out-group as suspicious, unethical, and possibly threatening. Social identities help us relate to others, but they can also perpetuate stereotypes and prejudice. These social impulses, good and bad, are likely rooted in our evolution. If we hadn't developed the deep need for belonging and social interaction a long time ago, our species would have been toast. Joshua Aronson, a professor of psychology at NYU, told me. If a baby doesn't have a social instinct, or its mother doesn't care about her offspring, the baby dies, so the traits that get passed down are caring about your group and wanting to defend your people and finding ways to belong. The desire for belonging is at the core of the who are we conversation, which occurs whenever we talk about our connections within society. When we discuss the latest organizational gossip, I hear everyone in accounting is going to get laid off, or signal an affiliation we're Knicks fans in this family, or figure out social linkages. You went to Berkeley, do you know Troy, or emphasize social dissimilarities as a black woman. I see this differently than you. We're engaging in a who are we conversation. These kinds of discussions often help us bond. When we discover we both played high school basketball or both attend Star Trek conventions, we're more likely to trust each other. And though these tribal declarations might present downsides, we might look down upon people who weren't athletes or who don't appreciate Spock, there are also clear benefits. When we discover overlapping social identities, we're more prone to connect. But not all social identities are equal. Simply because we both root for the same sports team doesn't mean I'll trust you. Once I learned that you have 16 assault rifles at home or think eating meat should be criminalized. Particularly within settings like a medical clinic, some identities such as being a doctor are more influential than others. But differently, social identities become more and less powerful and more and less salient as our surroundings change. If I'm attending a neighborhood BBQ where everyone voted for Barack Obama, my pro-Obama t-shirt probably won't spark strong feelings of kinship. But if I'm wearing that shirt at an NRA rally and meet another person in the same shirt, we might feel a sense of camaraderie. The meaningfulness of various identities, the importance of gender versus race versus politics versus who we support in the Super Bowl becomes more and less salient based on our environment and what's happening around us. Over the years, as Dr. Rosenblum encountered more and more parents who refused to vaccinate their children, it began to seem to him that their refusals were related to their social identities. We are skeptical about the medical establishment, or we don't like the government telling us what to do. Part of it, he suspected, had to do with the environment where these discussions occurred. These patients were in his exam room, where he had been cast as the expert, and they were forced into the role of supplicant seeking advice, a dynamic that could easily trigger resentment. One study published in 2021 found that such power imbalances and other factors have caused nearly 1/5 of Americans to self-identify as anti-vaxxers at least some of the time, and that many of these individuals view the label as central to their sense of social identity. Studies indicate that the vaccine-resistant see themselves as smarter than the average person, better at critical thinking, and more devoted to natural health. Being anti-vaccine provides psychological benefits, the 2021 study reads, including increased self-esteem and a sense of community. Those who self-identify as skeptical about vaccines are more likely to view mainstream scientific and medical experts who advocate widespread vaccination efforts as threatening of groups. Breaking through these attitudes is difficult because you're asking someone to give up the values and beliefs at the core of how they see themselves. One author of that study, Matt Mott of Boston University, told me, "You'll never succeed at getting someone to change their behavior if, as a prerequisite, you force them to say, 'Everything I've believed until now is wrong,'" said Mott. But to Rosenblum, it felt like the problem wasn't just his patients. Doctors were influenced by social identities as well. When Rosenblum thought back to his mentors such as the physician who told him to say, "I know better than you," he recognized this as arrogance caused by social identity gone awry. That doctor thought he was superior because he belonged to a tribe of experts. No matter how much that physician had in common with his patients, no matter if they lived in the same neighborhood and sent their kids to the same school, once the patients had refused his advice, he saw them as part of an ignorant group, a tribe that deserved disdain. Rosenblum hated to admit it, but sometimes he saw this same impulse in himself as well. "You put on this white coat, and you start to think of yourself as the team with all the answers," he told me. And then, when a patient disagrees with you, you start thinking of them as backwards or wrong. If Rosenblum hoped to talk about vaccines with the vaccine-resistant, he would need to get better at speaking their language, ensuring he understood their concerns. In other words, he needed to start having "who are we?" conversations. But that required two things. First, he needed to figure out how to address the stereotypes inside his own head and the heads of other physicians that made them see the vaccine-resistant as ignorant and irresponsible. Second, he needed to have conversations where patients felt respected and everyone saw one another as members of a common tribe. Then, in early 2020, Rosenblum started hearing about a new, aggressive coronavirus in Wuhan, China. Soon, the virus was rocketing around the world, and nations were closing their borders and initiating lockdowns. In June of that year, when the number of COVID-19 cases in the United States topped 2 million, the federal government announced that vaccines would eventually be provided to everyone. The National Institutes of Health estimated that roughly 85% of Americans would need to get an injection for the nation to achieve herd immunity. Rosenblum's first thought, "That's ludicrous. There's no chance that many people will agree to get a shot." But I knew we had to try, he told me. If we couldn't figure out how to connect with anti-vaxxers, millions of people were going to die. That's when he started wondering about a potential way forward. What if we got everyone to start reimagining these conversations? What if we got them to start reimagining themselves, quieting the prejudices inside our heads? The women entering the laboratory for the experiment all had at least one thing in common. They were exceptionally good at math. They were mostly freshmen and sophomores at the University of Michigan, had all scored in the top 15% in the math portion of the SAT, had earned high grades in at least 2 college-level calculus classes, and had told the researchers that math was important to their personal and professional goals. There were men mixed into the crowd as well, but the researchers were focused on the women because the researchers suspected these women were at a disadvantage that almost no one, including the students themselves, completely understood. The seeds of the experiment had been planted a few years earlier when a psychology professor at the University of Washington named Claude Steele had started looking at patterns in the grades of college students. In general, what he saw matched his expectations. Students who did well in high school were more likely to do well in college. Students who scored high on the SAT, which is designed to predict college performance, tended to get slightly better grades than students who scored poorly. But there was one pattern that didn't make sense. If Steele took a group of black and white students who had scored similarly on the SAT who, according to that standardized test, at least, were equally prepared for college and then compared their university transcripts, the black students consistently got lower grades. I couldn't figure out why it was happening, Steele told me. As he later described in his book, Whistling Vivaldi, at every level of entering SAT, even the highest level, black students got lower grades than other students. It was everywhere, from English to math to psychology. What's more, he wrote, it happens to more groups than just blacks. That happens to Latinos, Native Americans, and to women in advanced college math classes, law schools, medical schools, and business schools. At first, Steele wondered if it might be the instructor's fault. Perhaps professors were racist or sexist, or unconsciously influenced by stereotypes. But as Steele looked deeper, he began to wonder if something else was going on. The data indicated that black students and women in advanced math classes were getting lower grades due to one primary factor, because they were doing worse on timed assignments. They seemed to know just as much as their fellow students, they worked just as hard, but when it came to exams with a time limit an hour-long test, they seemed to second-guess their answers at the cost of precious minutes. So, rather than focus on the teachers, Steele looked at the students themselves. Did they suffer from low self-esteem? They didn't seem to. Had they assumed, at the outset of the exam, that they wouldn't do well, and so their poor performances were self-fulfilling? There was no evidence of that. In fact, just the opposite. These students knew that they were ready for these exams and eager to prove themselves. Something else was happening, and Steele suspected he knew what it was. These students were being hobbled by social identities, the group's women, black students they belonged to, and the prejudices they knew existed about those groups. Steele understood, from personal experience, how much social identities could impact people's lives. He had been born to a black father and a white mother in Chicago during a time when interracial marriage was illegal in many states, and he had experienced racism firsthand. His parents were involved in the civil rights movement, fighting against school and housing segregation and voting discrimination. Steele's activism, as he grew up, took a different form. He left Chicago to earn a PhD in psychology from Ohio State and began focusing on the psychology of prejudice. He ascended through the nation's most prestigious universities with unusual swiftness, with stints at the University of Utah, the University of Washington, Stanford, and Columbia. When he arrived, mid-career at the University of Michigan, he began designing experiments to examine the confusing patterns he had found in students' grades. The first study, conducted with a colleague named Stephen Spencer and published in 1999, involved those women who were good at math. Steele knew, from surveys, that female math majors felt that they have to prove themselves constantly, that their career commitment is questioned. Women were acutely aware of the stereotype view that they were naturally less skilled at math than many of us, something, as Steele put it, they knew they had to deal with. The fact that it had no basis in reality didn't make the stereotype any less pervasive. For his experiment, Steele gave half the participants a challenging math exam, and the other half a difficult English test, English being a subject where, in general, women's aptitudes were not disparaged by stereotypes. The tests were relatively short, 30 minutes, and difficult, based on the GRE, the Graduate School Entrance Exam. On the English tests, the men and women, on average, scored equally. On the math exams, however, men outscored women by an average of 20 points. During the English tests, both women and men budgeted their time wisely. On the math exam, women seemed to work less efficiently. They would double-check their answers more often and redo calculations, Steele said. They ran out of time because they were multitasking, with part of their brains trying to answer the questions, and part thinking, I need to double-check, I need to be careful, because I know there's the stereotype. To Steele, it seemed as if female test-takers had been undermined simply by the knowledge that a damaging prejudice existed, even if they also knew it wasn't true. As he later wrote, on the basis of negative stereotypes of women's math ability, simply taking a difficult math test puts a woman at risk of stigmatization, of being seen as limited at math because she is a woman. The existence of the stereotype generated just enough anxiety and distraction to slow them down, which translated into lower scores. Next, Steele recruited black and white students who were equally well prepared and asked them to complete the verbal reasoning section of the GRE. On this kind of test, Steele wrote, there was, for black students, an ugly stereotype of their group's lesser intellectual ability. When the results came back, white students did a lot better on this difficult test than black students, with a large difference that, if sustained over the whole GRE exam, would be very substantial. Steele concluded this disparity was because black students were aware of the stereotypes suggesting they couldn't do well on the exam, which had generated just enough stress and demanded just enough mental energy to undermine their scores. In contrast, when black students were told that the test didn't evaluate intellectual ability, reducing the salience of the stereotype, they scored similarly to white students. Steele and his colleagues called this undermining of that stereotype threat, and since those first experiments in the late 1990s, hundreds of other studies have both confirmed its existence and examined its pernicious effect. Simply knowing that a stereotype exists can influence how we behave. For black students, or women in advanced math courses, or many others, it is the mere existence of the stereotype about their identities, abilities in society that threatens them, not necessarily the racism of the people around them, Steele said. Even if no one in the student's orbit is prejudiced, the student can still be undermined by the knowledge that a stereotype exists and that their performance could be taken, because of the stereotype and its effect on people's thinking, as confirmation of the stereotype. Stereotypes, of course, surround all of us. In fact, it was stereotypes of a very different sort that influenced J. Rosenblum and so many other doctors to think poorly of patients who refused their advice. There was a social stereotype doctors are experts that pushed physicians to think of themselves as enlightened. Another stereotype doctors are know-it-alls beholden to corrupt government recommendations push patients to view their physicians with suspicion. Social identities can change how we act, even if we don't intend them to, even if we wish they didn't. These identities can push us to double-check our answers or arrogantly tell a patient, "I know better than you." Steele and other researchers have found some methods for counteracting stereotype threats. When, in one experiment, they told female participants that a test had been specially designed to sidestep perceived gender differences and, in another, told black students that a test did not measure a person's intellectual ability but rather problem-solving in general, it lessened the impact of stereotype threat. With this instruction, we freed these black participants of the stigma threat they might otherwise have experienced, Steele wrote in his book. But differently, when researchers changed the environment, it made stereotypes less salient and therefore less threatening. "You can do that in a classroom, which is good," Steele told me. But it's hard to do that in society, where everyone knows these stereotypes exist. In 2005, another group of female and male math students were invited to participate in another experiment. This time, however, the study was occurring on the campus of Texas Christian University, under a different group of researchers who had changed the protocol slightly. To make sure a threatening stereotype was at the forefront of everyone's minds, the lead researcher, Dana Gresky, told the participants at the start of the experiment, "I'm studying the GRE because of the well-known stereotype that men usually outperform women on math tests." This kind of overt manipulation, previous studies had shown, would ensure that a number of women would be thinking of this stereotype and would score worse on the exam as a result. Then the participants were divided into 3 groups and taken to separate rooms. One group started on the math portion of the GRE right away with no preamble or further instructions. Members of the second group, before starting the test, were asked to briefly describe how they saw themselves. An easy way to do this, Gresky told them, was to sketch out a chart describing a few of their identities and roles. But time was short, she warned, so they should include only the most basic information. She showed them an example she had sketched. The third group was also told to describe how they saw themselves before starting the exam. This time, however, they were instructed to write as much as you can and make detailed sketches that provided plenty of information about the various clubs they belonged to, their hobbies, and the numerous identities and roles they occupied in different parts of their lives. They were also given an example. After making their sketches, participants in groups 2 and 3 started the math test. The researchers wanted to see if stereotype threat might be alleviated by reminding individual women of their multiple roles and identities they later were. A typical college woman might identify herself by her sex, race, ethnicity, social class, religion, sorority, class in school, job, athletic team, club membership, family. Would it help the average woman's math performance to think about social identities other than being a woman, even if those other identities suggested no extraordinary math talent? The researchers' hypothesis was that by prompting a test taker to remember all her complex identities, they could change the environment just enough to diminish the anxiety that had been triggered when Gresky, in her preamble about GRE stereotypes, had pushed everyone to focus on just one identity, women who performed poorly on math tests. Later, the researchers scored the exams. The women in groups 1 and 2 performed worse, on average, than the men. Just as the researchers expected, priming these women to think about a negative stereotype had undermined their performance even in the case of Group 2, who had briefly described how they saw themselves. But the women in Group 3, who had been pushed to think about all the various facets of their lives and all the identities they possessed, ended up performing just as well as men. There was no difference in scores. The stereotype threat had been neutralized by reminding women of the multitudes of identities they possessed. Drawing self-concept maps with few nodes proved ineffective, the researchers wrote. Drawing self-concept maps with many nodes, in contrast, allowed women who had been placed under a stereotype threat to perform significantly better. As Dr. Rosenblum learned about these kinds of studies, they seemed to suggest a solution to one of his problems, how to counteract the physician knows best stereotypes inside so many doctors' heads. Rosenblum knew how easy it was, once he put on the white coat, to start feeling one-dimensional to become the doctor. But if you can remember that you're a parent, then you know how scary it is to make health choices for your kids, and that sparks a little bit of sympathy, he told me. If you can remember that you're a neighbor, then you know neighbors don't say things like, "I know better than you." In a Who Are We? Conversation, we sometimes latch onto a single identity. I am your parent, or I am the teacher, or I am the boss. In doing so, though, we hobble ourselves because we start to see the world solely through that one lens. We forget that we are all complex and that, if we were thinking like parents instead of doctors, we might also ask skeptical questions about the drugs a stranger wants to inject into our kids. We might remember that asking questions is what good parents are supposed to do. With this lesson in mind, Rosenblum began a new routine. Whenever he met the parents of a patient, he spent a few minutes finding an identity they had in common. If they talked about other family members, then I would mention my own family, or if they said they lived nearby, then I would say where I lived, he told me. The doctors aren't supposed to discuss their personal lives, but I thought it was important to prove that we had a link. It might have seemed to the patients like he was trying to put them at ease, but he was also doing it for himself. It reminded me I was more than a doctor, he said. Then, when someone would say something irrational, like vaccines are a big plot, instead of getting annoyed, I felt some connection, because I know what it feels like to get pushed around by experts. I've experienced that. It's crucial in a who are we conversation to remind ourselves that we all possess multiple identities. We are parents, but also siblings, experts in some topics and novices in others, friends and coworkers, and people who love dogs but hate to jog. We are all of these simultaneously, so no one stereotype describes us fully. We all contain multitudes that are just waiting to be expressed. This means that a who are we discussion might need to be more meandering and exploratory. Or it might need to go deep and invite others to talk about where they come from, how they see themselves, how the prejudices they confront racism, sexism, the expectations of parents and communities have impacted their lives. When my son goes to school, I tell him, remember, that test may be hard today, but think about who else you are, said Gretzky, the researcher at Texas Christian University. We can make the bad voices in our head less powerful by remembering all the other voices in there, too. The process for drawing out those voices is relatively straightforward. Who are we? Conversation. Invite people to talk about their backgrounds, allegiances, how their communities have shaped them. Where are you from? Oh, really? What was it like growing up there? Then, reciprocate by describing how you see yourself. You know, as a Southerner, I think that. Finally, avoid the trap of one-dimensionality by evoking all the many identities we all possess as a conversation unfolds. I hear you saying that, as a lawyer, you support the police, but as a parent, do you worry about cops pulling over your kid? This, of course, is only one part of a who are we conversation. Remembering that we all contain multitudes can help us see each other more clearly, but it won't necessarily convince, say, a vaccine-resistant parent to trust a doctor. To do that, we need to find an identity we can share. Enemies playing soccer. In the spring of 2018, flyers began appearing in Karakash, Iraq, announcing the formation of a new soccer league. This was a bit surprising because Karakash was, at that moment, only just recovering from a brutal war. Over the previous few years, the city's Christian population had been relentlessly attacked by the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, or ISIS. Hundreds of Christians had been killed and some 50,000 forced to flee their homes. ISIS combatants had ransacked churches, torched Christian-owned businesses, and assaulted Christian women. When ISIS finally withdrew from Karakash in 2016 and Christian refugees began returning, many felt betrayed by their Muslim neighbors. When I bump into them now, they turn their faces and walk away, a 60-year-old Christian man told a reporter in 2017. They know what they did. They know they're guilty. Before the ISIS invasion, there had been a number of amateur soccer teams for adults in Karakash, but most of them were only for Christian players. Christians and Muslims almost never played together. In fact, Christians and Muslims hardly ever intermingled. Even off the field, there had always been Christian restaurants and Muslim restaurants, Christian grocery stores and Muslim grocery stores, each with banners checking IDs that listed people's religion. When Karakash's Christian refugees started coming home, their soccer teams gradually began playing again. Then came the day when the flyers appeared in Christian neighborhoods announcing a new league and inviting players to an informational meeting. Inside a church half destroyed by fire, the league's organizers explained that they were sponsoring a tournament. It would be free of charge, open to any existing team, and everyone who participated would get a jersey with their name emblazoned on the back. There would be professional referees at each game, fresh nets and balls, and trophies for the winners. There was a catch, however. Only teams that already existed could participate, and though it was customary in Karakash for teams to have 9 players, each team in the league would need 12 players. What's more, while half the teams would be permitted to add any players they wanted and they would, presumably, all be Christian on the other half of teams, the 3 additional players would be Muslims selected by league officials. The league had been dreamed up by Sana Mausa, a PhD candidate at Stanford who was interested in testing what's known as the contact hypothesis, the theory that if you bring people with clashing social identities together under specific conditions, you can overcome old hatreds. The idea that a soccer league might overcome deep enmities in Karakash, where a vast majority of Christian residents, when polled, said their Muslim neighbors had betrayed them, seemed preposterous. And, in fact, at the informational meeting, when coaches and players learned that half the teams would need to accept Muslim players, many walked out. They told us this would ruin the teams, Mausa told me. They said we were going to cause another war. However, the lure of professional referees and large trophies convinced a few teams to sign up. Then the new jerseys arrived, and soon everyone wanted in. Eventually, 42 teams joined the league. Mausa and her assistants assigned Muslim players to half of them, handed out schedules, and sat back to watch. Practices at first were tense. Some Christian players refused to introduce themselves to their Muslim teammates, and they sat as far from each other as possible on the sidelines. The Muslim players tried to fit in, Mausa said, but the Christians were openly hostile. However, Mausa had instituted a rule that every teammate needed equal playing time, so although the Christians and Muslims didn't mingle on the benches, they were forced to cooperate during practices and games. That alone was sufficient to cause a shift. Some teams had initially insisted on speaking Syriac, the language spoken by Christians in the Middle East, but essentially no one else, including most Muslims, and, not surprisingly, it had caused on-field communication problems. So coaches on two teams instituted a new rule for their players. Everyone must speak Arabic, which both Muslims and Christians understood. When those teams began winning, other coaches started copying the rule. About a week later, a group of Christian players complained that their Muslim teammates were habitually late, costing them precious practice time. The Muslim players explained they were coming from across town and had to pass through multiple checkpoints on slow-moving buses. So the Christian players pooled donations to pay for taxis to speed the Muslims across the city. Eventually, Mausa had trouble telling the Christian and Muslim players apart. They sat together on benches. They celebrated together after goals. One team chose a Muslim as their captain. Some old Christian teams began complaining they were at an unfair disadvantage because they didn't have any Muslims. When Mausa surveyed the players, she found those on mixed teams were 13 percentage points more likely to report that they would not mind being assigned to a mixed team next season, 26 percentage points more likely to vote for a Muslim player not on their team to receive a sportsmanship prize, and 49 percentage points more likely to train with Muslims 6 months after the intervention ended. Prejudices didn't disappear, of course. Christian players admitted they still felt uncertain about other Muslims, those who weren't their teammates. But the shift was striking. One day, as Mausa and her colleagues walked through Karakash, they saw a few Christian players inside a bar watching Barcelona play Real Madrid. Next to them were their Muslim teammates, who the Christians had somehow gotten in. Before the Karakash tournament's championship game, featuring the Kaunash Youth versus the Guards of the Nineveh Plains, the players posed for a group photo. Both teams were a mix of Muslims and Christians, and some players carried portraits of family members who had been killed. These huge photos of uncles and cousins who had died, said Mausa. And right next to them is a Muslim, and their arms are around each other. After the Gods of the Nineveh Plains won, all the teams voted on Player of the Year. A Muslim was chosen. Polls conducted 5 months later showed that the Christians continued playing with Muslims, and that, as one player put it, when the game is over, we hug, kiss, congratulate each other even when we lose. We see each other in the neighborhood, call each other, invite each other for a glass of tea or coffee at home. Muslim players told pollsters there isn't this idea of which community you're from, and they proposed to league staff that they invite all Muslim teams from the area to participate in the future. The results exceeded even Mausa's expectations. Maybe some people will say, well, that's because sports breaks down barriers, Mausa told me. But it's not just that, it's how we structured everything that made the difference. In fact, there were 3 decisions in designing the league that changed the environment so that players could bond. These are the same choices at the core of any successful who are we? Conversation. The first decision drew on the same psychology that helped boost the scores of female math students by reminding them of their non-mathematical identities. The soccer teams were deliberately structured to give players roles that nudged them to think about identities beyond religion. One player might be Muslim, but he was also the goalkeeper, and he led stretches during halftime. Another player was Christian, but was also in charge of bringing sports drinks, was the team captain, and always gave an inspiring speech before games. There was an effort by the teams themselves to give everyone different identities, said Mausa, and those identities became more important than religion because they were related to winning. The second crucial decision was to make sure that, on the field, all the players were equal. Within Karakash, there were hierarchies. Christians, historically, had been wealthier than Muslims and better educated. The invasion had temporarily upended things by expelling much of the town's upper class, but as Christians returned, the old social order reasserted itself. But on the field, because everyone had to play the same amount, all the players were the same, said Mouser. There weren't power differentials. That meant that old rivalries and grudged social identities that put one group above another were put aside, at least for the duration of a game. The final reason this experiment worked is the same reason who are we? Conversation, if it goes well, succeeds. It allowed the players to form new groups to establish social identities they had in common. And those groups were powerful because they built on identities that players already possessed. It might seem surprising to an outsider that Muslim and Christian players would bond so quickly. But it didn't wholly shock Mouser because she wasn't asking them to redefine themselves. She was simply making an identity they already carried soccer teammates more salient, and as a result their religious identities were a little less loud. These kinds of environmental shifts point to what is needed for a successful who are we. Conversation. First, try to draw out your conversational partner's multiple identities. It's important to remind everyone that we all contain multitudes, none of us is one-dimensional. Acknowledging those complexities during a conversation helps disrupt the stereotypes within our heads. Second, try to ensure everyone is on equal footing. Don't offer unsolicited advice or trumpet your wealth or connections. Seek out topics where everyone has some experience and knowledge, or everyone is a novice. Encourage the quiet to speak and the talkative to listen, so everyone is participating. Finally, look for social similarities that already exist. We do this naturally when we meet someone new and start searching for people we know in common. But it is important to take those connections a step further and make our commonalities more salient. Our similarities become powerful when they are rooted in something meaningful. We may both be friends with Jim, but that's not much of a connection until we start talking about what his friendship means to us, how Jim is an important part of both our lives. We may all be Lakers fans, but that only becomes powerful when we share what it felt like for each of us to go to games with our parents and watch Magic score, how we share the memory of that thrill. Social dialogues, who are we? Conversations are gateways to deeper understanding and more meaningful connections. But we need to allow these discussions to become deep, to evoke our many identities and express our shared experiences and beliefs. The who are we? Conversation is powerful not only because we bond over what we have in common, but because it lets us share who we really are. Addressing the COVID conundrum, by the spring of 2021, Jay Rosenblum was frantic. COVID had already killed more than 2 million people globally, and had pushed billions more into lockdowns. Inoculation campaigns had begun, but Rosenblum was convinced they would fall short of their goals. Lots of experts were saying, well, if we just educate people that the vaccines are safe, if we give them the data, they'll come around, he told me. But anyone who's worked with these patients knows that won't work. They already have lots of data, they've spent hours doing online research, you're not going to convince them they're wrong. Rosenblum had started volunteering with a group named Boost Oregon to search for new approaches. Hundreds of similar groups had sprung up around the planet, a loose network of physicians and social scientists focused on persuading people to get the shot. Many of these groups had already spent years studying vaccine hesitancy and had concluded that the most effective approach was something known as motivational interviewing, a method originally developed in the 1980s to help problem drinkers. In motivational interviewing, a 2012 paper explains, counselors rarely attempt to convince or persuade. Instead, the counselor softly guides the client to think about and verbally express their own reasons for and against change. Motivational interviewing seeks to draw out a person's beliefs, values, and social identities, in the hopes that, once all these complexities and complicated beliefs are on the table, unexpected opportunities for change might appear. For more than a decade, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention had been urging physicians to use motivational interviewing techniques with patients who resist vaccines. For Rosenblum and his colleagues, that meant speaking with people who were skeptical about COVID vaccines in very specific ways. When an elderly patient came into the clinic of Dr. Rima Chamey in Portland, for instance, and the patient said he didn't want a COVID vaccine because he'd heard rumors the science was untested, the physician didn't argue with him. Instead, she began asking open-ended questions about how he saw himself. He said he had 3 grandchildren and was a retired police officer. He was also deeply religious. His church was the most important place in his life. That's why I don't need the shot, he told her. God will take care of me. I wash my hands. I wear the mask. God will provide. He knows my path. Chamey is the kind of doctor everyone hopes for, confident and warm, someone who can quiet a wailing infant with a caress or their overall parents with a sympathetic laugh. She's a mom herself, and her children know if they ignore her advice at their peril. She's spent her career serving migrants and kids, the poor and the homeless. She knows what her membership in the tribe of medical experts means. The white coat, it's got some power, she told me. But with this particular patient, she also knew that no amount of data showing that the COVID vaccine was safe, no amount of mentioning that the Pope had said people should get vaccinated, was going to change his mind. All it would have done is make him stop listening, she said. So Jamie took a different approach. She didn't mention COVID again. It's wonderful your faith gives you so much strength, she told him. You clearly have a really close relationship with God. Then, almost as an aside, Jamie brought up another identity. I imagine your grandchildren's health is probably very important to you, she said. Yes, he agreed. He loved being a grandfather. Then we went on to other topics, Jamie said. But towards the end of the appointment, as a way to wrap things up, I said, I don't usually talk about religion with patients, but I'm so thankful that God gave us these brains and these laboratories and the ability to make vaccines. Maybe He gave us vaccines to keep us safe. Then she left the room. She didn't do anything except acknowledge that they both contain numerous identities, and that some of them religious devotion, caring about children overlapped and offered different perspectives on what constitutes safety. With that, the appointment was over. 30 minutes later, the man was still in the exam room. Jamie pulled the nurse aside. Why is he still here? She asked. He wanted the vaccine, the nurse said. Jamie and Rosenblum have used motivational interviewing with hundreds of patients. It's different every time, of course, Jamie said. Sometimes we talk about religion, sometimes our kids. Sometimes I just ask, on a scale of 1 to 10, how do you feel about this vaccine? And when they say 3, I ask, why not 2? Why not 4? I'm genuinely curious why you're 3, what that says about you. In the same manner as Samamasa's soccer league, Jamie's conversations put everyone on equal footing. No one is an expert on parenting or God's will. And they build on existing social identities to construct a new group. We are all people who want to do the right thing for our families. Regardless of other differences, we have that in common. I had a family that came to my practice with 2 kids, Rosenblum told me. They had just moved to town and were upper middle class, well educated, but both children were completely unvaccinated. The parents told me they'd heard some scary information about vaccines, but when they brought up questions with their previous doctor, he'd kind of dismissed them. So Rosenblum spoke to the couple for a while. He asked where they lived, where they planned to send their kids to school, what they enjoyed doing on weekends. He told them about himself, and they discovered a few restaurants and parks they both liked. He asked them to describe their concerns about vaccines, but also inquired about other worries. Were they anxious about their kids starting school? How did they feel about things like sugar and soda pop? He never pushed the vaccines. Instead, he just asked questions, and after they answered, he shared his own thoughts. At the end of the conversation, the parents said they wanted to start a vaccination schedule for their kids that day. It worked because they felt listened to, Rosenblum told me. You have to find some way to connect if you want people to hear what you're saying. Who are we? Conversation is crucial because our social identities exert such a powerful influence on what we say, how we hear, and what we think, even when we don't want them to. Our identities can help us find values we share or can push us into stereotypes. Sometimes, simply reminding ourselves that we all contain multitudes can shift how we speak and listen. The who are we? Conversation can help us understand how the identities we choose and the identities imposed on us by society make us who we are. But what happens when simply talking about our identities feels threatening? How at moments like that do we learn to speak and hear? Chapter 7. How do we make the hardest conversations safer? The problem Netflix lives with. If you were to ask Netflix employees when things started going wrong inside the company, many would point to an afternoon in February 2018. Netflix's publicity department, about 30 people, were gathered in a conference room inside the firm's Los Angeles headquarters. At that moment, the company was on track for its most successful year ever, with more than $15 billion in revenue and 124 million subscribers. Everyone was there for a weekly staff meeting, and people chatted and caught up with one another as their boss, Communications Chief Officer Jonathan Freeland, stood to speak. Freeland began by telling the group that Netflix had recently released the comedy special titled Tom Segura, Disgraceful. Most of the people in the room had never heard of the program, nor, for that matter, had many viewers. At any given moment, Netflix hosts tens of thousands of shows. Subscribers spend an estimated 70 billion hours per year on the platform. This one comedy special, like so many others, would likely come and go. But Freeland was mentioning the program, he explained, because it featured a comedian being unusually offensive, waxing nostalgic for a time when people could use terms such as retarded, making fun of people with Down syndrome, complaining because he can't say midget anymore. A few disability advocacy groups had already raised objections, and the company needed to be prepared for more criticisms. It was important, Freeland stressed, that they treat these complaints seriously. Everyone needed to appreciate how hurtful the word retarded could be. Hearing it was a gut punch to any parent whose child is cognitively different, Friedland said. Then, to drive his point home, he offered an analogy. It would be as if an African-American person had heard and here he said the N-word. Everyone in the room went silent. The mood changed instantly. Did he really just say that? Friedland did not seem to notice the shift. He moved on to other topics. When the meeting ended, employees returned to their desks. Some seemed not to give the incident another thought. Others mentioned to colleagues what had occurred, and they, in turn, told other people who told others. 2 employees approached Friedland to complain about his language and said that using that word in any setting was unacceptable. It was particularly offensive coming from one of the company's highest-ranking executives. Friedland agreed with them, apologized, and notified human resources of what had occurred. And that, one employee told me, is when the Civil War began. Netflix had been founded in 1997 by Reed Hastings, an entrepreneur with an unusual business philosophy: the fewer rules, the better. Hastings believed companies were hobbled by meddlesome managers. Bureaucracy was the road to ruin. He eventually memorialized his beliefs in a 125-page PowerPoint that was shared with every employee and became required reading for new hires. When it was posted on the internet, the Netflix culture deck was downloaded millions of times. At Netflix, the culture deck explained, "We seek excellence, and in return, employees were granted unusual freedoms. Workers could take as much vacation as they wanted, work whichever days or hours they desired, authorize almost any kind of purchase, a first-class plane ticket, a new computer at millions of dollars to acquire a film without prior permission, as long as they could justify their choice." Whereas it was treasonous at most firms to apply for jobs with competitors, at Netflix employees were encouraged to submit applications to other companies, and if they were offered a higher salary, Netflix would either match it or encourage them to leave. The company expected amazing amounts of important work, the culture deck decreed, and to achieve that, employees had permission to try nearly anything as long as it delivered higher profits or revealed new insights. Employees who couldn't consistently deliver top-tier excellence were warned that a merely adequate performance gets a generous severance package. And whenever someone was dismissed, which happened frequently, another Netflix ritual kicked in. A note was sent to that person's team, or department, or sometimes the entire company, explaining why the person had been let go. The departing employees' disappointing work habits, their questionable decisions, and mistakes, all of it was spelled out in detail for everyone who remained. One current Netflix worker told me, "When I got to Netflix, I got a 'why Jim was fired' email on my second day, and I freaked out." It was very candid. He wondered, did I make a mistake coming here? Is this place a snake pit? But eventually I realized it's actually helpful to get emails like that because, if you've read a few of them, you know what the company expects. It takes the mystery out of everything. As the company expanded, there were growing pains. In 2011, Hastings, without much internal debate, announced that he intended to split the firm in 2. One company would handle DVD by mail, and the other would provide online streaming services. The announcement was not well received. The stock plunged by 77%, forcing Hastings to backtrack almost immediately. Top executives later blamed this misstep and the resulting crisis on an insufficient amount of internal skepticism. Executives should have told Hastings they disagreed with him, should have pushed back more forcefully. In fact, as a rule, all employees needed to challenge one another's decision-making more aggressively. The culture deck was amended to note that silent disagreement is unacceptable. Hastings went so far as to tell workers that it is disloyal to Netflix when you disagree with an idea and do not express the disagreement, and that they ought to farm for dissent among their peers. Before long, meetings were filled with people tearing apart one another's proposals. Teams would schedule feedback dinners where everyone would go around the table offering something they appreciated and the 5 or 6 things they did not appreciate about each of their coworkers. For some, this atmosphere was exhilarating. All that anxiety you normally feel trying to figure out what your manager thinks, and what their manager thinks, and wondering what's actually going on, that's all gone, one employee told me. For others, the radical candor could feel cruel. It gave people permission to be savage. Another employee, Parker Sanchez, said, "Some days I'd cry for an hour." One advantage of this culture, though, was that it made it easy to discuss nearly anything. "Nothing is off the table," a high-ranking executive told me. "You think your boss is making a mistake? Tell them. You don't like how someone runs meetings? Say it. You're more likely to get promoted than punished." Employees would regularly send Hastings emails critiquing his strategies or what he had said during meetings, or they would openly criticize him on internal message boards, and Reed would publicly thank them, said the executive. "I've never worked in a culture like this before. It's amazing." It was also effective. Netflix's stock recovered, and the company got larger every year. Its unusual culture enabled it to hire some of the best software engineers, television producers, tech executives, and filmmakers in the world. It quickly became one of the most admired and successful firms in both Silicon Valley and Hollywood. Fortune magazine named Hastings Business Person of the Year. Then came the meeting where Jonathan Friedland uttered the N-word. Why conversations about identity matter over the past half-decade in the wake of reports of racism and sexism within numerous companies, evidence of ignored sexual assaults inside organizations, and the growth of social movements devoted to equality and inclusion, there's be a renewed focus on making workplaces fairer and more just. Thousands of firms have hired inclusion coaches or have purchased diversity, equity, and inclusion curriculums in the hopes of fostering meaningful, long overdue conversations about how to combat racism, sexism, and other prejudices. Today, nearly every Fortune 1000 company has at least one high-ranking executive focused on undoing the biases and structural inequities that unfairly disadvantage some employees and customers. These programs are necessary correctives for real problems, reminders that there are injustices that make it hard for some people to get the jobs they want, the salaries they deserve, or the respect they merit simply because of the color of their skin, their country of origin, or some other aspect of their identity that shouldn't have any impact on their careers. However, many of these well-intentioned programs don't seem particularly effective. When a team of researchers from Princeton, Columbia, and Hebrew University examined more than 400 studies of attempts to reduce prejudice, they found that in 76% of cases, the best that could be said was that the long-term impact remains unclear. A 2021 Harvard Business Review article regarding 80,000 people who had undergone unconscious bias training found that such training did not change bias behavior. Another examination of 3 decades of data concluded that the positive effects of diversity training rarely last beyond a day or two, and can activate bias or spark a backlash. A fourth study found that after unconscious bias training, the likelihood that black men and women would advance in organizations often decreased because the trainings made race and gender stereotypes more salient. A summary in the 2021 Annual Review of Psychology found that while, by many metrics, the study of interventions designed to reduce prejudice is thriving, the authors conclude that much research, if it is theoretically and empirically misguided if the aim is to provide actionable, robust, evidence-based recommendations for reducing prejudice in the world, this does not, by any means, suggest that efforts at addressing inequity or rooting out prejudice should be abandoned. It does not mean that reducing bias and structural injustice is impossible. There are real insights, as we saw with stereotype threat, that can help historically marginalized people succeed. There are interventions such as those that took place on the soccer fields in Karakash, Iraq, that have bridged differences. However, figuring out precisely how to confront inequality and prejudice is more complicated than hiring a diversity consultant or asking workers to attend an afternoon training session. And these complications are heightened by the fact that many people feel that discussing who are we poses real risks. Though we all hopefully recognize that using a racial slur is unacceptable when it comes to other kinds of dialogues, it can be hard to know what's out of bounds. How much can we ask a coworker about their background, their life beyond work, their beliefs, their identity, without running the risk of overstepping? How do we overcome the worry that saying the wrong thing, or asking a naive question, might destroy friendships or careers? Who are we? Conversations have a place beyond discussions of race, ethnicity, and gender, of course. Many of our toughest conversations are hard precisely because they touch on social identities that have nothing to do with our ancestry. When we critique an underperforming employee, criticize a spouse, or tell a boss they aren't giving us what we need, it can easily come off as a denunciation of who they are, a swipe at their abilities and judgments, or an attack on the sense of identity. So how do we get better at talking about who are we when we're discussing the most sensitive subjects? How do we nudge people to discuss differences in ways that bring us together rather than drive us apart? How do we have these vital conversations in settings such as the workplace, where they can seem so perilous? Within just a few days of Friedland's use of the N-word, it seemed as if every one of Netflix's 5,500 employees had heard about the incident, and most of them had strong opinions about what ought to happen next. Human Resources opened an investigation. Friedland apologized to the meeting's participants, his entire team, and then the company's other divisions. He attended an off-site with senior staff to explain what had occurred and what he had learned from it. He met with Human Resources to express his contrition, but during that meeting, while recounting the incident, he said the N-word again. Soon everyone knew about that as well. Within the wider Netflix community, some employees began posting angry missives on internal message boards arguing that the company had been ignoring racial tensions for years. Critics of those posts responded by saying that the issue wasn't racism, but rather oversensitivity by some people who were not cut out for Netflix's hard-charging culture. There were worker surveys showing that Netflix's employees of color felt excluded, marginalized, and disadvantaged when promotions were handed out. Others, abiding by the maxim that silent disagreement is unacceptable, argued that these people had missed out on advancements not because of prejudice, but because they hadn't worked hard enough. In between these extremes were many employees who acknowledged that Friedland had done something offensive and inappropriate, but felt he should be forgiven. Yes, Jonathan made a mistake, but he admitted the mistake, apologized, and tried to make amends, a high-ranking executive told me. That's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to screw up, give and accept feedback, learn from it, and move on, but some people wouldn't let it go. Complicating matters further was the fact that all of Netflix's top executives were white, and nearly all were male. There was this feeling, like, if the head of communications can use the N-word and there's no consequences, why shouldn't every black employee feel like a second-class citizen? One employee told me. I think that was a watershed moment. Oh wait, some people thought this was a perfect place, but actually, there are some things that farming for dissent can't fix. The controversy seemed to get bigger each week. Finally, months after the initial incident, Hastings told Friedland he had to leave. He then sent a "Why Jonathan was fired" email to the entire company explaining that Friedland's use of the N-word on at least 2 occasions at work showed an acceptably low racial awareness and sensitivity. There is not a way to neutralize the immersion and history behind the word in any context. Hastings said that he regretted not acting sooner. When the move was cheered by some employees and resented by others. More than anything, though, it created confusion. Netflix prided itself on a culture where employees could say nearly anything to one another. Racial insults, clearly, were out of bounds. But what about if you're discussing a show that, itself, uses a racial slur? Is it okay to specify what a character says if your goal is to figure out what's appropriate and what isn't? Netflix hosted a popular comedy special named Private School Negro. Was it okay to say the title in meetings? What was forbidden and what was allowed? It was genuinely confusing, one executive told me. And Reed's email didn't make things clearer, which is the whole point of sending emails like that. The previous year, Netflix had added an inclusion section to the culture deck, asking employees to be curious about how our different backgrounds affect us at work, rather than pretending they don't, and to recognize we all have biases, and work to grow past them. The company pushed employees to discuss biases and intervene if someone else is being marginalized. One thing everyone could agree on was that, by these standards, the company wasn't doing great. So Netflix began hiring new executives, including a woman named Verna Myers, to oversee a newly created division that was devoted to equity and diversity. The goal was to foster dialogues, confront biases, and make Netflix a shining example of inclusivity. But how do you discuss the most sensitive topics, the kinds of subjects where an ill-phrased question or an awkward comment might draw anger or hurt, in a culture where relentless debate and scathing disagreement are the norm? Why some conversations are so hard. In 2019, 2 researchers from Columbia and UC Berkeley asked more than 1,500 people to describe their toughest conversations from the previous week. Their goal was to figure out the specifics of why some topics such as race, gender, and ethnicity can be so hard to discuss. To get a cross-section of perspectives, they recruited people from all walks of life. Their ages ranged from 18 to 73, some were rich, others poor. The researchers had found them through online ads, and so, in some respects, the group represented the same kinds of diversity one might find inside a large company. The researchers asked each participant a series of questions. Have you been in a recent discussion where you felt like you didn't fit in? Have you been in a conversation where someone expressed prejudiced beliefs? Have you heard someone make jokes about people like you, or pretend to talk like you, or assume you were friends with someone because you were the same ethnicity or gender? It quickly became clear from participants' answers that some of their recent conversations had been challenging because of the topics they had discussed. They had talked about subjects like politics or religion, where some degree of tension is normal. But many other discussions had started out relatively benign about, say, sports or work or what's on television, until someone had said something that made someone else feel uncomfortable or upset. It was these moments of discomfort the researchers wanted to explore. What exactly had been said, and how had someone said it, that caused another person to grow anxious or angry? What had prompted the listener to withdraw, to grow defensive, to want to fight back? The researchers Michael Slepian and Drew Jacoby Singer found there were lots of things that might make a conversation go bad. Someone might say something offensive, or they might say something ignorant or cruel. They might alienate their companions intentionally, or it might occur by accident. But there was one behavior, in particular, that consistently made people uncomfortable and upset. If a speaker said something that lumped the listener into a group against her or his will, the discussion would likely go south. Sometimes speakers would assign listeners membership in a group they didn't like. You're rich, so you know most rich people are snobs, and the listener would be offended by the insinuation they were snobbish. Sometimes a speaker would deny someone membership in a group they esteemed. You didn't go to law school, so you don't understand how the law actually works, then the listener would be insulted by the accusation that they were uninformed. Sometimes, when speakers made such comments, they were indirect. You're one of the good Republicans, but most of them only care about themselves, or you got into the college because you're smart, but some people like you get in because of affirmative action. Occasionally, the person making the comments seemed to have no idea that they were offending. Since you don't have kids, you might not understand how a parent feels seeing a child treated that way. Regardless of the phrasing, the result was consistent anger and alienation, a conversation that fell apart. These kinds of comments sparked irritation because the listeners had been assigned to a group: the wealthy snobs, the selfish Republicans, the undeserving college students they didn't identify with. Or they were denied membership in a group: people who understand how the law works, people who sympathize with children where they felt they rightfully belonged. So the listener, offended, would become defensive as their sense of self, their identity, was attacked. In psychology, this is known as identity threat, and it is deeply corrosive to communication. When someone says you don't belong, or they put you in a group you don't appreciate, it can cause extreme psychological discomfort, Slevin told me. Studies have shown that when people confront identity threats, their blood pressure can rise, their bodies can become flooded with stress hormones, they begin looking for ways to escape or fight back. Identity threats are one reason why conversations about who are we can be so difficult. When some Netflix employees accused their coworkers of being oversensitive or not Netflix material, it felt to the accused as if they were being forced into a group petulant complainers they abhorred, or were being excluded from a group thus prepared to succeed in Netflix to which everyone wanted to belong. And when those who had been criticized responded by arguing that their critics' comments came from a place of privilege and were themselves evidence of racial insensitivity, it felt to the critics like they had been lumped in with racists and bigots, which made them defensive in response. Identity threat isn't unique to the workplace, of course. It can occur anywhere: at a party, inside a bar, during a conversation with a stranger while waiting for the bus. Nor is it uncommon, as Slevin and Jacoby Sanger found. Of the more than 1,500 participants who took part in their study, only 1% had not encountered a recent identity threat. Participants on average had experienced 11.38 identity threats in the past week, they wrote in a 2021 paper in Social Psychology and Personality Science. Across 40% of our observations, participants felt threatened on a single identity, and 60% represent perceiving a threat on multiple identities. The study's participants reported experiencing identity threats due to where they lived, where they worked, who they were married to, who they were dating, where they had been born, how they spoke, how much money they earned, and dozens of other reasons. Being rich, or white, or straight, or socially advantaged in any other way didn't protect them. And being poor, or black, or part of another minoritized group meant they likely confronted identity threats as often as every day. We've all felt the sting of identity threat at some point, or have said something we didn't intend as offensive but which came off as insensitive. The mere possibility of identity threat frequently stops people from talking about who are we. In a 2021 study, 70% of participants said they saw real risks to participating in a dialogue about race, even with friends. Black friends worry their white friends will say something racist, maybe unintentionally, and it will damage the friendship, said Chiara Sanchez, the researcher who led that study. And white friends worry they'll say something prejudiced by accident, so there's a lot of anxiety on both sides. But if we care about making the world more inclusive and fair, then talking about who are we is crucial. The problem of racism can be solved, in theory, with the right information, investment, strategy, and implementation. Harvard social psychologist Robert Livingston writes in his book The Conversation. We have to start talking to one another, especially those outside our social circle. Nothing will improve until we begin to have honest and informed conversations about race and decide, as a community, to do something about it. Conversations about who we are and who we want to be are essential if we hope society will change. Conversations about race are some of the most difficult discussions, and so, for researchers, they have served as useful models for studying the dynamics that emerge during challenging dialogues. In 2020, for instance, in an attempt to figure out how to have more honest and open conversations about race and ethnicity, another group of scientists recruited more than 100 pairs of close friends and brought them, face to face, to talk about their experiences with race and racism. The researchers' goal was to figure out if there is something that can be done before discussion begins that makes it easier to talk about hard things. Every pair of friends was similar in two ways. One person was black and the other was white. And neither of them were informed, before the experiment, that they would be discussing race. At the start of the experiment, some of the pairs were given generic instructions. They would serve as a control group. These pairs of friends were told to discuss something that has happened to you recently or an experience you had that is related to your race or ethnicity. Black participants were invited to go first, and since each pair already knew each other, they were encouraged to tell a story you have not shared with this friend before. The conversation, it was suggested, should last for around 10 minutes. The second group of participants, the experimental group, was prepared differently. They were also told to discuss something that has happened to you recently or an experience you had that is related to your race or ethnicity. But before the discussion started, the individuals in this group received a quick training. We want to take some time to share some things that we've learned about conversations about race with friends of different racial groups. These participants were told. Sometimes it feels normal to talk about race, and sometimes it can feel a bit awkward or uncomfortable at first, and that's reasonable because people have different experiences. However you feel is okay. Then the participants were asked to briefly write down some benefits you think can happen from talking about race with friends of different racial groups. They were asked what, if anything, might get in the way of you and a friend experiencing these benefits. Finally, they were instructed to describe what they could do to help overcome these obstacles and experience these benefits. This exercise acknowledged that this discussion might be awkward. Think about what obstacles might emerge, and then come up with a plan for overcoming them. It took only a few minutes, and it occurred before the participants came face to face. The researchers didn't instruct anyone on how to speak to each other, and they didn't declare any topics off limits. They didn't remind people to be respectful or polite or explain how to avoid identity threats. Participants also weren't told to share their answers to these pre-discussion questions with each other. They could simply scribble some thoughts and then set them aside if they wished. But the researchers suspected that simply getting someone to acknowledge to themselves, up front, that a conversation about race or ethnicity can be uncomfortable might make that discomfort easier to withstand. And pushing people to think about the structure of their conversation, their hopes for the dialogue, what tensions might appear and how to handle them might make those obstacles less likely or intimidating. Put differently, the researchers hypothesized that nudging participants to think just a little harder about how a conversation will unfold before it starts might make identity threats a bit less threatening. The conversations, when they finally occur, were relatively similar for both groups. But when the pairs in the control group, those who had received no special training, began talking, some of them struggled. They seemed hesitant to dive in. They fled to safer topics, such as their classes or sports. For one pair, the conversation was so uncomfortable that, even though they were close friends, they said goodbye after just 3 minutes. However, in the experimental group, conversations often went better. Some friends talked for a long time. They got deep, asked each other questions, debated their experiences. They discussed how race and racism felt and described painful or meaningful moments from their own lives, rather than blind generalizations. All the conversations generally went well, but among the experimental group there were moments of real connection. In one conversation, a black man told his white friend what it felt like when a clerk had followed him around a store. "I could feel the shop owner, looking at me and watching me and everything I touched," the black man said. Both participants were college friends, but they had never talked about race with each other. "I can't forget, who I am in America and stuff," the black participant said. "I'm a black man." He had just described a situation that, in another setting, was ripe for identity threat. His white friend might have questioned if racism was actually a fault. Maybe there were other reasons for the clerk's behavior, or could have downplayed his partner's concerns. "Your friends aren't racist, though." In a misguided attempt to console his black friend, he might have minimized this experience by implying that he was being oversensitive or needlessly anxious. And the black participant, in reply, might have suggested that his white partner was unwilling to acknowledge racism, was blinded by white privilege, and was inadvertently perpetuating a supremacist mindset. Both of them might have threatened the other's identity without intending to do so. Instead, when the black participant stopped speaking, his white friend, though clearly uncomfortable, began by acknowledging and validating what he had heard. "Anyone in our friend group seems shadier than you," he told him. The idea that someone would... He trailed off, looking upset. "I feel like, even though our friend group is really multiracial, we don't talk about it too much." The white participant didn't downplay or diminish his friend's emotions or question the details. He didn't offer solutions. He simply acknowledged what his friend had said. "I appreciate that," the black friend replied. He said there were tensions that came from being a black man in a largely white environment, but especially around you guys. It's always good. It feels like I can forget about those external racial pressures and just hang out. During this and other conversations, there were few dramatic moments, or big revelations, or passionate outbursts. But to researchers, that was the point. These kinds of dialogues were noteworthy precisely because they seemed so normal. They were two friends discussing a tough subject, rather than avoiding it. When the researchers tallied their data, they found that, after these conversations, participants often felt closer to each other and more comfortable talking about race. Black participants, especially those who had received the special training, said they felt they could be more authentic around their white friends. One of the researchers, Kiara Sanchez of Dartmouth, told me she thinks those results emerged because, when you listen to the conversations, you hear a lot of support. They must have heard, "I'm sorry that it happened to you," as if you were discriminated against. Sometimes just acknowledging someone's experiences and feelings can make a big difference. There are lessons here for tough conversations of all types, even beyond those related to our identities. First insight is that, as we've seen before, preparing for conversation before it begins, thinking just a little bit more when we open our mouths can have enormous impacts. Anticipating obstacles, planning for what to do when they arise, considering what you hope to say, thinking about what might be important to others. Before any challenging conversation, think for a few moments about what you hope will happen, what might go wrong, and how you'll react when it does. The second lesson is that just because we're worried about a conversation, that doesn't mean we ought to avoid it. When we need to deliver disappointing news to a friend, complain to a boss, or discuss something unpleasant with our partner, it's normal to feel a sense of hesitation. But we can reduce the tension by reminding ourselves why this conversation is important and diminish our anxieties by acknowledging to ourselves and others that these conversations may be awkward at first, but will get easier. Third, thinking about how a conversation will occur is just as important as what is said, particularly during a "who are we" conversation. Who will speak first? Studies suggest the person with the least power should begin. What kinds of emotions should we anticipate? If we prepare for discomfort and tension, we make them easier to withstand. What obstacles should we expect? When they emerge, what will we do? Most important, what benefits do we expect will emerge from this dialogue? And are they worth the risks? Almost always, the answer is yes. Nearly everyone in Sanchez's experiment said afterward they were glad they had participated. Some questions to ask yourself before a conversation begins. How do you hope things will unfold? How will this conversation start? What obstacles might appear when this obstacle appear? What is you plan to overcome it? Finally, what are the benefits of this dialogue? There's a final lesson here as well. In any hard discussion, and particularly in a "who are we" conversation, we are wise to avoid generalizations and to speak, instead, about our own experiences and emotions. Identity threats typically emerge because we generalize. We lump people into groups, lies are all dishonest, or assign others traits they loathe. Everyone who voted for that guy is a racist. These generalizations take all of us, our unique perspectives and complicated identities, out of the conversation. They make us one-dimensional. However, when we describe our own experiences, feelings, and reactions, when we feel safe enough to reveal who we are, we start to neutralize identity threats. This requires some work because avoiding generalizations means not only describing ourselves with honesty, but also listening closely to our companions so we can hear their specific pain and frustrations. We must not give in to the temptation to minimize someone's struggles or try to solve their problems simply because witnessing their discomfort is so difficult. We must not imply that, because we have not personally experienced their suffering, it therefore is not real. But when we embrace how others see the world and their identities within it, when we listen to their specific stories and acknowledge their feelings, we start to understand why two people who otherwise agree about so much might see some aspects of life, like policing, or parenting, or romantic relationships, so differently because of their dissimilar backgrounds. We begin to appreciate how our worlds have been shaped by our upbringings, our race and ethnicity, our gender, and other identities. We start to understand how much discussing "who are we" can reveal. We begin to connect. Netflix's No Rules. When Phil Myers arrived at Netflix as Vice President for Inclusion Strategy, 4 months after Jonathan Friedland was fired, the company was still in turmoil. Everyone at Netflix said they abhorred discrimination. Everyone said they aspired to create an equitable workplace. But that didn't mean everyone was certain the company needed to change. There were a lot of well-meaning, kind people who thought if you hate racism and believe in equality, that's enough, Myers said. That's not how it works. Before joining Netflix, Myers had worked as a lawyer and then had served as the executive director of a consortium of law firms pushing to increase racial diversity in the legal profession. She became deputy chief of staff to the Massachusetts Attorney General, leading the office's diversity initiatives, and then had founded a consulting firm to help companies become more inclusive. She's maybe the most charismatic person I've ever met, one of her former consulting employees told me. She can make anyone feel comfortable. Myers had started spending time with Netflix as they grappled with the Friedland situation, so she had some sense of the culture. Most important, she knew how to help people think more deeply before they opened their mouths. The issue at Netflix, however, was that the firm's culture was designed to push people to speak and act quickly, often before ideas were completely thought out. The company's culture deck proclaimed that the goal is to be big and fast and flexible, and as we grow, minimize rules. Employees were encouraged to be unconstrained and unstructured, to challenge anything and everything. You may have heard preventing error is cheaper than fixing it, but not so in creative environments, the culture deck decreed. When Hastings wrote a book about his experiences, he urged readers to operate a little closer toward the edge of chaos, and keep things a little bit loose, work on constant change. But when it came to the toughest, most sensitive topics, including prejudice and bias, that kind of unconstrained, chaotic culture could be disastrous. No one at Netflix knew how to discuss this stuff without it going nuclear, an employee told me. And since Friedland's firing, there had been confusion over what kinds of conversations were okay. Is radical candor appropriate in discussing who are we? Are there topics that should be avoided? No one understood where to draw the line, the executive said. So everyone just completely stopped talking about it. Myers' team sensed that this kind of silence was part of the problem. They needed to get the company talking about hard, sensitive issues so that people could understand what their colleagues were experiencing, could wrestle with inequities inside the firm and the world, and grasp how they, without meaning to, might be contributing to problems. But those conversations had to happen the correct way. They had to occur in a manner where everyone felt safe. Netflix's culture of ruthless honesty had to be nudged just so in order to push people to ask themselves, and each other, the right questions. In other words, Netflix needed some rules. Of course, they couldn't call them rules. Rules were verboten at Netflix. So Myers and her team called them guidelines. As they began conducting employee workshops, hosting conversations with various divisions, and offering training sessions for leaders on diversity and inclusion, the guidelines were always made clear. When discussing issues of identity, no one is allowed to blame, shame, or attack anyone else. It is okay to ask questions if they are asked in good faith. Astor's 2 goals were detailed at the beginning of each session. Do your best to connect with compassion and courage, embrace the discomfort and sense of not knowing, and conversations were structured by moderators who remind us such as, I want to bring our attention to some things that were just said, or some people are very emotional about this issue. Maybe we can all take a breath. It was acknowledged up front that these conversations would likely be awkward and that people would inevitably make mistakes. That was okay. Attendees were told to speak about their own experiences and describe their own stories. Don't generalize. When a colleague talks about something painful, listen. Don't solve or diminish. Tell them you're sorry it happened and acknowledge the pain that was expressed. Everyone was encouraged to speak. It wasn't fair for some people to do the work of describing their lives, while others observed and to reflect on how race and ethnicity and gender and other markers of identity had shaped their lives. This was important. Everyone has a racial and ethnic identity, employees were told, as well as a gender identity and a multitude of other selves. All of us can recognize the sting of exclusion. This commonality, instead of dividing us, can help us empathize. Some guidelines for hard conversations. Start a conversation by talking about guidelines. What is okay, and what is out of bounds? Acknowledge discomfort. This may be a challenging conversation, and it may make people uncomfortable. That is okay. We will make mistakes. The aim is not perfection, but curiosity and understanding. The goal is to share experiences and perspectives, not convince someone to change their mind. No blaming, shaming, or attacks. Speak about your own views and experiences. Don't spend time describing what other people think. Confidentiality is important. People must feel safe, and that means knowing our words won't be repeated. Respect is essential. Even if we disagree, we show we respect each other's right to be heard. Sometimes we need to pause. Some conversations can be re-traumatizing. Go slow, encourage people to pause or step away. Discomfort should be expected, but pain or trauma is a signal to stop. Myers typically began her workshops by emphasizing her own mistakes. She would share how she had misgendered people, how, to her embarrassment, she had once told a trans friend that plural pronouns like they and them might not be the best way to go. She described one time when she was on a plane and heard the voice of a woman pilot on the PA system, and it started getting turbulent, and I thought, I hope she can drive. Then she realized she had never wondered about the pilot's abilities when the pilot was male. I didn't even know I had that bias inside my head, she told the group. But there it was. Next, she would ask participants to describe a time they had felt excluded. There was often a long silence, and then a smattering of quiet dialogue. Eventually, Myers would raise the stakes and ask people to describe when they had excluded others, what they wished they had done differently. That was even more terrifying. *3 in another workshop for executives. Wade Davis, one of Myers' lieutenants, began the session by describing his background. He was a gay black man who had grown up in Louisiana and Colorado. Once an NFL cornerback, he had been released multiple times until he was out of the league completely. "It's starting to be ridiculous like that," he said. He had made plenty of mistakes in his life when it came to racism and sexism. He had made ignorant assumptions, had unwittingly said offensive things. Then Davis asked the group to reflect on their own experiences with privilege and exclusion. Eventually, he mentioned that he had spent a lot of time talking to managers about Netflix's hiring practices. A number of people had told him they were committed to finding diverse candidates, but he had also noticed that some Netflix job applicants, particularly those from underrepresented backgrounds, were ultimately rejected because someone said they didn't meet the bar. "So, what is the Netflix bar?" Davis asked. "And how do you know someone meets it?" The executives in the room began describing what they looked for in hiring. A middle-aged designer said he sought out applicants who had studied at schools like Rist or Parsons, and who had experience at firms like Apple or Facebook. "The diversity is important to me," he told the room. "But what's most important is knowing someone can succeed here." He stopped talking. "Oh shit," he said. "I'm listening to myself, and I'm realizing I just described me. I described my own background. I defined the bar as myself." He looked around. "That's not good, is it?" Davis later told me that, in these kinds of conversations, what's important is realizing how we might inadvertently contribute to problems like inequality. The aim is not to say the exact right thing, or to arrive at the perfect insight. Perfection can't be the goal, because if you're trying to say the perfect thing, nothing authentic is going to happen, he said. The goal is staying in the conversation, finding space for messy learning and supporting each other. These workshops, at first, alarmed some Netflix employees. They didn't want to attend. When they did attend, they didn't want to speak. When they did speak, they didn't want to go first. People were scared of saying something offensive, of accidentally asking an insulting question, of revealing something about themselves that might indicate they were racist or sexist. But, slowly, word got out that the workshops weren't as risky as employees feared. People could be honest and ask questions. No one was attacked for making a mistake. The workshops got bigger, and talking about these topics became easier until, eventually, thousands of employees had attended a session, many of them more than once. They began asking one another the kinds of questions that can lead to real understanding. What does it mean to be transgender? As a black mother, how do you feel about the police? As a parent, do you worry about juggling work and fatherhood? Asterisk foreign, because these discussions were shaped by guidelines. Everyone understood there would be uncomfortable moments, and that some people would misspeak, but grappling with the discomfort and seeing how our words impact others is part of the point. In the toughest who are we? Conversations those where, say, we don't have the opportunity to play soccer together or can't experiment with different approaches to discussing vaccines, what are we to do? How do we talk about racism, sexism, or other sensitive topics when we know that getting it wrong might impact friendships and careers? Netflix's approach offers one solution: establish guidelines and make sure they are clearly communicated. Invite everyone into the dialogue and give everyone a voice and let everyone know they are expected to examine themselves. Focus on belonging and creating a sense that everyone is welcome. If the first lesson you hear is that you're biased and inherently prejudiced, that's not a comfortable place for most people to begin. It feels threatening, said Greg Walton, a professor of psychology at Stanford. But when conversations focus on creating belonging for everyone, as well as diversity and inclusion, you're inviting people to participate and learn, to take responsibility for improving things. It is important to note that these kinds of discussions will almost never be perfect. But perfection is not the goal. As Maya's told me, most of the work is about gaining awareness of yourself, your culture, and the culture of others. The goal is to recognize our own biases, who we might be excluding or including. Or, as Kara Sanchez put it, the aim is not to neutralize the discomfort, but rather give people a framework for persevering through it. It seems like a minor distinction, but the underlying theory is that discomfort can be helpful. Discomfort pushes us to think before we speak, to try to understand how others see or hear things differently. Discomfort reminds us to keep going, that the goal is worth the challenge. The impact. By 2021, nearly every Netflix employee had received some form of training on the concepts of belonging, diversity, and inclusion. There were employee resource groups for Black, South Asian, Hispanic, Indigenous, trans, and gay and lesbian employees, and for those who were veterans, parents, or impacted by disabilities or mental health. Whereas researchers have found that some prejudice reduction programs were ineffective because they were too brief or did not draw everyone in, and Netflix, the prolonged interventions and clearer guidelines had made it easier to talk about who are we. Just 3 years after Myers was hired, Netflix released data showing that it now outpaced nearly every other big firm in Silicon Valley, as well as Hollywood, in hiring from underrepresented groups. Women made up 52% of Netflix's workforce and 45% of the company's senior leadership. Half of Netflix's U.S. employees are from at least one historically excluded ethnic or racial group, and 19% of U.S. employees are Black or Hispanic. Within the tech industry, those figures are astonishing. They are equally uncommon within the entertainment industry. When researchers from the University of Southern California compared Netflix to other entertainment companies, they found Netflix shows had more women writers than most studios, and an uncommonly large number of Black and other underrepresented filmmakers, actors, and producers. Netflix finally felt, to many employees, like a different company from the one where Jonathan Freeland had said a racial slur. Then, in October 2021, Netflix released a new Dave Chappelle stand-up special named The Closer. Chappelle is one of the world's most popular comedians, known for biting commentaries on race, gender, and sexuality. In The Closer, he joked about being tricked into calling a trans woman beautiful. He said that gender is a factor seen by many as delegitimizing the trans community and lampooned survivors of sexual violence. He lamented society's treatment of the rapper DaBaby, who was embraced after he murdered another man, but became a pariah after making homophobic comments. GLAAD, an organization that monitors media for bias against the LGBTQ community, said the special was ridiculing trans people and other marginalized communities. One Netflix employee complained on Twitter that the special attacks the trans community and the very validity of transes. Protests by outside groups were planned and boycotts proposed. The outcry prompted Ted Sarandos, co-CEO of Netflix, to publicly defend the program and argue in an email sent to all employees that we have a strong belief that content on screen doesn't directly translate to real-world harm. He noted that The Closer is our most watched, stickiest, and most award-winning stand-up special to date. That inspired even more criticism. Websites and newspapers jumped on the controversy, publishing more than 2,000 articles in just 2 months. When demonstrators marched on Netflix's Los Angeles headquarters to protest the Chappelle special, counter-protesters showed up and scuffles broke out. To the outside world, it once again seemed like Netflix was at war with itself. But inside the firm, employees saw things differently. Only a small number of those picketing were Netflix employees. We didn't need to do that, said one employee who had lodged a formal complaint with executives about the Chappelle special. There were multiple internal town hall meetings where workers had the opportunity to voice their complaints and anger. Executives were confronted with questions, petitions were circulated suggesting reforms. Internal criticisms were widely shared and the company had procedures in place for listening and responding. We knew how to get heard, the employee told me. There was a system to make sure everyone knew how we felt. There were still disagreements. Of course, the company's trans employee resource group urged executives to put a disclaimer on the special or edit the most offensive parts. Executives declined and said they were devoted to artistic expression, even when it was offensive. A few workers, disappointed by executives' responses, left the company. But even employees who complained about the special told me that, when tense discussions occurred, the tone was generally empathetic, structured to give everyone a voice. A few days after publicly defending the special, Sarandos approached the Hollywood Reporter with a mea culpa. "I screwed up," he said. He acknowledged failing to listen to employees' concerns. "I should have first and foremost acknowledged in those emails that a group of our employees were in pain, and they were really feeling hurt. I'd say those emails lacked humanity." Since then, he continued, he'd been focused on just listening to folks and hearing out how they're feeling. One of the employees who helped organize internal petitions about the Chappelle special told me that these kinds of conversations always have a lot of heated emotions, but that Netflix has learned how to have them. We had a big town hall after all this started, and the rules were made clear at the beginning. Everyone was allowed to talk, but no shaming or blaming or attacks. You had to think before you spoke. You had to contribute, rather than just criticize. During that meeting, people critiqued the company's leadership to their faces, and trans employees talked about what they had experienced at the company and what needed to change, the employee said. And there were other people saying, "I don't agree with you on everything, but thank you. I understand you are hurting, and I'm committed to having this conversation." It felt like a real dialogue. Companies, like societies, will always have disagreements. Compromise is not always possible, or sometimes even the goal. Often the best we can hope for is understanding. It is through understanding and dialogue that a community and a democracy thrives. When we create space to discuss conflicting beliefs, we make connection more likely. Netflix, of course, has not solved issues such as racism and prejudice. Those are big, structural problems, and there's no silver bullet, Myers told me. Real change requires shifts in not only how Netflix hires, promotes, and supports employees, but society at large. But if you don't teach people how to have these kinds of conversations, then you don't give them a chance to hear each other, Maya said. That isn't the solution, but it's the first step. The who are we? Conversation may be hard, but it is also vital. If we cannot end now our differences, at least we can help make the world safe for diversity, John F. Kennedy told students at American University in 1963, 5 months before he was assassinated. In the final analysis, our most basic common link is that we all inhabit this small planet. We all breathe the same air. We all cherish our children's future, and we are all mortal. Commonalities are what allow us to learn from each other, to bridge differences, to begin talking, understanding, and working together. Conversations about identity are what reveal these connections and allow us to share our full selves. Part Roman 4, making hard conversations easier. Difficult conversations happen all the time. Sometimes they are centered on issues such as race, ethnicity, or gender. Just as frequently, they are challenging in other ways. An employee has performance problems and needs to hear some blunt feedback. A boss is underpaying you and needs to understand your complaints. A spouse has got to change if a relationship is going to survive. An uncle is drinking too much, and you are worried. These kinds of conversations are hard because they can threaten someone's sense of self. Our discussion with an employee about their performance might seem, to them, like criticisms of their work ethic, intelligence, or personality. Telling a boss that you deserve a bigger paycheck could sound, to the boss herself, as if you're accusing her of being uncaring. Asking a spouse to change can sometimes come off as an attack on who they are. An uncle is likely to hear your concern about his alcohol consumption as a criticism of how he lives. But these conversations are not just essential, they are unavoidable. So it is important that we are mindful of the last rule for a learning conversation. This rule tells us to consider our actions during 3 distinct periods: before a discussion, at the beginning of the discussion, and as the discussion unfolds. Before the discussion, before a word is spoken in a who are we conversation, there are some questions you should consider. The goal of this exercise is to nudge yourself to think about how you hope a conversation will unfold and what you hope will be said. Ask yourself, what do you hope to accomplish? What do you most want to say? What do you hope to learn? What do you think others hope to say and learn? If we have elucidated goals before discussion, we're more likely to achieve them. How will this conversation start? How will you ensure that everyone has a voice and feels they can participate? What is needed to draw everyone in? What obstacles might emerge? Will people get angry? Withdrawn? Will a hesitancy to say something controversial prevent us from saying what's necessary? How can we make it safer for everyone to air their thoughts? When those obstacles appear, what's the plan? Research shows that being preemptively aware of situations that make us anxious or fearful can lower the impact of those concerns. How will you calm yourself and others if the conversation gets tense, or encourage someone who has gone quiet to participate more? Finally, what are the benefits of this dialogue? Are they worth the risks? The answer usually is yes. When people get angry or upset, or it's easier to walk away, how will you remind yourself and others why this dialogue is so important? At the beginning of the discussion, tough conversations frequently begin on uncertain footing, particularly when we're discussing who are we. We're usually anxious, we'll say the wrong thing, or tense about what we might hear. We can lessen those anxieties by addressing a few things right away. As a conversation begins, first, establish guidelines. It is useful to make clear the norms. For instance, no one is allowed to blame, shame, or attack others. The goal is to share our feelings, not litigate who is at fault. It is also helpful to define if asking questions is okay, and if there are some kinds of inquiries about, say, very personal topics, or particularly sensitive issues that require some forethought. We should affirm that everyone is encouraged to speak, that everyone belongs in this discussion, and perhaps identify someone to serve as a moderator to make sure everyone is given space. Finally, it is useful to ask people to speak about their own experiences and describe their own stories. Don't generalize. Don't solve or diminish others' problems unless they ask for help. When a colleague describes something painful, listen and tell them you're sorry it happened. Acknowledge what they felt. Second, draw out everyone's goals. You likely have some aims in mind. Share them. Then, ask others what they hope to get out of this discussion. Identify emotional goals. I want to make sure we stay friends, or I need to get something off my chest, and practical goals. I'd like to walk away from this with a plan, as well as group goals. It's important to me that we all show compassion for each other. Finally, acknowledge and keep acknowledging that discomfort is natural and useful. We will misspeak. We will ask naive questions. We will say things we didn't realize were offensive. When these discomforts emerge, rather than shutting down, we should use them as opportunities to learn. At the beginning of a discussion, establish the guidelines. What are the norms? No blaming, shaming, or attacks. Are questions okay? A moderator can encourage everyone to speak, people to tell their own stories and not diminish others' problems. Everyone to listen. Draw out everyone's emotional goals, practical goals, more ephemeral goals. Acknowledge this will be uncomfortable, we may misspeak. We may ask naive questions. When those discomforts emerge, we won't shut down. Rather, we'll see them as opportunities to learn. As the discussion unfolds, once we've prepared for hard conversation and have discussed guidelines and goals, we should remember to draw out multiple identities. Ask people about their backgrounds, communities, the organizations and causes they support, and where they come from. Share your identities in return. We all contain multiple selves. None of us are one-dimensional. It helps to be reminded of that. Work to ensure everyone is on an equal footing. Who are we? Discussions work best when everyone has an equal voice and the ability to speak. Focus on welcoming everyone's perspective. Don't trumpet your wealth or connections, your privilege or seniority, your expertise. Seek to frame topics so everyone is an expert or everyone a novice. This, in fact, is why discussing experiences is so powerful. We're all experts in what we've seen and felt. Acknowledge people's experiences and look for genuine similarities. Ask people about their identities and build on what you have in common. You went to Valley High, so did I. But remember, similarities must be genuine. And connections become more meaningful when we push them a bit further and use them to understand each other better. High school was tough for me. What was it like for you? Even if we don't have similarities, simply acknowledging others' experiences showing you have heard them can create a sense of togetherness. Manage your environment. Social identities gain and lose power based on their salience and the environment where conversation occurs. Sometimes a simple shift moving a discussion for a group set into something more personal, talking away from the workplace, starting a meeting by discussing the weekend before getting to business can shift what feels safe and who feels welcome. And, by the same token, when an environment makes someone feel left out, it can undermine our sense of safety. This can seem like a lot. Hard conversations, even with the most meticulous and thoughtful planning, can veer off in directions we haven't foreseen. But when we're aware of harmful influences such as identity threat and stereotype threat, when we have a plan and are prepared for obstacles, when we know that things will get uncomfortable and that's okay, it becomes a bit easier to discuss difficult things. Afterward, in the spring of 1937, a chain store magnate named Billy Grant approached Harvard University with a proposition. Grant had dropped out of high school decades earlier, but had gone on to make a fortune selling kitchen supplies and household wares at 25-cent stores across the nation. Now, at the age of 61, he had announced that he wanted to give back to society through a large donation and, he told Harvard's administrators, also achieve a secondary, more practical goal. He oversaw a growing empire and was hiring rapidly. His executives needed research, data, and scientific insights to assist them in choosing the best store managers and the smartest employees. So Grant offered to give a small fortune to the university to fund the school's general research as long as the scholars might consider his matter and offer some advice. Harvard's administrators thought the request was a bit crass. But a donation is a donation, and they already knew how they would use the money, so they said yes. For years, faculty in the medical school had wanted to conduct a long-term, longitudinal study of, as they put it, healthy young men. In particular, they wanted to recruit hundreds of Harvard undergraduates and follow them for decades, examining such issues as the problem of nature vs. nurture, connections between personality and health, whether mental and physical illnesses can be predicted, how constitutional considerations might influence career choice. The plan, essentially, was to take Grant's money and in addition to trying to figure out what made someone good at selling spatulas, collect data on people's fitness, families, schooling, work, emotional impulses, and physical characteristics. The participants would undergo extensive on-campus medical exams and psychological interviews, and then be asked to fill out detailed surveys, delivered via the mail, and home visits by researchers for the rest of their lives. Once all that data started rolling in, the researchers would look for patterns that explained why some participants became happy, gainfully employed, healthy adults, while others did not. The project initially was known as the Grant Study, and over the following years it slowly expanded. Eventually, a group of teens from South Boston's tenements were enrolled, and then, as various participants married and had children, many of their spouses and offspring were included as well. Over time, more than 2,000 men and women were poked, prodded, interviewed, and psychologically analyzed. Today, the Harvard study of adult development is one of the largest, longest, and most famous studies in the world. Among the first of the participants to be interviewed were two young men who had enrolled at Harvard in the years leading up to World War II. The first was an undergraduate who, researchers eventually determined, was a neurotic hypochondriac. Godfrey Camille, one researcher wrote not too kindly, was a disaster. He had been raised away from other families and children because his parents were pathologically suspicious. When a researcher interviewed Camille's mother, he deemed her one of the most nervous people I have ever met, and a psychologist determined that Camille had one of the bleakest childhoods I have ever seen. Camille arrived at Harvard in 1938 and almost instantly seemed overwhelmed. He visited the infirmary regularly, complaining of so many mysterious illnesses that one physician noted in his file that this boy is turning into a regular psychoneurotic. He was skinny, physically weak, and struggled to make friends. When America entered the war, Camille, like most Harvard men, enlisted in the military. But whereas many of his classmates were commissioned as officers and returned home with ribbons and medals, Camille was still a private when he was honorably discharged, with no significant accomplishments to speak of. He then attended medical school, but shortly after graduation attempted suicide, which made him a pariah in Boston's medical community. He grew so distant from his family that, when his sister and mother died, he hardly mentioned their deaths in his follow-up surveys. At age 35, he was hospitalized for 14 months for pulmonary tuberculosis. "I was glad to be sick," he later told a researcher. "I can go to bed for a year." The other young man from that period was different. John Marston was an exceptional student and came from a wealthy and prominent family that ran a dry goods franchise in Cleveland. Marston also volunteered for World War II, served valiantly, and then, rather than accede to his father's wishes to join the family business, he followed his passion and enrolled in the University of Chicago's law school, where he graduated near the top of his class. He became a public service lawyer, got married, and eventually started a successful private practice. The grant study had been designed with the aim of objectivity. The researchers wanted to avoid guessing which of the participants were likely to soar or stumble, lest those prejudgments taint the data. But when it came to Camille and Marston, it was hard to avoid predictions. It was clear to everyone that Camille was likely to end up depressed and lonely or, perhaps, dead by his own hand. Everyone had predicted he would be a loser, one researcher wrote. Whereas Marston, the scientist assumed, would become a leader in his community, another chapter in his family's proud legacy. Marston, a researcher noted, is one of the more professionally successful members of the study. Then, in 1954, 16 years after it began, the study's funding ran out. Billy Grant had by now donated the equivalent of $7 million in today's dollars and was frustrated that the study hadn't revealed much that was helpful about selecting store managers. Even worse, Harvard had failed to sufficiently mention his generosity when it published papers from the study. Grant was done shelling out money, he told administrators. The researchers scrambled to find alternative sources of funding. At one point, they convinced a collection of tobacco companies to fund the project by suggesting their work might reveal positive reasons for smoking, but eventually the support dried up as well. Final reports were written. Farewells were made. There were sporadic attempts at keeping in touch with some participants, but for the most part, the study was boxed up and stashed in the basement of the medical school. That would have been the end of the story, except that, in the early 1970s, a group of young psychiatry professors started digging through those boxes and stumbled upon the project surveys. Intrigued, they began tracking down the participants, sending them new questionnaires and scheduling follow-up interviews. They expected to find that most participants had kept traveling along the same trajectories as when the study had ended. When they spoke to Camille and Marston, though, they discovered that assumption was completely wrong. In the intervening decades, it seemed Camille had become a different person. He was now in his 50s, married, a leader in his church, and had won over Boston's medical establishment by founding a large, independent clinic that specialized in allergy treatments. He was a nationally recognized expert on asthmatic patients, invited to symposiums, and interviewed on television. When researchers spoke to his daughters, who were now young adults, they called him an exemplary father, someone with the innate ability to just give. He could play like 5-year-olds do. Researchers, drawing on the study's previous protocols, conducted follow-up surveys every 2 years. Each time they spoke with Camille, he seemed happier than ever. Before there were dysfunctional families, I came from one, Camille wrote in 1994, when he was 75. But he had managed to escape that legacy, he continued, by changing into the person I've slowly become: comfortable, joyful, connected, and effective. At 80, Camille threw himself a potluck birthday party, and more than 300 people showed up. A bit later, he let the scientists know that he was flying to the Alps for a climbing trek with friends. He died of a heart attack on that trip, at 82 years old. At his memorial, the church was packed. There was a deep and holy authenticity about the man the bishop eulogized. Camille's son told the crowd that he lived a very simple life, but it was very rich. Camille, the Harvard researchers later determined, was among the top, perhaps the top participant in the study by measurement of happiness, health, and satisfaction from life and work. Who could have foreseen one of the mode that he would die happy, giving, imble of man? In contrast, Marston, the lawyer, was in terrible shape when the researchers found him after the study's hiatus. In his 50s now, he was divorced and alienated from his children and his family in Cleveland. Though his law practice was successful, he had few friends and spent most of his time alone. He reported feeling angry, lonely, and disappointed by life. He eventually remarried, but just a few years later reported that the relationship was loveless. Do you ever go to your wife when you're upset? One survey asked. No, definitely not, Marston wrote. I would get no sympathy. I would be told that it's a sign of weakness. When asked how he coped with difficulty, Marston wrote, I keep it to myself. I tough it out. One researcher broke protocol and offered to find Marston a couples therapist. Marston and his wife attended one session, but then abandoned the effort. He seemed like a broken person, that researcher, Robert Waldinger, told me. Eventually, Marston stopped responding to interview requests. The researchers discovered why when a survey was returned and opened by the U.S. Postal Service. The addressee had died, according to a note on the envelope. The current residents had no idea if they were next of kin. How is it possible, the researchers wondered, that things could turn out so unexpectedly for these two men? It wasn't just Camille and Marston. As the scientists compared other participants' contemporary lives to the plans and aspirations they had described as adolescents, they found that a number of them, men and women who seemed to have bright futures and were seemingly destined for greatness, had ended up, instead, lonely and depressed adults, dissatisfied by their lives. Whereas others, who had faced crippling obstacles, such as mental health and poverty, had arrived at old age happy, successful, and surrounded by family and friends. The researchers, by now, had 7 decades of data to draw upon, and they began crawling through it. They scrutinized people's genetics and childhoods, looked at their propensities for alcoholism and schizophrenia, measured how many hours each participant had worked and how many kids they had raised, all in hopes of determining which variables could reliably predict how things would turn out later in life. They discovered some correlations. Having loving parents made it easier to find happiness as an adult. Possessing genes related to physical hardiness and longevity was helpful, as was getting enough exercise and eating well. Education early in life, as well as a lifelong commitment to learning, also provided a leg up. However, as important as these factors were, one thing seemed to matter much more than anything else. It didn't come as a surprise. It had been obvious to everyone across the decade as they had conducted their interviews. The most important variable in determining whether someone ended up happy and healthy or miserable and sick was how satisfied they were in their relationships, one researcher wrote. The people who were the most satisfied in their relationships at age 50 were the healthiest mentally and physically at age 80. Another researcher put it more bluntly, the most important influence, by far, on a flourishing life is love. Not romantic love, but, rather, the kinds of deep connections we form with our families, friends, and coworkers, as well as neighbors and people from our community. Love early in life facilitates not only love later on, but also the other trappings of success, such as prestige and even high income. It also encourages the development of coping styles that facilitate intimacy, as opposed to ones that discourage it. Participants who ended up happy all had warm adult relationships with numerous people. They had good marriages, were close to their children, and had invested in strong friendships. The people who flourished found love, one researcher observed, and that was why they flourished. On the other hand, people who had not invested in relationships, who had prioritized their careers over families and friends, or had struggled to connect for other reasons, were mostly miserable. Take John Marston, for example. When he was 43 years old, with almost half his life in front of him, this is what he wrote when asked by researchers to describe what he found himself thinking about often. 1. I'm growing old. Realize for the first time the reality of death. 2. Feel I may not achieve what I wanted. 3. Not sure I know how to bring up children. I thought I did. 4. Tensions at work are severe. Marston didn't mention other people or relationships, except in a negative sense. When he felt depressed, rather than seek out companions, he went to his office and tried to use his legal practice to distract himself. When he argued with his wife or children, he stomped off and withdrew, rather than talking through issues until a resolution, or at least an understanding, emerged. He was a very self-critical person, said Waldinger, who currently leads the Harvard Project. He pushed himself hard and judged himself pretty harshly, and that made him successful in his profession, but it also meant he was critical of other people, which is probably what alienated so many of them. As one summary of Marston's service put it, he developed a wariness of people and habitually negative ways of coping with the world. He had difficulty connecting with others, and when he encountered challenges, his instinct was to withdraw from the people closest to him. He married twice, and never felt that he was truly loved. Compared that with Camille, the doctor. During the year he spent in the tuberculosis ward, Camille began developing relationships with fellow patients. He met some for Bible study and with others to play cards and formed relationships with nurses and orderlies. He later told researchers that his time in the hospital had felt like a rebirth. Someone with a capital S cared about me, he wrote on one survey. Nothing has been so tough since that year. When he left the hospital, he joined a church and threw himself into committees, potlucks, Sunday school, anything where he could meet other people. Researchers later determined that, until the age of 30, Camille didn't have one real, durable friendship. A decade later, he was among the most socially active people in the study, and as his network expanded, his career took off. My professional life hasn't been disappointing, far from it, but the truly gratifying unfolding has been into the person I've slowly become, he wrote on a survey at the age of 75. Connectedness is something we must let happen to us, what durable and pliable creatures we are, and what a storehouse of goodwill lurks in the social fabric. Talking to other people, connecting with them, sharing his joys and sorrows, he said, had transformed his life. You know what I learned, he told one interviewer. I learned love. Across the decades and surveys, similar findings emerged again and again. The happiest participants called others regularly, made lunch and dinner dates, sent notes to friends saying they were proud of them, or wanted to help them shoulder sad news. Most of all, happy participants engaged in many conversations over the years that brought them closer to others. Through all the years of studying these lives, one crucial factor stands out for the consistency and power of its ties to physical health, mental health, and longevity, reads a 2023 summary of the Harvard data. Good relationships keep us healthier and happier. And, in many instances, those relationships were established and kept alive via long and intimate discussions. This central finding has been replicated in hundreds of other studies over the past few decades. We now have robust evidence indicating that being socially connected has a powerful influence on longevity, such that having more and better relationships is associated with protection, and conversely, that having fewer and poorer relationships is associated with risk, reads one paper published in 2018 in the Annual Review of Psychology. Another study, published in 2016, examined dozens of biomarkers of health and found that a higher degree of social integration was associated with lower risk of illness and death at every stage of life. Social isolation, the researchers wrote, was more dangerous than diabetes and a host of other chronic diseases. Put differently, connecting with others can make us healthier, happier, and more content. Conversations can change our brains, bodies, and how we experience the world. Which brings me back to my confession from the prologue. In many ways I wrote this book for myself. After I had failed as a manager at work and was wondering why I had become someone who couldn't seem to read cues or hear what others were saying, I realized I might need to reevaluate how I communicated. So, one night, and I know this sounds a little strange, I sat down and scribbled out a list of all the times, over the last year, that I could remember screwing up a conversation. I wrote down the times I had only half listened to my wife, when I had failed to empathize with coworkers as they told me something vulnerable, when I had ignored a good idea because I had already decided to follow my own notions, all those meals I had spent talking about myself instead of asking about others, the times, it shames me to say it, when I told my kids to please stop asking me stuff so I could get some work done. All of us, I think, carry some version of this list in our heads. But writing it out forced me to confront some hard questions. Why was it that, at times, I had so much trouble hearing what someone was trying to tell me? Why was I so quick to get defensive, or to glide past the emotions people were clearly trying to share? Why, sometimes, did I talk so much and listen so little? Why hadn't I understood when a friend needed comfort rather than advice? How could I put my kids aside when they so clearly wanted to be with me? Why did I struggle to explain what was inside my own head? These struck me as meaningful questions, worthy of exploration, and I wanted answers. So I began calling neurologists and psychologists and sociologists and other experts, asking them how it was possible that I, someone who has been communicating my whole life, could still get it so wrong. This book is the result of that journey. What all that reporting and reading studies and squinting at data offered, in the end, is something invaluable. It has helped me to connect better, to be more mindful when other people reveal something personal, to know that there's always a conversation going on, be it practical, emotional, or social, and that we won't be able to connect until we come to an understanding about what we all want and need. Most of all, it has convinced me of the importance of having loving conversations, where my aim is to pay attention to what kind of conversation is occurring, to identify our goals for dialogue, to ask about others' emotions and share my own feelings, and to explore if our identities influence what we say and hear. Rule 1. Pay attention to what kind of conversation is occurring. Rule 2. Share your goals and ask what others are seeking. Rule 3. Ask about others' feelings and share your own. Rule 4. Explore if identities are important to this discussion. I've tried to have learning conversations in every part of my life, and it has helped me listen more than I used to. I'm getting better, though my wife, just last week, asked how a rambling dinner-time monologue might align with some of the advice in this book. I try to ask more questions, both to determine what people want out of a conversation and to explore the deep, meaningful, and emotional parts of life where real connection occurs. I try to reciprocate others' happiness and sadness, as well as their admissions and vulnerabilities, when I'm lucky enough to encounter them, and own up more freely to my own mistakes, feelings, and who I am. As a result, I feel closer to the people around me, more connected to my family, friends, colleagues, and, most of all, more thankful for these relationships than ever before. There is no single right way to connect with other people. There are skills that make conversations easier and less awkward. There are tips that increase the odds you'll understand your companions, and they'll be more likely to hear what you're trying to say. The effectiveness of various conversational tactics waxes and wanes based on our surroundings, the types of discussion we're having, the kind of relationships we hope to achieve. Sometimes we get there, sometimes we don't. But what's important is wanting to connect, wanting to understand someone, wanting to have a deep conversation, even when it is hard and scary, or when it would be so much easier to walk away. There are skills and insights that can help us satisfy that desire for connection, and they are worth learning, practicing, and committing to. Because whether we call it love, or friendship, or simply having a great conversation, achieving connection, authentic, meaningful connection is the most important thing in life. This is Parsa again. I do not know about you, but I got so satisfied with this book, similar to How to Talk to Anyone, that gave me a review with examples. Till you are going to read the next book in our channel, I will go out and try to practice the tips in this book. See you around, and do not forget to subscribe. It will help me help you, and if you share them with a friend, it will help them.